We bought this house for a song. The realtor said that the previous owners left urgently, but I would call it an escape. All the furniture was left behind, sofas with stains, dishes in cupboards, even photos on the walls. I spent the first night brushing the sticky layer of dust off the wallpaper while my husband laughed. Relax, it's ours now. The strangeness started on the third day. I found a trapdoor in the living room under the carpet. A metal door with a rusty lock. Jack tried to open it with a crowbar, but I stopped him. Maybe there's an air raid shelter? Let him wait until tomorrow. But at night, I woke up to sound, a thud from below, as if someone was punching the ceiling of the basement. The dog, our Rottweiler Bruno, growled, staring at the door. Rats, Jack muttered, pulling a pillow over his head. In the morning, I went down to the basement. The air smelled of dampness and medicines. There were empty ampoules marked Sedatin, 5 on the floor. There are scratches on the wall, as if someone tried to escape. Jack. I called, but he was already standing in the doorway, pale. In his hands, he held a folder with documents found behind the refrigerator. It's not an air raid shelter, he whispered. People were treated here. The folder contained medical records. Diagnoses: schizophrenia, aggressive behavior, experimental therapy. On the last page is a photo of a man with his eyelids sewn shut. Caption: Patient 13. Stage 3. Successful suppression of the will. We called the police. The officer, having examined the basement, grinned. A former shelter for the violent. It was closed about 20 years ago. It's not a big deal. But when he left, I found a double-bottom mirror in the bathroom. Beyond it is a room with a bed chained to the floor. There's a diary on the bedside table. Day 47. They put something in the food. The voices are getting louder. Mom, if you find this, I'm in the room behind the wall. Wall. In the bedroom. I hit it with a hammer until Jack stopped me. You're crazy. But the drywall cracked, revealing a narrow passage. There's a cage behind it. And the bones. Small, childish ones. There was a torn teddy bear with a patch on the floor. Happy birthday, Sarah. Jack wanted to burn everything. But in the evening, there was a knock on the door. An elderly neighbor with a pie. Welcome, she smiled too broadly. You know that the house is special, right? Her hand was shaking as she pointed to our bedroom. A girl died there. Her dad was a doctor. They say he was correcting her. Jack disappeared during the night. His phone was in the kitchen. The last call is an unknown number. I dialed it. A man's voice answered. You let her in. He's ours now. Bruno howled at the front door. Jack's bloody handkerchief is on the doorstep. And on the steps there is a fresh footprint of a child's foot. I grabbed Bruno by the collar and rushed to the car. The keys were shaking in my hands, but the engine started the first time. On the way to the police station, I noticed an envelope in the back seat. Inside is a photo of Jack tied to a chair in the cage behind the wall. On the back, come back, or he will become patient 14. The neighbor was standing on the porch when I returned. Her smile disappeared. You shouldn't have called the police, she nodded at the house. They can hear everything. Where's Jack? I rushed to her, but Bruno growled. 2 men in black jackets came around the corner. One shot a dog with a tranquilizer gun. The second one twisted my arms. Don't hurt her, the neighbor said. They need her alive. I was dragged into the basement. There behind the iron door was a clinic, an operating table, refrigerators with organs, screens with vital signs. Jack was lying on the table. Electrodes were connected to his head. We're treating you, said the man in the bathrobe, stepping out of the shadows. Your husband, he has aggressive genes. We will fix them. I recognized him as Dr. Harris, whose photo had been in a local newspaper as missing 5 years ago. You're crazy. I blurted out. He injected me with a syringe. Consciousness swam. The last thing I heard. No, we are progressive. I woke up in a cage. Next to her is a girl about 10 years old. His face is scarred, his eyes are empty. They're injecting medicine, she whispered. It silences the voices in my head. The door opened. A neighbor came in with a plate of food. Eat it. They'll take you to him in an hour. I hit her on the head with a plate and ran out into the hallway. Dr. Harris was standing over Jack with scalpel. Stop, I shouted, grabbing a pair of scissors from the table. He turned around, smiling. You don't understand. I stuck the scissors in his leg. He collapsed, screaming. Jack woke up, pulled out the electrodes. We ran through a maze of corridors until we found an exit, an old tunnel to the river. We're at the motel now. Jack is silent. His eyes are still wild. And I'm writing this, looking at the bruise from the 4 drip. We're going to the FBI tomorrow. I know that Dr. Harris survived. And he will come. The Pine Grove Motel was a hideout for truckers and fugitives. Jack stayed up all night, staring at the wall, his fingers clutching the edge of the bed convulsively. His shirt still smelled of antiseptic. I tried to call the FBI, but the SIM card was dead. I went to a pay phone by the road and dialed the number from memory. The voice on the other end was dry. Operator 247. How can I help you? I'm being followed. My husband, he was tortured in an underground clinic. Dr. Harris. Ma'am, you need a local police station. The line broke. An engine rumbled behind him. A black van drove slowly past, the rear windows blacked out. Bruno growled, pressing his paws against the glass of the room. When I returned, I found Jack in the bathroom. He was scraping at the wall with a knife, peeling off the paint. The numbers appeared under it, 14-7-9. It's a code, he whispered. From a laboratory. There were cells. I remembered the folder from basement. There was still a photograph of patient 13 in his pocket. On the back, in small print, the Omega Project. Control of aggression through suppression of the frontal lobes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Through the peephole is a girl in a delivery service uniform. Pizza for Mr. Harris. The chilling silence. Jack grabbed the gun out of his bag. I opened the door, but there was only a box on the threshold. Inside is a severed finger in a bag and a note, "Come back, or the next one will be hers." There was a photo attached to it, our daughter, Amy, in a university dormitory. We haven't seen her in 6 months. Jack dropped to his knees. They're everywhere. We rushed into the car. Bruno howled, sensing trouble. On the way to the city, I called the campus security service. Emily Carter. Yes, she's in Auditorium 14. The voice sounded unnatural. I thought of Dr. Harris, his voice, mimicking skills. Check it personally. Now. I shouted, but the connection was cut off. The university greeted us with Sunday silence. The guard at the gate yawned. Students at a field lecture. Auditorium 14 was empty. A cross is drawn on the chalkboard. In the trash is Amy's phone with a broken screen. In the last photo, she's in the trunk of a van, her mouth taped shut. We're playing by their rules, Jack said, grabbing my hand. We're going back. The house greeted us with the smell of burning. Someone set fire to the basement. The neighbor was lying on lawn, her throat slit. In her hand is the key to the church on the outskirts. There in the crypt behind the altar, we found Amy. She was tied to a chair with electrodes attached to her temples. A timer was flashing on the screen above her, 10 minutes. "Mom," she sobbed. "He said I'd be perfect." Jack rushed to the control panel. I've been searching for a disconnect. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out from behind him. "You've ruined years of work." Dr. Harris was standing in the doorway, his leg bandaged. In his hand is a remote control with a button. "Step back, or I'll activate the current." I stepped forward. Bruno jumped, clutching at his arm. The remote fell down. Jack knocked him out with a fire extinguisher that we're in the hospital now. Amy's on a drip, Jack's giving evidence. Dr. Harris was found dead in a church, suicide. But I saw a black van leaving the cemetery. The hospital gave Amy a discharge a week later. There was a scar on her neck from the electrodes, and a void settled in her eyes. We moved to a rented apartment on the other side of the state, changed our names, and turned off social media. But every truck on the highway made me wince. Jack got a job at a car repair shop. I tried to get back to normal by getting a job as a cashier at a supermarket. I didn't finish my shift. I found a note in the apple basket. "We are grateful for your silence." But the Omega Project continues. Amy started painting at night. Black figures in robes, rooms with bars, faces without eyes. One drawing was an exact replica of our old bedroom. There is a red cross on the wall. "They were there," she said in the morning, pointing out the window. "They were looking at me." We changed our apartment. Again. This time it's on the top floor of a high-rise building with a concierge. But 2 days later, the concierge disappeared. I found his tie, with bloodstains in the elevator. Jack bought a gun. We took turns sleeping, and Bruno was growling at the door. But they were more subtle. Amy received a letter from the college. "Your parents died in an accident. A signature is required to open the will." The signature is an exact copy of mine. It's a trap. Jack tore open the envelope. But they were already inside the system. Our new neighbor, a software student, took out the trash in black bags day after day. One broke. Inside, there are bloody bandages and empty ampoules of sedatin 5. We called the police. The district police officer, having examined the packages, shrugged his shoulders. Medical garbage. Someone unscrupulous. But when he left, I found a familiar logo in his car, Neuropharm Incorporated, on a coffee cup. I hacked the student's email last night. Correspondence with the address on the darknet, Object 14, is activated. Ready for stage 2. Attachments are photos of our family in a new apartment. Jack broke into his neighbor's apartment, but it was empty. There's a laptop on the table with the broadcast turned on. On the screen, a room with metal walls, and in the center is an armchair with straps. "Run!" Jack shouted. We went down the fire escape, but they were already waiting in the courtyard. 2 men in black, with W tattoos on their wrists, pointed pistols with darts at us. "Don't resist. A great goal awaits you," the woman said, stepping out of the shadows. Her face was disfigured by burns. I recognized the nurse from the basement of our old hoe. Bruno jumped on her, knocking her down. We ran, but the dart bit into Amy's shoulder. She fell, her body convulsing. "Take her away." The woman screamed. I dragged Amy into the nearest cafe. Jack was shooting back with a pistol. The police arrived 10 minutes later, but the attackers had disappeared. Now we are in a shelter organized by Mark, an old friend of mine, a former military man. He says Omega is a network that includes doctors, politicians, and the police. They won't stop. The only way out is publicity. Mark spread out the data sticks on the table. But it will cost you your whole life. Amy is sleeping in the next room. Jack cleans the gun. And I'm writing this letter. If you're reading it, copy it, and send it to everyone you know. Because tomorrow we may be gone. We have sent the data to 5 major media outlets. An hour later, Mark hacked the servers of news portals. All emails were deleted before publication. Only one journalist replied, "Meet me at the old mill. Come alone." The mill stood in a deep forest, its blades creaking in the wind. Jack hid in the bushes with a rifle, and I went inside with a flash drive. A figure flashed in the beam of the flashlight, a man in a black coat, his face hidden by a hood. "Where's the proof?" he asked. I handed him the flash drive. He inserted it into the tablet, his eyes narrowed. "It's fake. Do you think we'll believe in?" Shot. The bullet penetrated the tablet. The man collapsed, and 2 men with pistols came out from behind the beams. Jack shouted, "Get back," and we ran to the car. The chase along the forest road was a nightmare. A truck with darkened headlights was hitting the bumper, pushing us towards the cliff. Bruno jumped out the window, clutching the driver's arm. The truck went into a ditch. At home, Amy met us with a knife in her hand. They called. They said, if we don't stop, they'll blow up the house. I hugged her, feeling her body tremble. Mark hacked into the neighbor's cameras. The recordings show how a box with a timer is thrown at our doorstep. "A bomb," Jack whispered. "We need to leave." We dropped everything. Photos, clothes, even documents. They only took weapons and a laptop. On the way, Mark contacted a hacker from his network. "I'm posting everything on the darknet. Let them see." The WikiLeaks clone site exploded in traffic. Videos from labs, scans of contracts, lists of victims. An hour later, social media trends were ablaze with hashtags. Hashtag Stop Omega. Hashtag NeuroPharmKills. But the triumph lasted for minutes. Our car was surrounded by police cars. "You're under arrest for cyber attacks and slander." The officer took out handcuffs. Mark, who was driving, suddenly accelerated. We broke through the fence, hiding in the industrial zone. In the abandoned workshop, I checked my phone. Our drain was already blocked. They bought the government. Mark threw a wrench at the wall. This is the end. That night, Amy woke me up. "Mom, look." She showed the video in TikTok. An enthusiastic blogger, a guy in his 20s, was analyzing our files live. "It's not fake. Look, here's Harris's signature." The comments multiplied. People demanded an investigation. By morning, a crowd had gathered outside the Neuropharm building. "We need to get there," Jack said, "before they cover their tracks." We broke into the office through the back door. The server room was empty. The hard drives had been removed. But I found a printout on the secretary's desk. Emergency evacuation. Destroy Object 14. Object 14 is an EMP. Suddenly the light went out. Sirens wailed and the doors locked. A voice from the speakers said, "You chose death." The darkness squeezed us like a boa constrictor. Amy clutched my arm, her breathing quick and ragged. Jack took out a flashlight. The beam picked out an emergency exit sign with a broken glass. "Over there." "Stop it," he shouted, pulling me along with him. We ran through the hallway, tripping over overturned chairs. The sirens were deafening, and a metallic voice was pouring out of the speakers. "Quarantine activated." The exit door was sealed with bars. Mark hit the lock with a fire extinguisher to no avail. "Ventilation," Amy whispered, pointing at the ceiling. "Do you remember the plan from a laboratory?" We climbed the pipes, peeling the skin off our hands. The mine smelled of burning and chemicals. Bruno was the last to get through, whimpering in fear. On the roof, the wind whipped my face. Below, at the main entrance, the crowd was boiling. Posters down with Neuropharm flashed in a lamplight. The police tried to restrain the people, but the wave of protests grew. "We'll have to jump," Mark pointed to the neighboring building. "The distance is 3 meters." Jack threw a plank from the roof. She buckled under his weight, but she held on. We crawled over like shadows until a shot rang out from below. "They're on the roof." Someone shouted into the radio. We went down the fire escape, mingling with the crowd. Amy grabbed a megaphone from a protester. "They're experimenting on humans." "There is evidence in this building." The crowd roared. People rushed to the doors, sweeping away the police lines. The windows of Neuropharm rang under the impact of stones. Mark pushed me toward the reporter's van. "Tell me." "Live broadcast." I grabbed the microphone, not recognizing my voice. "They kidnapped people. Tortured. They were killed. My daughter is one of their victims. Look at her." The cameras turned to Amy. She lifted her shirt, revealing the scars from electrodes. The crowd froze, then exploded into a roar. "Assault." "Stop it," someone shouted. The Neuropharm building fell in 2 hours. The protesters took out boxes of documents, hard drives, and vials of drugs. The police watched impotently. There were too many cameras, too many eyes. The next day, Neuropharm's CEO committed suicide. The suicide note contains a confession of all crimes. But we knew the truth. He was a small fish. We are in a different country now. Amy is studying to become a lawyer. Jack works with victims of medical experiments. Sometimes at night it seems to me that there is a black van outside the window. But it may be a trick of the light. It's been 5 years. We live in a small town near the mountains where the neighbors know each other by sight. Amy graduated from university and works as a lawyer defending victims of medical scams. Jack leads a group of volunteers who help survivors in experiments. I think we won, but the past won't let go. A woman came to us yesterday. Her face was hidden by a scarf, but her eyes were like Dr. Harris's, cold, bottomless. She held out an envelope. Inside is a photo of our old laboratory, restored under a new name, BioFuture Solutions. There is an inscription on the back. "They learn from mistakes. You are a lesson." Amy burned the envelope in the fireplace, but I noticed her hand was shaking. I checked the locks 3 times last night. Bruno, now gray-haired and lame, growled at every shadow. There was a bottle of pills in the mail this morning. Label, Sedatin 6. An improved formula. Inside is a note. "Thanks for the inspiration." We called the police. The policeman examined the bottle and shrugged his shoulders. "The usual vitamins. You're paranoid. But I know. They're back. And now they're smarter." Jack loads the shotgun in the garage. Amy is writing a letter to the Senate. And I'm sitting by the window, looking at the road. The black van is parked half a kilometer away. He's been standing there for 3 days. We will not escape. We're tired of running. If you're reading this, check your medications. And remember, monsters don't die. They are evolving. My name is Eric, and I work for the cemetery cleaning service. We don't put wreaths or dig graves. We arrive after the funeral, when everyone is leaving. We clean the dirt paths, remove the broken candlesticks, and take out the mountains of floral film. Sometimes it's blood. Yes, you heard right. When the coffin is being carried unevenly, or relatives are fighting at the grave. In general, this job is not for the squeamish. But everything changed the day we received an order for a special cleaning in the old section of the cemetery. That site has not been used since the 80s. The boss said a wall collapsed there. We need to take out the garbage and fill in the concrete. No questions asked. My partner Carl, a veteran with 20 years of experience, took a drag on his cigarette and muttered, "That again. Just don't mess around, newbie." We arrived at night. The truck's headlights revealed a pile of bricks and bones. Not the ones that lie neatly in graves. These were scattered as if they had been dug up and abandoned. Be careful. Carl grabbed my arm as I bent down to pick up the skull. It's not all clean. He took out black bags from the truck and began to shovel bones into them. I noticed that some of the skulls were punctured. The holes were smooth, like from a drill. There are traces of healed fractures on the ribs. Carl, there are people here. They were tortured, I whispered. Shut up and work. He threw a shovel at me. Suddenly, the lantern picked out a pit from the darkness. There was a gaping hole in the old crypt under the collapsed wall. There are dozens of plastic bags inside. One broke. A hand with a fresh tattoo fell out. LK's property. Carl froze. Then he reached into the cockpit for the radio. I heard snatches. They found a warehouse. Yes, the newbie is here too. While he was talking, I took a picture of the tattoo and climbed into the crypt. The bags were signed with the dates 12.2023, 1.2024. Inside the body, they're all young, all with holes in their skulls. Hey, Carl came down after me, holding a tire iron. Are you a fucker? It's none of our business. These are fresh corpses. I pointed at the dates. They're being brought here like trash. He hit me. Not much, but enough to make me sit on the floor. They pay 3 times more here than for regular orders. I have a daughter in college. You have debts. Shut up and load the bags. We worked in silence until dawn. When the concrete truck arrived, I asked the driver, "Where are you taking the garbage?" He grinned. "To the recycling plant. Bones are turned into fertilizers, organs into biofuels." A week later, I returned at night. Careful, no headlights. I have a flashlight and a knife with me. The crypt was already filled up, but I found a trapdoor in the far corner. The stairs led to a tunnel. It smelled of formalin and fried meat. The tunnel led to the basement of the neighboring morgue. Through the window I saw refrigerators with organs in vacuum packs. There are QR codes on the labels. A table with tools, saws, drills, syringes with pink liquid. My boss, who was talking to a man in a suit. The client will pay double for a liver without scars. Take away the corpse with the tattoo. It's from quality control. I ran back, but I tripped over a box. There are passports inside. Everyone who was lying in the crypt. The last one is a photo of Julia, my neighbor. She disappeared a month ago. In the column, cause of death, the donor. Unstable. A shutter clicked behind him. "Well, Eric," Carl said, pointing the gun at me. "Now you're part of the recycling cycle. P.S. If you find this letter, I'm in a truck marked Biofuel Incorporated. They're taking us north. My organs are already estimated at 200,000. Don't go to the cemetery at night." Carl pointed the gun at my chest, his hand shaking, either from anger or fear. I raised my arms, feeling the sweat trickle down my back. It was stuffy in the tunnel, and the smell of formalin hurt my eyes. "Did you think we were just cleaning graves?" He snorted, picking up my knife from the floor. "This is a business. Pure as a tear. A corpse is a resource. Kidneys, liver, cornea. You have no idea how much your bone marrow costs." I took a step back, bumping into a box with passports. Julia looked at me from the photo, smiling. She was killed because of a rare blood type. "Carl, listen to me." I tried to speak calmly, even though my heart was pounding like crazy. "I have a child. 2 years. You know." He hesitated. It was only for a second, but I jumped out of the way, knocking over the crate. The passports scattered. Carl fired. The bullet pierced the pipe above my head. Hot steam scalded his face, and he screamed. I ran through the tunnel, tripping over the trolley rails. Footsteps thundered behind him. The basement window was lit in the morgue, where the boss sold organs. I broke through the door, grabbed a can of alcohol, and threw it at the electrical panel. Sparks, smoke, short-circuit crackle. The sirens deafened everyone. A man in a suit ran out of the office, shouting into the phone. "This is a diversion. Send a team." I ducked under the table as the guards raced to the security panel. An open file was burning on the computer on the table. Shipment number 45. Clients, clinic in Dubai, laboratory in Zurich. I put the flash drive in, downloaded everything. The siren stopped. The guards began a search. I crawled into the vent, scraping my knees against the metal. He got out in the garage, where trucks with the Biofuel Incorporated logo were loading containers. The driver was smoking by the open trunk. "Hey, newbie." He recognized me. "You're Carl." I hit him on the head with a fire extinguisher and jumped into the cab. The keys were in the lock. The truck took off, crushing the gate. Figures with lanterns flashed in the mirror. They were yelling on the radio. "Block the exits. He's carrying evidence. I turned onto an old forest road. There was something pounding in the back, maybe organs in the refrigerators, or maybe someone else was alive. I stopped only an hour later, in the middle of nowhere. There were more than just organs in the containers. Under a layer of ice are hard drives, documents, even drug samples labeled experimental. One file explained everything. They tested the drugs on volunteers from a morgue. Unsuccessful samples were used for fertilizers. Successful ones went to black clinics. The data stick was my ticket to freedom. But when I called the cops, the attendant chuckled. Biofuel again? We've already checked. They have a license. Then I posted everything online. Photos of Julia, videos from the crypt, scans of documents. 2 hours later, my account was blocked and my apartment door was broken in two. I'm writing this from a truck heading north. They're taking me to the branch. That's what they call the crematoria. But I hid the flash drive in a secret compartment. If you're reading this, look for a black truck with the license plate GH 457. Check the refrigerators and look at the labels. Perhaps your blood is already on their list. If you find Julia, tell her I tried. And check out the cemeteries. There's someone's expired goods under every stone. The truck stalled in the middle of the forest when it ran out of fuel. I got out of a cab, shivering from a cold. There was no wind, but the silence was more oppressive than the screams. The truck was still pounding. I opened the rear doors, armed with a tire iron. The containers were bolted to the floor, but one refrigerator was cracked. There are no organs inside. There was a girl lying there. Her hands and feet are tied, and her mouth is taped shut. The eyes widened in the light of the lantern, alive. I whispered, ripping off the tape. "What's your name?" "Layla." Her voice was hoarse. "They injected me with something. I was supposed to die in the morgue." She pointed to her arm, for marks, bruises. "There's a tattoo on his wrist. Donor 19. "Do you know what they're doing?" I asked, untying the ropes. "They're testing drugs on us. If you survive, the organs will be sold." "No, into the oven." Engines roared from behind. Black SUVs meandered through the trees, pulling out onto a country lane. "Run." Layla grabbed my hand. "I know a path here." We ducked into the woods, leaving the truck as bait. Layla limped me through the windfall. Half an hour later, we came to a dilapidated hut. Inside, there is a rusty stove, a table with maps, and a walkie-talkie. "This is a shelter." She turned on her flashlight. There were others hiding here. They haven't been found yet. There were pictures of the missing on the wall. Carl is one of them. Caption: traitor. Liquidated on 3.2024. He wanted to run away with the money. Layla touched the photo. He was found in the river, without a liver. I took out a USB flash drive and connected it to the walkie-talkie. I transferred the files to all the emergency frequencies I could find. Meanwhile, Layla lit a fire and found a first aid kit. "They use drones with thermal imagers," she said, bandaging my arm. "They'll find us before dawn." We decided to go to the highway. Layla knew the path that led to the gas station 10 kilometers away. They walked in silence, listening to every rustle. Suddenly she stopped. "Look at this. There are traces of blood on the snow." They led to a ravine. There was a man in a black jumpsuit lying downstairs. His stomach was ripped open, and he had a pistol in his hand. The guard from a morgue. I turned the body over. His own people killed him. Layla raised her pistol. "Check the clip. They're waiting for us. They're clearing the way." We walked for another hour. The gas station was abandoned, but the lights of a truck could be seen in the distance. Layla recognized the logo, Biofuel Inc. "This is their transit point." She squeezed my hand. "If we get inside, we can change the route." We crept up to the fence. Inside there are 2 trucks, a loader, and people in camouflage. I noticed the boxes with the pharmaceutical company's logo, NeuroCure Limited Experimental. Layla took a pass out of her pocket. I stole it from a doctor. "It will only work once that we made our way through the toilet window." It smelled of bleach and blood inside. The monitors in the security room were lit with footage, an operating room where organs were extracted, a laboratory with cells. Layla pointed to the route map. "They're taking the next shipment to the port. If you replace the coordinates." Suddenly, the door swung open. The head of the morgue entered with a guard. "Well, scavenger," he grinned. "You're worth more than your organs." Layla fired first. I hit the guard in the leg. I grabbed the walkie-talkie from the table and shouted into the microphone. "Attention, this is a NeuroCure employee. Cargo number 12 is infected. Destroy it immediately. The alarm burst the silence. People rushed to the trucks in a panic. We ran out the back door, mingling with the crowd. We're in the woods now. Layla is sleeping by the campfire, and I'm writing this. We'll find the media tomorrow. Or die. But if you're reading, check the ports. Look for containers with the biofuel logo. There's a truth in them that will burn their hell down. PPPS. If you see Layla, she likes coffee with cinnamon. And don't trust the morgues. Your death is their commodity. Dawn caught us at the stream. Layla soaked her handkerchief, wiping the blood from my cheek. I didn't even notice how I hurt myself on a branch. Her hands were shaking, but her eyes were burning with stubbornness. There's a farm 3 kilometers from here, she said, checking the map on my phone. There's an internet connection there. We'll post everything at once. Twitter, Reddit, Telegram distribution channels. We walked through the swamp, sinking knee-deep into the icy slush. Every crunch of a branch made me turn around. The shots from the morgue were still ringing in my ears. The farm turned out to be abandoned, rusty tractors, broken windows. But on the second floor, in a room with boarded-up shutters, I found a router. 3G was catching a weak signal. Layla plugged in a USB stick, uploading files to all platforms. Meanwhile, I called the independent editorial office of Golos Pravda. A woman with a hoarse voice replied, "Send the materials. If it's not fake, we'll blow up the broadcast in an hour." The first video, footage from the crypt, gained 1,000 reposts in 5 minutes. Comments on, "This is my brother. He disappeared last year. Where are the police?" Then accounts started to be banned. They bought moderators. Layla pounded the table with her fist. "Is necessary to physically transfer the hard drive." Suddenly, engines roared on the road. Black Jeeps. We jumped out the window while they were banging on the door. They ran towards a forest, hearing behind them. "Shoot at the legs. The client wants whole kidneys." Bullets whistled overhead. Layla stumbled and fell into the bushes. I dragged her along with me until I came across a hunting lodge. Inside there is a shotgun above the fireplace and a walkie-talkie. "I'll stay and distract them." Layla snatched the flash drive from my hand. "Run to the highway. There's a traffic police post 2 kilometers away. No, they love you." "I'm already dead," she pointed at the tattoo. "And you can save others." She ran out, firing her gun into the air. I ran until I heard a pop, 1 shot, then silence. The traffic police officer on duty was asleep, and the empty coffee shop was glowing neon. I broke into the broadcast through the police radio, broadcasting the recording. "Attention! Biofuel-incorporated trucks transport human organs. Check the containers." 10 minutes later, a crowd gathered on the highway. Drivers stopped, demanding an inspection. One of the trucks tried to escape, but was blocked by truckers. I'm in the police station right now. On the table is my application and a USB flash drive. The detective, the one who laughed a month ago, pales as he scrolls through the photo. We'll start an investigation." He doesn't look me in the eye. A crowd is shouting outside the window. They open the container. The bodies are being taken out. Layla was not found, but I know she survived, because I found a note in my pocket. "Thank you. Look for the blue truck." The following days were mixed up in a nightmarish carousel. The police took control of the flash drive and the bodies from the truck, but an hour later, people in suits with the NeuroCure logo appeared on the doorstep of the police station. They took away the evidence boxes, and the detective spread his hands. "There is no proof. Trucks are medical waste. And you." He jabbed a finger at my chest, are paranoid with fantasies. Layla didn't call. I returned to the cemetery, like a moth flying to the fire. The boss met me at the gate, grinning with all his teeth. "Eric, we were lost. They thought you died in an accident." He held out an envelope with a photo of my daughter in kindergarten inside. On the back, "Don't play the hero. Your choice is silence or child's coffin." I quit. I moved to a cheap motel and changed my room. But every night, black cars stopped under the window. Sometimes an unknown number rang. Silence, then children's laughter. A week later, I found a blue truck. He was standing in an abandoned parking lot overgrown with weeds. Layla is in the back. She was lying on a mattress, hooked up to N4. Lively. "They switched my tests," she spoke with difficulty, pointing to the bruises from injections. "Now I am a pure sample." We ran across half the country, changing cars, hiding in trucks with vegetables. All that was left of Layla was a USB flash drive with data and a map of the laboratory in the mountains. That's where they kept the original documents. We made our way at night, bypassing the motion sensors. The laboratory turned out to be a bunker built into the rock. Guards with dogs, cameras every 5 meters. But Layla knew a manhole, a ventilation shaft littered with corpses of defective material. We downloaded everything in the server room, customer lists, test reports, and videos of operations. Layla was crying while looking at the screen. This is my sister. They killed her for her heart. We posted the data online through anonymous channels. An hour later, the world exploded. The hashtag biofuel genocide was trending in all countries. Protests at clinics, searches in morgues, arrests. But when we returned to the city, Layla was captured. Her photo hung on every corner, dangerous criminal, armed. They were looking for me as an accomplice. Today, I am writing this in the hold of a ship sailing into neutral waters. Layla is out there somewhere in a foreign country under a false name. And I'll be back with new data, with new faces, because cemeteries are still full of expired goods. And on the shelves of pharmacies are medicines that have been tested on the people you loved. If you find a blue envelope marked 13, don't be afraid to open it. It's true. And remember, death is not the end. For them, this is the beginning of profit. The ship docked at a port where even the air smelled foreign. I went ashore with a fake passport and a USB flash drive sewn into the lining of my jacket. I did not see Layla again. Only once I receive an email without a return address. They change a logo. They're looking for you in the morgues of Asia. I got a job as a longshoreman at the port. He unloaded containers of medicines every day, secretly checking the barcodes. One day, I saw a familiar batch number on the label, NC13, the pink liquid from the crypt. I snuck into the warehouse at night. There were bodies in a container under the refrigerators, all with tattoos, all with holes in their skulls. One of them is a girl about 6 years old. In her hand was clutched a paper crane with the inscription, "Daddy, it hurts me." I took everything on video and sent it to Golos Pravda. An hour later, a stranger called me. "Give the flash drive to the courier at the anchor bar, or the girl from your old kindergarten will disappear." I'm here. The courier turned out to be Carl. His face was disfigured by burns, but his eyes were still the same, dead. "I'm sorry," he croaked, holding out his hand. They took the grandson. I handed over the flash drive, but he hid the real one in the crane. The next day, the NeuroCure warehouse exploded. The news said, terrorist attack. But I knew they were covering their tracks. Layla was found in the river without kidneys. There's a note in her coat pocket, "Their BioLife now. Stop them." I'm sitting in the basement right now, typing this. I have cancer, a gift from experimental drugs. But I managed to upload everything to the network. Every file, every photo. There's a knock on the door. I know it's them. But when you read this, check the first aid kits. And ask how many lives your pill is worth. If you find a crane, it leads to the truth. And if not, your doctor may have already bought your liver. I've always been drawn to abandoned places. Not because of the adrenaline, but because I'm looking for them, the things that people leave behind when they run away. Dolls with burnt-out eyes. Diaries with charred pages. Keys to houses that no longer exist. But the old Eclipse Mall was different. He didn't want to be found. My partner Lex and I climbed through a hole in the fence. Rusty spikes tore his jacket, and the wind howled through the empty windows as if the building were breathing. There are broken shop windows on the floor, mannequins without faces, posters with 90 singers. The air smelled of mold and something sweet like rotten honey. "Look!" Lex pointed the flashlight at the wall. "Someone spray painted. They're still here." We went up to the 3rd floor, where there used to be a cinema. The screen is torn, the chairs are piled in a pyramid. And then I heard it, a child's laughter. It's spot on, like a radio with dead batteries. "Don't," Lex backed away. "It's a trap." But I was already following the sound. I found a security room around the corner. On the table is a cup of dried coffee, a calendar from 2003, and a pink children's sneaker. It's clean, like it was bought yesterday. Lex was gone. His scream broke the silence. "There's someone here." I rushed down the escalator. The steps were sinking under my feet. In the food court, Lex was on his knees, clutching a Polaroid to his chest with trembling hands. The picture shows a girl about 5 years old wearing the same sneaker. On the back is the handwriting, "Save Sarah." They're in the walls. Where did that come from? I grabbed his shoulder. Someone threw. He pointed to the ventilation grate. There. We removed the grate. There are dozens of Polaroids in the mine. It's all with Sarah. The first one shows her eating popcorn at the cinema. The last one shows him sitting in the dark, hugging a bloody bear. Dates, every 13th, 2003 to 2023. We have to go, Lex panted. It's someone's damn vault, but I was already climbing into the mine. There around the bend, I found a diary. The pages are covered with children's handwriting. 13.10.2010, the uncle in black brought the food. She says mom's coming soon. Liar. June 13th, 2020. They're crying behind the wall. I can't find them. And a photo. Today's one. I'm in the parking lot of the Eclipse. I'm wearing the same jacket. Lex tugged at my leg. Run. They're coming. Figures emerge from the darkness. Trio. In black overalls with lanterns on their heads. One carried a crowbar, the other a sack. You shouldn't have found this, said the third. The voice is like the creak of an unoiled door. Now you are part of the collection. We ran through the ruined pirate ship attraction. Lex stumbled, fell on the rusty bolts. They caught up with him in seconds. A sack on the head, a blow to the knee with a crowbar. His scream was cut off as they dragged him into the elevator shaft. I hid in the cinema, trembling behind the stage. They were looking for me, with the dogs. But not real ones, mechanical ones, with red eyes and steel jaws. We know you're here, the voice echoed through the hall. Sarah needs a girlfriend. A video flashed on the screen. Lex is tied to a chair. A man with scissors bent over him. Choose one, his eyes or yours, said the voice. I ran to the exit, but all the doors were sealed. There's a new inscription on the wall, welcome home. And then my phone rang. Unknown number. I picked it up. Look at the ceiling, a whisper. She was standing on the balcony. Sarah, in a pink dress and sneakers. Lively. Help me. She threw the rope at me. They'll kill us both. The dogs jumped out from behind the screen. I climbed the rope, feeling the steel teeth tearing at the soles of my feet. Sarah grabbed my hand. They've been holding me for 20 years. You're the first one who found it. The wall shuddered behind her. A hatch appeared. There's a room with monitors. On them, Lex, me, and hundreds of others. Live broadcast. Run. She pushed me towards the window. And tell me, or they'll make you an exhibit. I broke the glass, jumped into the fire escape. Black figures were already running from below. I'm writing this in an abandoned gas station right now. Sarah gave me a flash drive. There's a video on it. Lex is in the same room. There's a calendar on the wall behind him, October 13th, 2023. 2 days later, he looks at the camera and whispers, "Don't come. This is low." A shot rang out from the speakers. A gunshot echoed through the speakers, and the screen went blank. I yanked out the flash drive, as if it might explode, and rushed to the exit. The gas station was empty, but the smell of gasoline and fried meat hung in the air. A corner of paper was sticking out from under the counter. I pulled out the menu of the Eclipse Cafe with children's drawings on the back. Sarah, Lex, me. We were all drawn in red marker with crosses instead of eyes. It was already getting dark outside. I got in the car, but the engine wouldn't start. There was a flash of movement in the rearview mirror as a pink sneaker disappeared around the corner. Sarah. I shouted, getting out. The answer was a child's laughter. The one from the cinema. I ran after the sound, stumbling over broken bottles. Around the corner of the garage, I found a door in the floor. A rusty handle, a chain with a lock. There's an engraving on the lock, 13. Inside is a basement filled with monitors. There are recordings from the Eclipse cameras on the screens. Lex is in the room with the calendar. His hands are tied behind his back, but he's alive. There are new inscriptions on the wall behind him. They are everywhere, and find room 13. I heard a creak. Sarah was standing behind him. She was holding a pair of scissors in her hands. "You're not leaving," she whispered. They implanted a chip. They're listening, watching. She unbuttoned the collar of her dress. There is a spider-shaped scar on his neck. There was something metallic pulsing under the skin. "Help me cut it out," her voice was shaking. "Or they'll kill us like they did my parents." I took the scissors. My hands were shaking. The first incision, blood gushed onto the floor. She didn't scream. The chip turned out to be the size of a coin with an antenna. She fell to her knees. Quickly, I hit the chip with a rock. Sparks burned my fingers. Sarah vomited black liquid. Room 13, she grabbed my hand. It's all there. Engines whined outside. Black SUVs surrounded the gas station. Run through the tunnel. Sarah pushed me into the dark passage. It leads to the elevator shaft. I crawled, scraping my knees on the concrete. Shots rang out from behind. A woman's scream. Then silence. The tunnel led to the Eclipse elevator shaft. A key with a tag hung on the wall, 13. The elevator creaked as it descended by itself. There are mirrors inside. Dozens of faces were reflected in them. Lex, Sarah, strangers. All with chips around their necks. The door opened into a room with white walls. There's a dossier on the table. My photo. Signature, candidate 13. Suitable. A camera beeped in the corner. I walked over. On the screen is Lex, chained to a chair. Behind him is a man in black. Congratulations, he said. You have passed the selection. Now you are an observer. He had a chip in his hand. That's the one. Do you refuse? He put a gun to Lex's temple. Choose one. The phone on the table started blinking. Sarah. She's alive. In the background is a room with the inscription, Exhibit 13. Don't trust them. Her voice was interrupted by a rasp. This is... Shot. The screen went blank. I grabbed the dossier and ran. But the elevator was already going up. They are in it. The elevator hovered, its doors opened just enough for me to see them. 3 figures in black overalls. The welders' masks hid their faces, but I could feel their stares. One of them raised his hand, in which he clutched a device that looked like a communications jammer. With a beep, my phone went off. I rushed to the opposite door, slamming my shoulder into the metal. The lock gave way on the 3rd blow. A corridor lit by emergency lights led deeper into the building. There are wires torn from the channels and traces of soot on the walls. The air smelled of burnt insulation. I ran, tripping over cables. Heavy footsteps coming from behind. One of them shouted, "Stop. You don't understand what you're getting into." I turned into a door-marked server room. Inside, rows of old computers buzzed like beehives. A message was flashing on one of the screens. Surveillance system activated. There are printouts in the folder on the table. Photos, names, dates. Everyone who disappeared in the eclipse. Among them is Lex, labeled as Object 12. My page was empty except for the stamp, Candidate 13. The criteria are suitable. Drowning out my fear, I connected Sarah's USB stick to the server. The files were hacked by the cameras. Corridors flashed on the screens. Black figures were searching the rooms. Mechanical dogs were prowling at the exit. Voice input is activated, the computer announced. Where's Lex? I hissed. The screen switched to an underground laboratory. Lex was sitting in a cage, his face covered in bruises. Next to it is a table with surgical instruments and chips in sterile packages. The program produced a building diagram. The laboratory is at the B3 level. To get there, you need to go through the ventilation shaft behind the wall. I smashed the wall panel with my fist. The metal buckled, revealing a narrow manhole. There's dust and cobwebs inside. I crawled, scratching my elbows, until I heard voices. We will replace the chip with version 4.0. If Candidate 13 resists, we will eliminate it. Clinging to the grate, I saw the laboratory. Lex tried to kick down the cage door. A man in a lab coat was bending over him, preparing a syringe with a clear liquid. I jumped down, grabbing a fire extinguisher from a table. The blow to the head stunned the doctor. Lex broke the window and got out, limping. You're alive. He hugged me, trembling. They are. They implanted something in my arm. There's a fresh stitch on his wrist. A chip pulsed under his skin. We need to get out. I handed him the screwdriver. Hold on. We ran to the emergency exit marked on the diagram. A siren sounded behind him. The red light flickered, illuminating the way through the underground tunnels. Suddenly, Lex stopped, clutching his head. They are. They're in my head. Voices. His hand jerked, grabbing a knife from a table. His eyes turned glassy. I'm sorry, he croaked, raising the blade. They're controlling me. I jumped back. The knife plunged into the wall. Lex fell to his knees, screaming, "Kill me." Before it's too late, black figures emerged from the darkness. One of them pressed a button on the remote. Lex froze, then turned to me, knife in hand. "Run," I managed to read his lips before he attacked. I rushed to the exit, knocking over tables with equipment. The lock on the door gave way after a few blows. The fresh air hit my face. There was a shot from behind. I turned around and saw Lex lying on the floor. The black figures bent over him, one aimed at me. I ran out into the parking lot. Car lights blinked in the distance. He ran without looking back until he reached the highway. Now I'm writing this in a cheap motel. I have Sarah's flash drive, server room recordings, and a chip cut out of her neck. I'll report everything to the police tomorrow, but I know they're coming. A message flashed on the TV, breaking news. A fire in the abandoned shopping center, Eclipse. The reasons are being established. I didn't answer the knock on the door. Even if it's a maid, I pressed myself against the wall, listening to the motel door creak under heavy breathing behind it. The TV continued to crackle. Firefighters found traces of chemicals in the Eclipse. The announcer's voice wavered, as if someone had changed the channel. Ripples filled the screen, and then images appeared. I was in the basement of a laboratory, and Lex was struggling in a cage. "We see you," said a voice from the speakers. "Give me the flash drive, and we'll leave your family alone." Family? I don't have a family. But a woman appeared on the screen, my ex-girlfriend Kate, whom I hadn't seen in 5 years. She was teaching a class, unaware that the camera was watching her through a projector. I pulled out the TV cord, grabbed my evidence backpack, and climbed out the bathroom window. He tore the sheet off the bed, making a kind of rope, and went down to the parking lot. My car was parked in the far corner, but there was a puddle of oil on the front wheels. Sabotage. A black SUV pulled out of the shadows. I ran to the truck with the door open. The cabin smelled of tobacco and coffee. The keys were in the ignition. The engine roared as I stepped off the gas. The chase started immediately. 2 SUVs chased me down the highway, shooting at the tires. Bullets pierced the mirror, fragments dug into the seat. I turned onto a country road, hoping to lose them in the dust. Suddenly, the truck's navigator turned on itself. Voice command, next target, quick stop gas station in 2 miles. On the screen is a photo of Kate tied to a chair in a room with green walls. The gas station was deserted. I went inside, clutching the tire iron. There's a note at the checkout. Leave the flash drive in the freezer, or she'll suffocate. The freezer was humming in the corner. Inside is not a flash drive, but a phone. He dialed the only number. A man's voice answered, "You're late." There was a van with the doors open in the backyard of the gas station. Kate is inside. Her mouth is taped shut, and her eyes are wide with horror. Next to it is a box with a timer, 1 minute and 30 seconds. I cut the wires at random. The timer stopped at 7 seconds. Kate pulled away, gasping, "What?" I asked, untying her hands. "I don't know, but they showed me a video. You're in the Eclipse. You found a room with children's things." SUVs crashed into a gas station. We ran across the field, hiding in the corn. Kate was trembling. I have a chip in my body, like Lex's. They're watching. I examined her neck, and there was a tiny scar under her left ear. It was impossible to cut the chip here. "Take me to the river," she grabbed my hand. "There's a bunker over there. My father built it for people like me." We walked for an hour until we came across an old hut. Inside there's a generator, computers, a stand with tools. Kate connected herself to the monitor. There is a map with dots on the screen. All the chips. They took me in 2 days ago. They said you stole something important from them. "There are thousands of them," she whispered. "They're implanting them on refugees, the homeless, those they won't be looking for." Suddenly, Kate froze. Her fingers began to shake as she typed commands. "They're coming. Turn me off. Now." I pulled out the cable. She collapsed to the floor, blood streaming from her nose. "Thank you," she whispered. "Now you know. Destroy the transmitter in the Eclipse. He's in." Her body jerked. His eyes rolled back in his head. Engines whined outside. I left it in the hut, hidden in a hiding place under the floor. Now I'm going back to the city. The coordinates of the transmitter are in my pocket. He's in the old water tower that you can see from Eclipse. But in the truck's mirror is the same girl in pink sneakers. Sarah. She waves her hand as if beckoning. The water tower towered like a rusty giant, its metal creaking in the wind. I climbed through the hole in the fence, clutching a flashlight and Sarah's flash drive in my hand. It smelled of damp and oil inside. The stairs wobbled under his feet. The steps fell into the void. I found it at the top, under the dome, a transmitter. A black box with flashing lights, entangled with wires that went into the floor. Sarah stood at the entrance, her pink sneakers gleaming in the lamplight. "They know you're here," she said. "You have 5 minutes." I plugged the USB stick into the port on the panel. The screen vibrated, hacking the system. 23%. Sarah squatted down, took a knife out of her pocket, and started cutting the wires. "My father worked for them," she said, her voice trembling. "He was building chips, until I realized that they were implanting them in children." Hacking progress, 67%. Footsteps sounded from below. Voices. "Check the upper level." Sarah jumped up, pressing her finger to her lips. We hid behind the boxes. 2 men in black jumpsuits passed by, shining lanterns. One of them stepped on a creaking board. I threw a wrench into the opposite corner. They ran towards the sound. "Now." Sarah nodded at the screen. 100%. I pressed the button. The transmitter exploded in sparks. Smoke billowed from the cracks. Sirens wailed all over the city. "Run." Sarah pulled me towards the sunroof. "There's a rope." We went down the side of the tower while the black figures were banging on the door. An old truck was waiting on the ground. The engine started on the 3rd attempt. "Where to now?" I asked, pulling onto the highway. "To the hospital." Sarah took out her phone. "Their lab is there. We will destroy the data. All the chips." But I turned onto a deserted road. "No, we're going to the cops. I have enough evidence." She grabbed the steering wheel, her eyes blazing. "They bought the police. Have you seen Lex? Have you seen Kate?" The truck was pulled over to the side of the road. We stared at each other, breathless with rage and fear. "Okay," I exhaled. "Where's the hospital?" She entered the coordinates into the navigator. The building turned out to be an abandoned building on the outskirts. We climbed through the window into the basement. The lab was empty. Computers are smashed. Cabinets with chips are emptied. There were documents on the floor, lists of candidates, reports on experiments. "They've moved everything." Sarah collapsed to her knees. "We're too late." I held up a piece of paper with a seal. "Evacuation completed. The facilities have been moved to Zone 7. Suddenly, the light turned on. People in bulletproof vests with the words cybersecurity came down from above. "Put your hands behind your head." The officer shouted, "You're under arrest for hacking into government infrastructure." Sarah was pinned down first. She didn't resist, looking at me with sadness. "Tell me everything." Even if they don't believe it, I was pinned to the floor. Evidence was stuffed into his pocket, a flash drive, a chip, photographs. This data is enough to start a war, I thought, as the handcuffs dug into my wrists. The trial took place a month later. I was convicted of hacking and destroying property. Sarah was sent to a psychiatric hospital. But before the meeting, the lawyer handed me an envelope. Inside is an article, "Massive Failure of Surveillance Systems. Thousands of chips have been deactivated." An investigator came to my cell today. He said that the interested parties were offering a deal, silence in exchange for freedom. I tore up the paper. It's better to be a prisoner here than outside with a chip in your neck. It all started with the fact that I urgently needed to move out for my ex-money is tight. Time is 0. The announcement of a room's rental caught my eye by accident. The neighbor is quiet, does not drink, works in the hospital. Rent is half price if you are ready to clean up after the cat. I've never seen a cat. Mark met me at the door in khaki scrubs with a smile that sent shivers down my spine. "Come on in, Emily. Your room is here." He pointed to a door with a Hello Kitty sticker. The former tenant was probably a fan. It smelled like floor cleaner and something acrid like a dentist's office. For the first 2 weeks, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. He washed the dishes for both of them, cleaned the bathroom to a shine, and left coffee in a thermos on the table in the morning. "So you won't be late," he said, and I smiled stupidly, not noticing how his eyes scanned my gaze, clothes and movements. Then the tights disappeared. New with a tag. I put it down to my forgetfulness. Then there's the earring. Then the underpants. "The cat," Mark muttered, putting away the tray, which I never saw. One night, I woke up to the sound of water. 3:17 on the clock. There was a bubbling sound coming from the bathroom, as if someone was filling the tub. And the grinding. Metal on ceramics. I put my ear to the door. "Mark," she asked softly. The creaking stopped. The next morning, my nail scissors were in the sink, sharpened to razor sharpness. The fear came later. First there was anger. I found a camera box in the trash. Spycam HD, invisible surveillance. I checked the sockets. Behind the ficus tree, in a crack in a wall, a lens flashed dimly. Then I bought a detector. The cameras ended up in the ventilation behind the bathroom mirror. It was two-sided, and in my bedside socket. I found the Emily folder on a USB stick stuck in a can of his branded coffee. Video. Overnight visits. He was standing over my bed, holding a pair of scissors. He cut off a lock of hair. He was wearing my sweatshirt. He kissed my iPhone photo. In another folder, there are screenshots of conversations, a list of my friends, and a duty schedule. And the document, Stage 3. Introduction to the Circle. I ran away to Lisa, a friend from college. She turned off her phone. She was breathing. But 2 days later, she handed me an envelope. Some guy brought it. He said it was yours. Inside is my toothbrush in a transparent bag. And a note. "A pink cup in my bathtub is waiting for you. Come, or I'll take it to your mom in Ohio." I didn't call the police. They would have asked, "Why didn't you apply earlier? Where's the evidence?" Instead, I searched his social media. I found a photo from a hospital where he worked. Comment under the post, "I miss our project, Mark," from the account Dr. R. Google released the news. 3 patients have disappeared at the private clinic Novaya Zizn. Relatives are demanding answers. This morning, my boss asked, "Why didn't you tell me that your brother would be asking about the schedule?" I don't have a brother. There was also an envelope in the mail. Inside is a photo of Lisa coming out of the gym. On the back, "Your friend is pretty. I hope she likes coffee." I don't sleep. I'm writing this in the McDonald's bathroom because my car smelled of mint and formalin. Mark knows all my passwords. Even this one. If you're reading this, I probably already am. After I found Lisa's photo and that creepy note, I realized that I couldn't just sit and wait for Mark to take the next step. My heart was pounding, as if it wanted to jump out of my chest, but I decided to act. The police? No, I didn't have much evidence, but he always seemed to be one step ahead. I had to dig deeper, find out who he was, and what he was up to. I started with the clinic where he worked, New Life. Do you remember that news about the missing patients? It bothered me. It was dangerous to access the internet at home in case he was watching my laptop, so I went to the library and sat down at a public computer. Everything looked decent on the clinic's website, regular medical services, photos of smiling doctors. But Mark wasn't on the staff list. Is he a technician or a nurse? Then I remembered the comment Dr. R under his post and started searching. After a couple of hours of digging, I found Dr. Richard Petrov, a surgeon from the same clinic. His profile was closed, but I could see that he and Mark were friends. I thought about writing to this Petrov, asking about Mark, but I quickly changed my mind. What if he's in league with him? Instead, I went to Mark's social media account. Most of the posts are closed, but a couple of the old ones remain public. One thing caught my eye, a photo from a surgery conference 2 years ago. Mark stands next to a poster about cryogenic preservation. Seriously, cryogenics? For an ordinary employee of the clinic, this is strange. And then I remembered the smell of formalin in my car, and the name of the clinic, New Life. Something clicked in my head. Maybe they're not just treating people there, but experimenting? Save the bodies? These thoughts made me shake. I should have found out more. That night, I decided to return to the apartment while Mark was on shift. I knew it was a risk, but I had no choice. I waited for his usual office hours and sneaked inside. The silence was deathly. I quickly walked around my room and the common areas. I didn't notice any new cameras. Then I went to his room. The door was locked, but I remembered that he kept a spare key in the kitchen drawer. I found it and opened it. Everything inside was as clean as an operating room. A bed, a desk with a computer, shelves with medical books. I tried to turn on the computer, but it required a password. I didn't have time to guess, so I started rummaging through the drawers. In one, I found a stack of folders from the clinic, confidential patient files. The names didn't mean anything to me, but several were marked transfer to storage or ready for phase 2. What is the phase? Are these the missing people? And then I heard a rustle in the hallway. She froze. The sound of the front door. Did Mark come back earlier? I peeked through the crack. A shadow was moving in the living room. It was him holding something in his hands. I should have gone. His room had a window to the fire escape. I carefully opened it, got out, and closed it behind me. As I was coming down, I heard his voice. "Emily, are you there?" I took off down the stairs without looking back and ran until I was a couple blocks from home. I went into a coffee shop and caught my breath. What did I see? These files. There's definitely something creepy going on there, and Mark is head over heels in it. I couldn't spend the night at home. I rented a room in a cheap motel for cash, so I wouldn't leave any traces. I lay on the hard bed and thought about what to do. Anonymously inform the police? They won't believe you without proof. Then I decided to look for the families of the missing patients. Maybe we can figure something out together. The next morning, sitting on the motel's Wi-Fi, I found a name from the news. Sarah Thompson, 28, disappeared 6 months ago. Her brother, David, actively searched for her, even made a website. I wrote to him anonymously. "I have information about your sister's disappearance. It may be related to the New Life Clinic. Be careful." I sent it and held my breath. The answer came quickly. "Who are you? What do you know? Any information will help." I replied, "I can't identify myself, but the clinic is involved in something illegal. Check out their employee Mark. He's dangerous." An hour later, he texted again. "Thank you. We suspected something was wrong. Can we meet?" I hesitated. Meeting is a risk, but also a chance to tell everything. We agreed to meet in a crowded park in the city center. I came earlier, sat on a bench, looked around. A guy in his 30s approached. "Are you the one who wrote it?" he asked. I nodded. "I'm David, Sarah's brother. Tell me what you know." I've laid it all out, how I moved in with Mark, his oddities, cameras, files, threats. David paled with every word. This, unbelievable. But it all fits. Sarah was treated at that clinic for a rare disease. Then she just disappeared. They said she checked out, but we haven't seen her since. "I'm so sorry," I said. "I think Mark is involved in this, and not only in her case." He nodded. "We need to call the police." But I have no evidence, only words. And Mark knows how to cover his tracks. David thought about it. "I have a friend, a private investigator. Maybe he'll help." We exchanged contacts, and I left with a tiny bit of hope. But it quickly crashed. When I returned to the motel, I saw the door ajar. It's a mess inside. Things are scattered. The laptop is missing. On the mirror, it says in lipstick, "Stop digging, Emily, or David will be with Sarah." I almost collapsed. How did he find out about David? Were you following me? Hacked your email? I grabbed my bag and ran away. I found myself in a 24-hour diner, sitting over coffee, trying to collect my thoughts. The phone beeped, a message from an unknown number. "You can't hide, Emily. I see you." And a photo of me in this very diner, taken from the outside. I looked around, but there was no one there. Fear gripped everything inside. Mark is not just a psycho, he's a hunter, and I'm the prey. Something had to be done, and urgently. I decided to take a chance. I wrote to him, "Let's meet up. Let's talk." The answer came immediately, at my place. Today, 2200 hours alone. I knew it was a trap, but before that, I met with David and his friend Tom, a detective who turned out to be an undercover cop. They suggested a plan. I go to Mark, and they watch and interfere if anything happens. At 10 p.m., I entered the apartment. The door was open. "Mark." I called. He came out of the shadows with a blood-curdling smile. "Glad you came, Emily." "What do you want?" I asked, trying not to tremble. "You," he said. "You're perfect for my collection." I asked, feeling horror constrict my throat. "Yeah, we keep special people at the clinic. Sarah was alone, but she couldn't stand it. You're a different matter." He took a step towards me and grabbed my arm. "Don't be afraid, it's an honor." Then the door burst open, and Tom and his men ran in, shouting, "Stop." Mark released me, his face contorted with anger. "You set me up," he hissed. While they were knitting him, he looked at me and smiled. "This is not the end, Emily. I'll find you." The police raided the clinic, found evidence, illegal experiments, the remains of people, including Sarah. Mark was accused of murder and kidnapping, but due to connections and some legal loopholes, he was released on bail pending trial. I realized that he would come back for me. With the help of David and Tom, I faked my death, a car accident, and left under a new name for a small town. I thought I'd lost it. Until today, I sat down to write this in the McDonald's bathroom to warn others. And then I heard a voice outside. "Emily, is that you?" It was Mark. I don't know how he found me, but I'm running again. If you're reading this, be careful. Check everything around you. trust your gut. Because people like Mark are always there and they don't stop. Emily thought that with Mark's arrest and the closure of the New Life Clinic, the nightmare was finally over. She moved to a small town in the north, changed her name to Anna, and started working at the local library. The days passed quietly. She sorted books, helped visitors, and tried not to look back on the past. But Mark's shadow wouldn't let go of her completely. Every night when she fell asleep, she saw his face, that cold smile that did not reach her eyes, and woke up in a cold sweat, listening to the silence. One day, returning home from work, Anna noticed that someone was following her. It was a tall man in a dark jacket with a hood hiding his face. She quickened her pace, but the man did not lag behind. My heart began to beat faster as the too familiar feeling of panic returned. When she reached her house, she locked the door and looked out the window. The street was empty. Maybe I imagined it, she thought, trying to calm down. But the next day, she received a letter. An ordinary white envelope with no return address was in her mailbox. With trembling hands, Anna opened it. Inside was a piece of paper with a single handwritten line. Did you think this was the end? The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the words echoed in her memory. It was too similar to what Mark had said. Anna called Tom, the detective who helped her stop Mark. Tom's voice sounded tired but confident. Anna, Mark is still in prison. I checked his file this morning, and he's not gone anywhere. But you have to be careful. He had connections that we might not know about. Maybe one of his people is trying to intimidate you. What should I do? What is it? She asked, feeling fear squeeze her chest again. Send me this letter. I'll start checking. In the meantime, don't go alone, especially at night. If you notice anything, call me right away. Anna sent a letter to Tom and decided to follow his advice. She asked a colleague from the library, Matt, to walk her home after her shift. Matt was a good-natured guy, taciturn but reliable. He agreed without question, although Anna did not tell him the whole truth, only that she was being pursued by some strange guy. Everything was quiet for a few days. Anna began to think that it really was just someone's malicious joke. But one morning, when she opened the door, she froze. There was a small box tied with a black ribbon on the doorstep. Inside was an old bracelet, the one she was wearing the day she faked her death. She threw it into the river 2 years ago. How could he be here? Panic overwhelmed her. She called Tom again. It's not a coincidence, he said after listening to her. Someone knows your past. I'm coming to you with a team. Stay at home, don't go out. While Anna was waiting for Tom, she tried to remember who else might have known about the bracelet. Mark was in prison, but what if he really had accomplices? Or someone from the clinic who escaped arrest? A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She went to the peephole and saw Matt. Anna, are you okay? What is it? He asked through the door. You weren't answering your phone, I was worried. She opened the door to let him in. Matt looked worried, but his presence calmed her down a bit. I'm sorry, I have a problem, she said, without going into details. Matt nodded and sat down on the couch, looking around the room. His gaze landed on the box with the bracelet lying on the table. What is it? What is it? He asked, pointing at her. Anna froze. She didn't have time to put the box away. Trying to hide her excitement, she said, just an old thing. Nothing special. But Matt suddenly smiled, the same cold smile she'd seen on Mark. Her heart skipped a beat. Do you think you can hide, Emily? He said softly, looking straight into her eyes. Anna recoiled. He called her by her real name. How could he know? Before she could do anything, Matt stood up and took a step toward her. Mark was right. You're special. He instructed me to finish what he started. Anna rushed to the phone, but Matt intercepted her, grabbing her arm. She screamed, trying to pull away, but he was stronger. At that moment, the doorbell rang, followed by a loud knock. The police. Open up. Tom's voice was heard. Matt cursed and released her, rushing to the window. Anna fell to the floor, gasping for breath, as Tom and his men burst into the house. They managed to grab Matt when he was trying to get out through the backyard. Later, at the police station, Tom told Anna the truth. Matt turned out to be a former employee of the New Life Clinic who worked undercover in her town. Mark, even while in prison, kept in touch with his people through encrypted messages. Matt had been watching Anna since the first day of her arrival, waiting for the right moment. We've found the evidence, Tom said. Correspondence records. Now we will be able to attract all those who remained at large. You're safe, Anna. But Anna knew that wasn't the case. As long as Mark is alive, he won't stop. She looked at Tom and said, I want to disappear. At all. Help me. Tom nodded. A week later, Anna received new documents, a new name, and a ticket to another country. She left without looking back, but deep down she knew that Mark's shadow would always haunt her. The story ends here, leaving the question open. Will she ever find true peace? I still remember how it all started, although now these memories look like pieces of broken glass, sharp, jagged, digging into my mind with every attempt to put them back together. My name is David, and I've never been what you'd call a lucky guy. Working in a warehouse that always stinks of engine oil and sweat ate up my days, leaving only fatigue and emptiness. Things were no better at home. My wife, Emily, had become estranged after 10 years of marriage, and my son, Zach, who turned 16, looked at me as if I were a stranger who had accidentally wandered into their lives. We lived under the same roof, but each of us was an island surrounded by silence. I wanted to fix it. I wanted to get back what we lost, at least for a couple of days. So I suggested that we go to the old family house by the lake for the weekend, the place where we used to laugh, roast marshmallows over a campfire, and pretend everything was okay. Emily agreed without much enthusiasm, and Zach rolled his eyes but nodded. I thought it was a chance. I was wrong. It was a long trip there. The road wound through endless fields where the wind bent the dry grass and the horizon seemed to be a blur. The car was humming, the tires were rustling on the asphalt, and I was trying to get them to talk. Emily answered briefly, looking out the window, and Zach sat in the back, buried in his phone, headphones in his ears. I felt like an idiot, but I kept talking about how we were going to fish, how I was going to teach him how to make a fire. He didn't react. When we finally turned onto the dirt road leading to the cabin, the sun was already setting, flooding everything with crimson light. The house stood at the water's edge, an old one with peeling paint and a sagging porch. It was quiet around him, except for the wind rustling in the trees and the water lapping against the shore. I unloaded the bags, trying not to notice how Emily grimaced when she saw a spider web in the corner, and Zach muttered something about the lack of Wi-Fi. The evening went badly. I tried to light the fireplace, but the wood was damp and smoke filled the room, making us cough. Emily said she was tired and went to sleep in the upstairs bedroom. Zach sat on the couch, flipping through something on his phone until the battery ran out, and then just stared at the wall. I felt like everything was falling apart, but I didn't give up. I offered to play cards, but he refused. I asked if I wanted to go for a walk to the lake, and he snorted. In the end, I spat and went to the kitchen to make coffee. There I found an old radio receiver, dusty with a cracked case. I turned it on, turned the knob, and snatches of music, voices, and noise made their way through the crackle. It was better than silence. I left him to work and went back to Zach, but he had already gone to his room. I was left alone with the radio hissing and a mug of cold coffee, thinking that tomorrow would be better. The next day, everything went wrong. In the morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the porch. Emily was still asleep, and so was Zach, but I was sure someone was walking outside. I looked out the window, but there was no one there. Only the wind was blowing the leaves on the ground. I went out to check, walked around the house, looked under the porch. It was empty. But at the barn, which stood a dozen meters from the house, the door was ajar. I definitely remembered locking it yesterday. He came closer and pushed the door open. It smelled damp and sour like rotten meat. There were rusty tools, coils of rope, and empty gasoline cans on the floor. Nothing unusual, but the feeling that I was being watched wouldn't let go. I returned to the house, deciding not to tell Emily about it. She would only get mad that I was being paranoid. The day passed slowly. I tried to persuade Zach to go fishing, but he said he was sick of the smell of water and stayed inside. Emily was sitting on the porch with a book, ignoring my attempts to speak. By lunchtime, I decided to do something useful and went to fix an old boat off the shore. While I was tinkering with the paddle, I heard a crackling in the bushes. I turned around and there was no one there again. But a minute later, two men came out of the woods. A man in his 40s tall with a thick beard and a scar across his eyebrow, and a younger guy, thin, with nervous eyes. They were both wearing shabby clothes and carrying backpacks. They said they were lost and asked for directions to the highway. I explained, showed them the direction, but something in their behavior bothered me. The bearded man stared into my eyes for too long, and the thin one kept looking around as if he was waiting for someone. They left, but I noticed the bearded man glance at the cabin before disappearing behind the trees. By evening, I was already regretting that I had dragged us here. Emily and Zach locked themselves in their rooms again, and I sat by the fireplace, listening to the radio hissing with static. Then it picked up a signal, a man's voice, calm but firm, talking about the weather, that it would rain at night. I turned off the radio, but the words stuck in my head. The rain started an hour later, heavy, with gusts of wind drumming on the roof. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I lay staring at the ceiling until I heard sound. The creaking of floorboards downstairs is quiet but distinct. I got up, took a flashlight, and went downstairs. The kitchen was empty, but the window I'd been closing was now wide open. The wind blew raindrops inside, and they dripped down the windowsill, leaving dark spots. I came closer and froze. Someone had left a mark on the glass, a dirty handprint too big to be mine. My heart started pounding, but I told myself that it was the wind that I was making up. I closed the window, checked the doors, and everything was locked. I went back to the bedroom, but I couldn't sleep anymore. In the morning, Emily noticed that her bag was rummaged through. Nothing was missing, but things were not as she had left them. Zach said he heard footsteps at night, but he thought it was me. I didn't mention the window because I didn't want to panic. I decided that we would leave tomorrow if things didn't work out. But the day brought new surprises. While I was fixing the porch, I noticed that the barn was open again. It was worse inside than yesterday. Cans of gasoline were overturned, ropes were unwound, and the word "look" was scrawled on the wall. The letters were crooked, carved with something sharp. I felt my stomach clench. It wasn't an accident. Someone was here. Someone was playing with us. It started raining harder in the evening, so I decided to talk to Emily. She sat by the fireplace, staring into the fire, and listened to me in silence. When I finished, she said it was nonsense, that I was thinking too much. But her voice was shaking, and I could see her hands clenching. Zach came downstairs when he heard us, and for the first time over the weekend, he looked at me with something like concern. I said we were leaving in the morning, and no one argued. The night passed uneasily. I dozed fitfully, listening to every rustle. The radio, which I had left turned off, suddenly turned on by itself. A voice broke through the crackle, the same as yesterday, but now he was speaking. "Don't go away. It's not the time yet." I pulled the power cord out of the socket, but the words echoed in my head. The morning was gray, wet, and cold. I packed up while Emily and Zach were finishing breakfast. The car was parked by the porch, and I could already picture us driving out onto the highway, leaving this damn house behind. But when I opened the door to load the bags, everything changed. There was an old knife on the doorstep, with a rusty blade and a wooden handle stained with something dark. I froze, looking at him, and then I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around, and Emily was standing in the doorway, her face white. Zach peeked over her shoulder, and I saw his eyes widen. That's when I realized something was starting. And it won't end just like that. The rain was lashing the roof, turning the ground around the house into a swamp. I lifted the knife, feeling the cold metal even through my glove. Emily grabbed Zach's arm, pulling him back into the house. Her eyes darted between me and the darkness outside the door. "Close the door." I shouted, but she was already doing it, turning the key with trembling hands. I stayed on the porch, a flashlight in one hand, a knife in the other. The light picked out a strip of wet grass, a sagging barn, and the black silhouettes of trees. No one, but someone was here. Someone was watching. Zach's voice came from the other side of the door, muffled. "Shut up." I cut him off abruptly. His brain was racing. The car was 20 meters away, the keys in his pocket. If we run now, will we make it? Or are they already waiting by the car? A step to the right, a branch crunches. I jerked the flashlight in that direction. The light shone on his face. The same bearded man who came in the afternoon. He stood there grinning, hands in his jacket pockets. A thin man loomed behind him, clutching a tire iron in his hand. "Go away," I said, trying to sound firm, but my voice faltered. The bearded man laughed. "Do you think this is your house?" He took a step forward. "We've been here a long time. We watch how the city people come and play with a happy family. And then..." He clicked his tongue. "Then they cry." The thin man fidgeted, shifting nervously from one foot to the other. His eyes were glittering feverishly. "Are you crazy?" I raised the knife higher. "The police are on their way." "No," the bearded man shook his head. "Your connection is not working. We took care of it." The door jerked behind me as Emily tried to open it. "David." Her voice rose to a screech. The bearded man moved forward. I retreated to the door, hitting it with my back. "Run through the back door." I shouted without turning around. "Get to the car." The door flew open, and I flew inside, slamming it in the bearded man's face. The lock clicked. There was a bang outside as the tire iron crashed into a tree. Emily and Zach were already running through the kitchen to the back door. I ran after them, tripping over chairs. The back door led to a narrow path that wound through the trees to the lake. The car was on the left, but to get to it, you would have to cross an open space. To the right. Zach whispered, pointing to the path. "There's a boat." We dashed into the darkness. The wind tore at my clothes, and the rain blinded me. There was a crash from behind. The bearded man and his henchmen were breaking through the house. The boat, old and full of holes, was still tied to the pile. I pushed Zach into it, helped Emily get in. He jumped last, cutting the rope with a knife. We pushed off from the shore just at the moment when two men jumped out of the bushes. "Row!" I shouted, grabbing an oar. The boat creaked as it picked up speed. The bearded man stood on the shore, his figure disappearing into the rain. The thin man threw a stone at us and missed. "Where are we going?" Emily hugged Zach, her face wet with tears and rain. "To the other shore." I was paddling, feeling my muscles ache. There should be a road there. But the lake was wider than I remembered. Waves rocked the boat, water seeped through the cracks. Zach tried to scoop it out with an empty can he found under the seat. Half an hour later, we reached the opposite shore. We pulled the boat onto the sand and ran through the thicket. His feet sank into the mud, branches whipped at his face. I didn't know where we were running, just ahead, away from them. Emily stumbled and fell. I picked her up, feeling her body tremble. "Dad, look." Zach pointed ahead. A light could be seen through the trees, the window of a lonely house. We ran to him, hoping for help. The house was abandoned. The windows were broken, and the door was hanging on one hinge. There are traces of a long-ago fire inside, burnt furniture, blackened walls. "No!" Emily sobbed. "Be quiet." I listened. Somewhere in the distance, an engine whined their car. They were looking for us. Zach found a rusty pipe in the corner and held it in his hands. I looked around the house. The back door led to an old dirt road overgrown with grass. "That way," I pointed. "Let's go before it gets completely dark." We walked for an hour, 2, 3. My legs were burning, and my clothes were stuck to my body. Emily began to lag behind, her breathing becoming hoarse. "Dad." Zach stopped. "Do you hear?" The hum of an engine filtered through the rain. They were getting closer. "Run." I pushed them into the bushes. "Hide." He stayed on the road, clutching the pipe. The headlights came around the bend, blinding me. The truck skidded to a stop a meter away, and a bearded man jumped out of the cab. "The games are over." He stepped forward. A knife flashed in his hand. I swung the pipe, but he deftly dodged, hit me in the stomach. The air rushed out of my lungs, and I fell to my knees. "Where are they?" He put the blade to his throat. Zach flew out of the bushes, hitting the bearded man on the back with a pipe. He growled and turned around, but I grabbed his leg, knocking him to the ground. A struggle ensued. Shot. Everyone froze. Emily was standing on the road, holding in her trembling hands an old revolver found in a burned-out house. Smoke was streaming from the trunk. The bearded man lay motionless, blood spreading across the wet ground. The thin man sitting in the truck took off, kicking up a fountain of mud. We watched in silence as the truck lights disappeared into the darkness. Then Emily dropped the gun and hugged Zach. "It's over," she whispered. But I knew it was just the beginning. They'll be back, or others will come. And we were still in the wilderness, far from help, with a corpse at our feet and a gun in our hands. The truck disappeared around the bend, leaving behind only the rumble of the engine, disappearing into the sound of rain. Emily was trembling, still clutching the revolver. Zach raised the tube, pointing it towards the darkness, as if expecting another attack. I went up to the bearded man's body, turned it over. The glass eyes stared at nothing, blood mixed with dirt. In his jacket pocket, I found a bunch of keys, crumpled dollars, and a battered notebook. "What's in there?" Emily approached, still holding her weapon. I opened my notebook. The pages were filled with dates, coordinates, and names. Laura, 34, red-haired. Michael, 12, freckles. Nearby are the amounts. 5,000. 5,000, 8,000. At the end of the list is our last name. They were selling people, I whispered. We were the next batch. Zach snatched the notebook from my hands, flipping through the pages. His face contorted in disgust. "There are more addresses here." He pointed to the notes in the corner. "Maybe these are their bases?" Emily grabbed my sleeve. We need to go to the police. Now, the road is uphill. I pointed to a gap between the trees. There may be a communications tower. We moved forward, leaving the body on the road. The rain continued unabated, soaking to the bone. After an hour of climbing, Zach tripped over a rock, spraining his ankle. Emily gritted her teeth and tore open the hem of her shirt to fix the bandage. "Dad, look." Zach pointed at the cliff ahead. At the top was a mast with an antenna. The tower was abandoned. The door to the technical booth was torn off its hinges, and inside there was trashed equipment and broken monitors. But there was a walkie-talkie on the floor. I tried to turn it on, and the light blinked yellow. Maybe it's working? Emily grabbed the microphone. "Hello? Somebody. We need help." Just a crackle. Suddenly, a voice came from the speaker. "I see you." We froze. "Who's that?" I tore out the microphone. "Go away, they're everywhere." The voice disappeared. The radio hissed, then gave a clear signal. Someone's cold laughter. "Hi, David," the man said. "You killed my brother." Emily gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. "Who are you?" I gripped the microphone until my knuckles turned white. "You're in my forest. Here I decide who will leave." Pause. "Do you want to save your family? Go back to the cabin." "I'm waiting." The connection was interrupted. Zach cursed, hurling the jar at the wall. "It's a trap," Emily whispered. "He wants us to come back." "We have no choice." I looked at the map from a notebook. "If we leave, they'll find us. If we stay, we'll die of cold." We went back down to the lake, stealthily, like shadows. The boat was still on the shore. We rowed in silence, each immersed in his own thoughts. The light was on at the dock of the cabin. "He wasn't there when we left," Emily swallowed. I got out first, knife ready. The door was open. In the living room, a man in a black raincoat was sitting on the sofa. Next to him is the thin one, the one who escaped. There was a laptop on the table and a live broadcast on the screen. "Sit down," the man pointed to the chairs. "We will come to a civilized agreement." "Where's my son?" Emily lunged forward, but I held her back. The thin man clicked the bolt of his pistol. "Zach's safe. For now," the man smiled. "You killed my brother. Now you owe me. What do you want?" I whispered. "You will replace him. Shoot a couple of scenes for me." He opened the suitcase. Inside there are video cameras, instruments, vials of medicines. "Or you'll all die." Emily began to sob. Zach, pale, was staring at the gun. I felt the knife in my hand getting heavier. "No," I said. The man nodded at the thin man. He raised his gun, pointing it at Emily. A click. Empty. At that moment, I jumped. The knife entered the man's throat. Warm blood splattered on the walls. The thin man dropped his weapon and rushed to the door, but Zach hit him on the head with a pipe. Silence. A message popped up on the laptop screen. The broadcast has begun. Carrie was lying on the grass, bloodied, with torn legs, arm and chest, the skin on which hung in rags, and bones sticking out of the wounds like white daggers. Her breathing was hoarse, ragged, and each breath was accompanied by the gurgling of blood in her throat, mixed with gasoline, which burned her wounds. The drone hovering above her illuminated her face with a bright spotlight, recording every detail: sweat, tears, blood flowing on the grass, and the charred edges of her skin where gasoline had already begun to act. Laughter came from the speaker, low, creepy, like those who enjoyed her suffering, mixed with whispers. "Carrie? Carrie!" Her eyes, filled with horror, followed the four figures surrounding her. Mark with an axe, a woman with a camera, a man with a gun, and a man with a shovel, whose faces were empty, covered with dirt and scars, like those who had long ceased to be human. A man with a gun, with short hair and scars on his arms, raised the barrel, aiming at Carrie's head, and fired. The bullet shattered her skull, the meat shattered, the bones cracked, and blood sprayed like a fountain, flooding the grass, the camera, and the faces of all three. Her brain, wet and red, fell out onto the ground, mixing with blood, and her eyes popped out of their sockets, remaining on stalks full of horror. The drone continued filming, bringing the camera closer to her shattered head, capturing every shard of bone, every piece of flesh, every drop of blood trickling down the grass. But it wasn't the end. Mark Tall, with broad shoulders and scars on his face, raised an axe and brought it down on her neck, severing her head with a crunch that echoed across the field. The meat exploded, the bones split, blood gushed out in a river, flooding the ground and Mark's hands. The skin sagged like a rag. Carrie's head fell. Her eyes were still open, full of agony, Her mouth was frozen in a silent scream, and blood was running down the grass, mixing with ash from gasoline. The woman with the camera laughed, recording how the flesh tore, how the bones fell out, how the skin charred from a fire that began to lick the body. A man with a shovel splashed gasoline on her remains, and the smell of fuel mixed with blood and dirt, causing nausea. He flicked the lighter, and the fire broke out, devouring Carrie's body. The skin cracked, the meat sizzled, the bones turned black, until only ashes and charred fragments remained. Flames licked at her face, charring what was left of her eyes, nose, and mouth, leaving only embers and smoke. A woman with a camera filmed how the fire devoured the field, how the grass hissed, as Carrie's bones smoldered, turning to dust, but they didn't stop. A man with an axe began to dismember her charred remains. He cut off her hand. The meat tore, the bone cracked, blood mixed with ashes splattered on the grass. The woman with the camera laughed, recording how the flesh tore, how the bones fell out, how the skin charred completely. The second man splashed more gasoline, intensifying the flames, and the fire engulfed the field, devouring everything: grass, trees, Carrie's remains. Her charred bones sizzled, her skin cracked, and the smell of burnt flesh mixed with smoke rising to the sky like a distress signal. The drone, still hovering, recorded how the flames devoured the field, and laughter came from a speaker. "Carrie is our number 9. The next act begins." They packed her charred remains into a suitcase, the same as the ones in a house, and attached a note written in blood: "Carrie, you are the star of our show." A helicopter hovering over the field lowered the rope, and they flew away, leaving the field on fire, smoke rising into the sky as a grim reminder. But the next day, someone found a suitcase in the woods. A girl with a backpack and a flashlight. She opened it, saw ashes, bones, blood, and her face turned pale. Inside was a new note written in blood: "You're next if you're watching." She dropped her suitcase and ran, but the drone hovering over her turned on the spotlight, and a voice from the speaker said, "Welcome to the game." The network, which watched everything through drones, cameras, and helicopters, continued to work, turning fear, blood, and death into a business show where every scream, every shot, and every murder were mounted and sold to those who paid for such terrifying moments. Carrie became part of their collection, but her death was not the last, and the field where she died became a new scene for their nightmare, where the next victim was already waiting in the wings. A week later, the police raided the cabin. They found 12 bodies, including mine. But they're still arguing in chat rooms. Some swear they saw a man with a scar on his face and a teenager in a black hoodie come out of the woods and get into a black SUV. They say they're heading north. They say they're still on the air. I was lying on the hay in an old barn, feeling the blood soaking everything around me and the pain tearing my body to pieces. My leg, broken and twisted at an unnatural angle, throbbed so violently that every breath seemed to be my last. Sarah was moaning nearby, her torn leg leaving dark spots on the floor, and the wound on her forehead was oozing blood down her pale face, mixing with dirt and tears. The smell of gasoline that had been poured over us was suffocating, permeating our nostrils with an acrid, nauseating stench that mixed with the dampness of the barn and the metallic taste of blood. We were on edge, and every sound, heavy footsteps outside, the drone buzzing overhead, the creaking of dilapidated walls, reinforced the feeling that we were no longer human, but prey trapped. The barn door slammed open, and a figure appeared in the doorway, a guy on a motorcycle with a tattoo of 007 on his neck and a knife in his hand. His leather jacket was stained with dried blood, and his eyes glittered with a cold, calculating light, like those of a predator who knows his prey is not going anywhere. He was followed by a small boy about 10 years old with a bruised face and a kitchen knife clutched in a trembling hand. His eyes were empty, but there was a strange confidence in them, as if he had seen this before. He looked at me and said softly, almost in a whisper, "You have to stay. They pay for it." The guy with the tattoo nodded at him, and the boy took a step toward me. I tried to crawl away, but the ropes bit into my skin, and my broken leg caused a flash of pain so sharp that I screamed. The boy bent over me, his dirty fingers trembling, but his movements were precise. He tightened the knots even more tightly so that the blood stopped flowing to his hands. They were numb, and my head was buzzing from the blow he had inflicted on me with the handle of the knife. The skin on his temple burst, and blood flowed down his face, flooding his eyes. "You're special, Carrie," the tattooed guy said, his voice hoarse, laced with tobacco and menace. "They chose you for a reason. Who are they?" I croaked, but he just grinned, wiping the knife on the sleeve of his jacket. "Those who are watching," he replied. "Those who pay. It's a show, Carrie. You're the main star." The drone hovered closer, its spotlight blinded me, and a voice from a speaker, cold and mechanical, said, "The next stage begins." I didn't understand what was going on, but I felt that it wasn't just sadism. There was a plan behind it, cold, thoughtful, and inhumane. The guy turned to Sarah. She lay motionless, her chest barely rising, blood from her leg pouring into the hay, turning it into a sticky, dark mass. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to the center of the barn, leaving a wide trail of blood behind her. The knife in his hand flashed, and I screamed, "No! Leave her alone!" But he wasn't listening. The blade came down, stabbing into her shoulder. Sarah jerked, her muffled, gag moan breaking the silence, and blood splattered on the walls, flooding my face in a warm, sticky wave. I rushed to her, but the boy hit me on the head. The world swam, my ears rang, and the blood from the wound on my temple mixed with tears. "Quiet," he said, his voice calm, like an adult accustomed to such a routine. The guy wiped the knife on his pants and took a step towards me. "Your turn," he said, "but not immediately. They want you to suffer." He leaned so close that I could smell blood and sweat on his breath. The scars on his face seemed alive in the drone's spotlight. "Millions are watching, Carrie," he whispered. "Through this drone. They pay for your every tear, for your every cry. You were someone in your life, and now they want to see you break down." Tears flowed down my cheeks, mixing with blood, and I remember my life, school, friends, dreams. All this was bait for some sick experiment where I became a toy in the hands of madmen. But then there was a noise, not a helicopter, not sirens, but something alive, primitive. A dog jumped out of the darkness, huge, black, with burning eyes and bared fangs. She growled and rushed at the guy. Her teeth bit into his leg. He screamed, dropping the knife, and collapsed to the floor, trying to fight back. The boy lunged at her with a knife, but the dog dodged and sank its fangs into his arm. He screamed, dropping his weapon, and crawled into a corner, clutching his bloody hand to his chest. This was my chance. I rolled over to Sarah trying to untie her ropes, but my fingers were numb, and the blood from the wound made it difficult to see. The guy limped up, grabbed an axe thrown by one of the first tormentors, and swung at the dog. The blade plunged into her side. She screamed, jumped back, leaving a trail of blood, but did not retreat. Her growl became lower, fiercer. "Damn thing," he growled, wiping the sweat and blood from his face. He turned to me, the axe in his hand dripping with dark dog blood. "Do you think it will save you?" he said, stepping closer. But then a voice came from outside, rough and loud. "What's going on here?" The guy froze, looking around. The sound of sirens became clearer, and the helicopter that had left with the first 3 tormentors returned, hovering over the barn. The voice from the drone said, "Let's go. The experiment is over." The guy cursed, dropped the axe, and grabbed the boy by the arm. "I'll come back for you, Carrie," he said, dragging the boy away. The drone turned off the searchlight and flew away after them. Sarah lay motionless, her breathing stopped, her chest froze. The dog, bleeding profusely, crawled up to me and licked my face. Her hot breath was the only living warmth in this hell. I heard the bike start up and speed away, and the sirens were getting closer. I was left alone in the dark, tied up, with a dying dog next to me. My strength was draining away, and blood was flowing from my wounds, mixing with gasoline and dirt. But I knew I had to hold on. It wasn't the end, it was the beginning of something bigger, some kind of hunt where I became the prey. To survive, I needed to become a hunter. The police burst into the barn, their flashlights illuminating the nightmare. Me, bound and bleeding, next to Sarah's lifeless body and the panting dog. I was untied, but I could barely move. The pain and loss of blood turned my body into a solid lump of agony. Sarah was carried out on a stretcher, but I knew she was dead. Her skin was as cold as the earth under the hay. At the hospital, doctors saved my life, but my leg remained crippled. The bone was crushed in several places, and after the operations, I could only limp. But the physical pain was nothing compared to what was going on in my head. Every night I saw them, the guy with the tattoo, the boy with the knife, the woman with the camera. Their laughter, their cold eyes haunted me. I woke up gasping, smelling gasoline and blood, as if I were still lying in that barn. The police launched an investigation, but it sank into the void. The drone was registered to a fake, and the track stopped. I told them everything I knew, but they had no evidence. Then I decided to act on my own. As soon as I could walk, I started searching about underground betting, about shows where people pay for someone else's pain. I searched the internet, interviewed people, contacted journalists. The deeper I dug, the clearer I realized these are not just sadists, but a system. Huge, ruthless, like a machine that grinds lives for profit. One day I received a letter. No signature, just words. You are not the first, and you will not be the last. Forget it. There was a picture attached to it, me in a barn, tied up, covered in blood. Warning. But I couldn't stop. I kept looking, but the fear grew. I was being followed, dark silhouettes on the streets, rustling behind me, calls from unknown numbers. One day, I returned home and saw a mess. Furniture was overturned, things were scattered, and there was writing on the wall in blood, "You're next." Then I received a message from a man who promised the truth. He made an appointment in an abandoned warehouse. I knew it was a trap, but I went, taking a knife and a dictaphone. It was dark inside. Suddenly, the light flashed on, and I saw him, the guy with the 007 tattoo, with the same smile that was in the barn. A boy stood nearby, clutching a knife. "You came, Carrie," the guy said. "I knew you couldn't resist." "Why?" I asked, clutching the knife in my hand. "It's a business," he replied. "People pay to see people like you break down. You were a star, and they want to continue." "You're monsters," I hissed. The boy lunged at me, but I dodged and hit him. He fell down, and the guy pulled out a gun. "You've lost," he said, aiming. A shot rang out. He collapsed, blood gushing from his chest. Behind him stood a woman with a camera, a pistol in her hand, and a crazy smile. "He was right," she said. "The audience wants a show, and you'll be a star." She pointed the gun at me, but I lunged at her, knocking the gun out. We fought, but she hit me on the head. I fell, losing consciousness. I woke up tied up on the warehouse floor. The drone hovered over me, its camera buzzing, filming. A voice from the speaker said, "The show is starting." I realized that this is the end. They won't stop until they kill me, and millions will be watching. The tears were flowing, but then there was a noise. The dog, the one from the barn, jumped out of the darkness. Her side was scarred, but her eyes were burning. She clutched at the woman's throat. She screamed. Blood splattered on the walls. I untied the ropes, grabbed a knife, and stabbed her. She collapsed, and the dog jumped back, panting. I stood up, staggering, staring at the drone. The camera was working. This is not the end, they will come back. I got out, supporting the dog, and disappeared into the darkness. But I knew I was part of their game. They will hunt me forever. A month has passed. I hid, but the shadows wouldn't let go. Every night I heard footsteps, drone, drone, a child's voice, "You have to stay." One day, I woke up to the smell of gasoline. The window was broken, and there was a note on the floor, "The show is not over." I ran, but they found me. In the field, in the rain, I was surrounded by a guy with a tattoo, resurrected with a hole in his chest from which black blood was flowing. A boy with a knife. His hand was rotting, but he was smiling. A woman with a camera. Her throat was torn, but she was filming. The drone hovered over us, and its voice said, "Finale, Carrie." The dog rushed at them, but they tore it apart. Blood covered the grass, and I screamed until the guy grabbed me. His knife stabbed into my shoulder, the boy was cutting my legs, the woman was laughing, filming. The pain burned my mind, and I realized they weren't people. These are the demons spawned by those who are watching. They let me live. Bound, covered in blood, with the number 008 carved on her chest. The drone flew away, but I could hear voices, millions of voices, whispering my name. I lay in the rain, feeling my sanity bleed away. The dog was dead, Sarah was dead, and I became something else, not a person, but a shadow, doomed to exist in their show. I laughed hoarsely, madly. They won. I've lost my mind, and now I'm a part of them. The footsteps were getting closer, and I knew this was just the beginning. In a quiet neighborhood where houses lined the narrow streets like neat boxes, lived a woman named Carrie. She was in her 20s with long brown hair that she usually wore in a ponytail, and her hands were covered with small scratches from working in a flower shop. Carrie was lonely but not desperate. She loved solitude, walks in the park, and evening movies with popcorn. Her life flowed quietly until she met Mark, a man with broad shoulders, dark eyes, and a smile that seemed sincere but sometimes too intense. Mark was a new neighbor who lived across the street in a house with peeling paint and a sagging porch. He worked as a mechanic, his hands were covered in engine oil, and his clothes smelled of gasoline and metal. They met by chance. Carrie dropped a bouquet of roses, and Mark helped her pick it up by offering coffee at a local cafe. Their first meetings were ordinary, talking about the weather, laughing at old movies, walking under the starry sky. Carrie liked his confidence, but sometimes she noticed how he looked at her for too long, how his fingers gripped the steering wheel of the car when they returned home. One day, Mark proposed a romantic date, dinner at his house, with wine, candles, and dishes that he supposedly cooked himself. Carrie agreed, putting on her best dress and taking a small bouquet of flowers with her as a token of gratitude. Mark's house turned out to be gloomy, with narrow corridors, old wallpaper, and the smell of damp, but she attributed it to his busy schedule. The evening began quietly. They ate pasta, drank wine, and laughed at jokes. But then Carrie noticed that Mark had become nervous. His fingers were shaking as he poured the wine, and his eyes darted around the room as if he was waiting for someone. After dinner, he suggested watching a movie in the basement, where, according to him, there was an old projector. Carrie went down the creaking stairs, holding a glass of wine, but the basement was cold, with stained concrete walls and a musty smell. She heard footsteps, not his, but someone else's, heavy as a grown man's, but there was little light, and she couldn't see who it was. Mark slammed the door shut, and Carrie felt her heart start to pound. She asked what was going on, but he just smiled too broadly and said, "That's part of the surprise." The next day, Carrie returned home, but her phone started ringing from an unknown number. She didn't pick up the phone, but the voice on the answering machine was low, hoarse, repeating her name. "Carrie? Carrie." Her hands trembled, but she thought it was Mark's joke. But the sounds did not subside. Every evening, she heard footsteps outside the window, creaking floorboards, thuds, as if someone was wandering through her house. She bought a night vision camera, a small one with a motion sensor, and installed it in the living room, pointing it at the window. The next morning, after checking the recording, she saw a shadow, indistinct, but moving like a human figure, gliding along the wall, although there was no wind. One day, while checking her mail, Carrie found a note embedded between the bills. The paper was wrinkled and smelled of tobacco, and the text was handwritten in black ink. "Carrie, you shouldn't have come to him. Your hour's now." Her fingers trembled, but she didn't throw the note away. She hid it in a drawer, deciding that it was a mistake. But the footsteps became more frequent, and now laughter mingled with them, low like Mark's, but louder, as if someone else was nearby. Carrie began to be afraid to fall asleep, holding a knife and a phone next to her, but the network often disappeared, and help did not come. One night, when the footsteps became unbearable, she took a camera and a knife, going to the window. The shadow on the recording was moving again, now with something long in its hands, like a stick or a hammer. Carrie noticed how the door to the basement of her house opened, although it was locked twice. She came down, limping on crutches after a recent leg injury, and saw footprints, deep, like from heavy boots, stretching to the basement. There on the floor was a new note taped to the pipe. "Carrie, we're waiting for you. Don't scream." Her fear turned into panic, but she didn't know how to get out of this nightmare. Carrie stood in the basement, clutching a knife in one hand and a night vision camera in the other, her leg in a cast throbbing with pain as she leaned on crutches. Footprints on the floor, deep as from heavy boots, stretched to the pipe, where there was a crumpled note, smelling of tobacco and damp. Her heart was pounding so hard that she could feel it echoing in her chest, but she couldn't let fear get the better of her. She unfolded the note, and her fingers trembled. "Carrie, we are waiting for you. Don't scream." She turned on the camera, pointing it at the basement door, and noticed movement, a shadow, vague but human, sliding along the wall, although there was no one in the basement. Carrie took a step back, and her crutch caught on an old board, causing her to fall to her knees. The cast cracked, sending a sharp pain up her leg, but she didn't scream. She was afraid that the sound would betray her. The footsteps above became louder, heavy like an adult man's, and laughter mingled with them, low, hoarse like Mark's, but louder, as if someone else was nearby. She got up, leaning on the knife, and headed for the stairs, where the light from the flashlight cast long shadows on the walls. There on the first step was a new note, crumpled and smelling of earth. "Carrie, you're too close. Open the door." She looked at the door. It was locked with rusty bolts, which she had checked in the morning. but the sound of footsteps grew closer, now from behind the living room door, and Carrie heard the handle turn, even though the lock was on 2 turns. She rushed to the door, but it swung open, and Mark stood in the doorway, tall, with broad shoulders, in a dirty work jacket, with a face covered with scars and dried blood. He was holding a hammer in his hands, a heavy one with a jagged blade covered with something sticky. "You shouldn't have come here," he said hoarsely, stepping forward. Carrie stabbed him in the arm with a knife, and the hammer fell out, plunging into the floor. Mark growled and grabbed her by the hair, but she twisted away, falling to the floor. Her cast cracked harder, and pain shot through her leg, but she managed to hit his knee. The bone cracked and he fell, but instead of screaming, he laughed a low, creepy laugh, as if it were a game. Carrie rushed to the window, but she heard footsteps, heavy, like those of several people. She looked around and saw 2 men and a woman in work jackets with tools. One was holding an axe, the other a canister of gasoline, the third a camera pointed at her. They took their time, as if they knew she wasn't going anywhere. Carrie locked the door, but the axe pierced through the wood, leaving splinters on the floor. She hid in the bedroom, which smelled of old wallpaper and dust, but the sound of footsteps grew louder, and she noticed a camera on the wall, a small one with a red indicator, installed without her knowledge. Someone was watching her, recording her every step. In the bedroom, she found an old closet full of clothes and boxes, and hid inside, huddled against a cold tree. But the whisper came back, now from the pipes, low, hoarse, repeating her name. "Carrie, Carrie." She took out her phone to call for help, but the network was gone, and the battery was flashing red. Then she noticed a new note on the shelf, taped to her clothes. "Carrie, you're ours. Don't hide." Her fingers trembled, but she heard the bedroom door open and heavy footsteps enter. The axe hit the cabinet, splitting the wood, and Carrie jumped out, hitting the man with the axe with the hammer. His fingers cracked, blood splattered on the walls, but he screamed, and the woman with the camera laughed as she recorded her escape. Carrie ran out the back door, but the field behind the house was empty, just dry grass and bushes. Her leg hurt so much that she could barely move, but she heard the shots, not close, but enough to know they wouldn't stop. She hid behind a tree, but a small drone with a camera and a spotlight hovered over her, illuminating her bloodied face. A voice came from a speaker. "Carrie, you can't hide. We're recording your every move." She threw a rock at the drone, and it fell, but immediately a new one appeared with a brighter light. Carrie pressed herself against the tree, feeling the dry bark scratch her back, and the cast on her leg pressing down, sending a sharp pain up her body. The drone hovering above her illuminated her bloodied face with a bright spotlight, and the same hoarse voice came from the speaker. "Carrie, you can't hide. We're recording your every move." Her heart was beating so hard that she could hear its echo in her ears, but she couldn't move. Her leg refused to obey, and the crutches were left in the house. Blood from the torn cast flowed across the grass, mixing with dirt, and the skin on his knee hung in rags, exposing a wound where the bone was visible. 3 men came out of the darkness of the field, Mark with an axe, a woman with a camera, and another man tall, with a bald head, holding a pistol. Their faces were covered with dirt and dried blood, their eyes empty, like those who had long lost their humanity, but their movements were precise, like hunters. Mark stepped closer, his axe gleaming in the spotlight, covered in rust and marks Carrie didn't want to recognize. The woman filmed Carrie's every move, pointing the camera at her trembling face like a victim in a reality show. Carrie started to run, limping, but the axe plunged into the ground in front of her, kicking up a fountain of sand and mud. She fell, hitting her shoulder, and felt her skin tear, blood trickling down her sleeve. She crawled, clinging to the roots, but the bullet from a man's pistol plunged into the ground nearby, showering her with fragments of bark. Carrie screamed, but immediately fell silent when she heard a whisper, now not from the pipes, but from behind her, low as a breath on her neck, repeating, "Carrie? Carrie?" She turned around, but saw no one, only the shadows of the trees and the drone, which approached, illuminating her bloody hands. Laughter came from the speaker, low and eerie, as if someone was enjoying her fear. "You are our star," the voice said, and Mark raised the axe, preparing to strike. Carrie hit him with a rock she found in the grass, breaking his nose. Blood splattered, drenching his face and the ground, but he didn't stop, just laughed like a madman and hit her leg with an axe. The blade cut into flesh, splitting bone with a crunch that echoed across the field. Blood gushed out, drenching the grass, and the meat tore open, exposing tendons and crushed bones. Carrie screamed, but her voice was cut off when a bullet from a pistol hit her shoulder, tearing her muscles. She fell down, gasping in pain, but the drone continued to shoot, bringing the camera closer to her face, eyes full of tears, mouth distorted with agony. The woman with the camera laughed, her voice high-pitched, almost childlike, but cold as ice. "It's beautiful," she said, and Mark chopped off her other leg. The meat flew apart, the bones cracked, the blood flooded the field like a red river. Carrie was still breathing, wheezing, her consciousness fading from pain and loss of blood, but she heard a whisper, now from the bushes low, repeating her name. "Carrie? Carrie." A man with a gun splashed gasoline on her body, the smell of fuel mixed with blood and dirt, causing nausea. The woman with the camera approached, filming how gasoline was running down her skin, how the wounds were bleeding, how Carrie's eyes were glassy with fear. Mark raised the axe, preparing for another blow, but Carrie was still clinging to life, clutching the ground with bloody fingers. The drone, still hovering, recorded every detail, the blood, the wounds, her trembling body. Laughter came from the speaker. "You're our new act, Carrie. Get ready for the finals." They surrounded her, shooting from different angles, like directors on a movie set. The woman bent down, took her phone, checked her notes, and said, "We know everything about you. Your house, your habits, your fears." Mark raised the axe above his head, preparing for the final blow, but Carrie was still breathing, wheezing, her eyes staring at the drone, at the camera, at those faces that didn't stop. The man's gun paused, aiming at her head, and the shovel he held at the ready was ready to plunge into her stomach. But at that moment, the drone hovered closer, and a voice from a speaker said, "The end is coming, Carrie. You are our masterpiece. You said yes, which, according to your rules, means the continuation of the story. The title remains From Date Night to Fright Night, True Horror Stories You Won't Believe, translation, from a romantic date to a night of horror, real scary stories you won't believe. I'll take your requirements into account. No mysticism, just reality, American style, full of tin. I'll add even more terrible details with harassment, surveillance via drones, whispers, and tension, like in the movie. I continue in Russian with 7,000 characters, variety, and details, but I will stop before the most terrible ending so that you can say the end to finish. I am writing in full text without chapters." Carrie was lying on the grass, bloodied, with torn legs, arm and chest, the skin on which hung in rags, and bones sticking out of the wounds like white daggers. Her breathing was hoarse, ragged, and each breath was accompanied by the gurgling of blood in her throat, mixed with gasoline, which burned her wounds. The drone hovering above her illuminated her face with a bright spotlight, recording every detail: sweat, tears, blood flowing on the grass, and the charred edges of her skin where gasoline had already begun to act. Laughter came from the speaker, low, creepy, like those who enjoyed her suffering, mixed with whispers. "Carrie? Carrie?" Her eyes filled with horror followed the four figures surrounding her. Mark with an axe, a woman with a camera, a man with a gun, and another man with a shovel, whose faces were empty, covered with dirt and scars, like those who had long ceased to be human. Mark, tall, with broad shoulders and scars on his face, froze, holding an axe over her chest, ready to strike, but stopped when he heard a new sound, a helicopter returning from a sky, descending lower, illuminating the field with a spotlight. A voice came from the drone speaker. "Keep her alive for another minute. This is the climax." The woman with the camera laughed, her voice high-pitched, almost childlike, but cold as ice. "It's beautiful," she said, pointing the lens closer to Carrie's face, capturing her dilated pupils, tears streaming down her cheeks, and blood drenching the grass. A man with a shovel splashed gasoline on her body, the smell of fuel mixed with blood and dirt, making Carrie feel sick. She tried to move, but her torn legs and arm wouldn't obey. The meat was torn, the bones were sticking out, the skin sagged like a rag. She was wheezing, gasping for breath, but the drone continued filming, bringing the camera closer to her mouth, where blood bubbled with every breath. A new whisper came from a speaker. "Carrie, don't resist. This is your ending." Her eyes darted to the drone, then to the figures, and she noticed how a woman with a camera held a microphone to her face, recording her breathing, hoarse, ragged, full of agony. Carrie gathered her last strength, hitting the woman with a stone found in the grass, breaking her nose. Blood splattered, flooding the camera lens, but Mark didn't give her time. He brought the axe down on her chest, but not deeply, only cutting through the skin so that the blood flowed in a thin trickle. The pain was unbearable. The meat tore and Carrie screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the laughter of a man with a shovel who splashed gasoline on the wound, intensifying the burning. The skin on her chest was bubbling, charred from the interaction with the fuel, but she was still breathing, wheezing, clutching the ground with bloody fingers. The man with the gun raised the barrel, aiming at her head, but at that moment a new man descended from the helicopter, a man with short hair and scars on his arms, holding a second gun. His face was calm, almost emotionless, but his eyes sparkled like those of a man possessed. "Leave her to me," he said, and Mark stepped back, lowering the axe. The woman with the camera laughed, pointing the lens at the new man, who splashed more gasoline with a shovel, preparing to set it on fire. Carrie felt her consciousness fade from pain and blood loss, but she still heard a whisper, now from the bushes low, repeating her name. "Carrie? Carrie." Her eyes looked at the guns, at the drone, at those faces that didn't stop. The man with the gun stepped closer, raised his weapon, aiming at her leg, and fired. The bullet tore through the flesh, the meat flew apart, the bone cracked, and blood gushed out like a fountain, flooding the grass. Carrie screamed, but her voice was cut off when the second shot hit her arm, tearing through muscles and bones. The man with the shovel raised the tool, preparing to plunge it into her stomach, but the new man with the gun stopped him. "Take your time. This is our best shot." He held a microphone up to Carrie's face, recording her wheezing, weak, gurgling, full of agony. The drone approached, its camera focused on her horrified eyes, and a voice from the speaker said, "The end is coming, Carrie. You are our masterpiece." The axe, shovel, and pistols froze around her, ready for the final blow. But at that moment the helicopter hovered lower, and ropes for people with tools descended from it. Carrie was still breathing, wheezing. Her body was covered in blood, gasoline, and dirt. Her legs and arms were torn. Her chest was bleeding, but she was alive. On the verge, but alive. The drone continued filming, its camera recording every movement, and laughter came from the speaker. "You're our number 9. The next act is ready." The man with the gun raised the barrel, aiming at Carrie's head, but did not fire, allowing fear to flood her mind. The shovel and axe hovered over her body, ready for the final blow, and the whispers from the bushes grew louder. "Carrie? Carrie?" Carrie was lying on the grass, bloodied, with torn legs, arm, and chest, the skin on which hung in rags, and bones sticking out of the wounds like white daggers. Her breathing was hoarse, ragged, and each breath was accompanied by the gurgling of blood in her throat, mixed with gasoline, which burned her wounds. The drone hovering above her illuminated her face with a bright spotlight, recording every detail: sweat, tears, blood flowing on the grass, and the charred edges of her skin where gasoline had already begun to act. Laughter came from the speaker, low, creepy, like those who enjoyed her suffering, mixed with whispers. "Carrie? Carrie?" Her eyes, filled with horror, followed the 4 figures surrounding her: Mark with an axe, a woman with a camera, a man with a gun, and a man with a shovel, whose faces were empty, covered with dirt and scars, like those who had long ceased to be human. A man with a gun, with short hair and scars on his arms, raised the barrel, aiming at Carrie's head, and fired. The bullet shattered her skull, the meat shattered, the bones cracked, and blood sprayed like a fountain, flooding the grass, the camera, and the faces of all 3. Her brain, wet and red, fell out onto the ground, mixing with blood, and her eyes popped out of their sockets, remaining on stalks full of horror. The drone continued filming, bringing the camera closer to her shattered head, capturing every shard of bone, every piece of flesh, every drop of blood trickling down the grass. But it wasn't the end. Mark Tall, with broad shoulders and scars on his face, raised an axe and brought it down on her neck, severing her head with a crunch that echoed across the field. The meat exploded, the bones split, blood gushed out in a river, flooding the ground, and Mark's hands, the skin sagged like a rag. Carrie's head fell. Her eyes were still open, full of agony. Her mouth was frozen in a silent scream, and blood was running down the grass, mixing with ash from gasoline. The woman with the camera laughed, recording how the flesh tore, how the bones fell out, how the skin charred from a fire that began to lick the body. A man with a shovel splashed gasoline on her remains, and the smell of fuel mixed with blood and dirt, causing nausea. He flicked the lighter, and the fire broke out, devouring Carrie's body. The skin cracked, the meat sizzled, the bones turned black, until only ashes and charred fragments remained. Flames licked at her face, charring what was left of her eyes, nose, and mouth, leaving only embers and smoke. A woman with a camera filmed how the fire devoured the field, how the grass hissed as Carrie's bones smoldered, turning to dust. But they didn't stop. A man with an axe began to dismember her charred remains. He cut off her hand, the meat tore, the bone cracked, blood mixed with ashes splattered on the grass. The woman with the camera laughed, recording how the flesh tore, how the bones fell out, how the skin charred completely. The second man splashed more gasoline, intensifying the flames, and the fire engulfed the field, devouring everything: grass, trees, Carrie's remains. Her charred bones sizzled, her skin cracked, and the smell of burnt flesh mixed with smoke rising to the sky like a distress signal. The drone, still hovering, recorded how the flames devoured the field, and laughter came from the speaker. "Carrie is our number 9. The next act begins." They packed her charred remains into a suitcase, the same as the ones in the house, and attached a note written in blood: "Carrie, you are the star of our show." A helicopter hovering over the field lowered the rope, and they flew away, leaving the field on fire, smoke rising into the sky as a grim reminder. But the next day, someone found a suitcase in the Woodsay girl with a backpack and a flashlight. She opened it, saw ashes, bones, blood, and her face turned pale. Inside was a new note written in blood: "You're next if you're watching." She dropped her suitcase and ran, but the drone hovering over her turned on the spotlight, and a voice from the speaker said, "Welcome to the game." The network, which watched everything through drones, cameras, and helicopters, continued to work, turning fear, blood, and death into a business show where every scream, every shot, and every murder were mounted and sold to those who paid for such terrifying moments. Carrie became part of their collection, but her death was not the last, and the field where she died became a new scene for their nightmare, where the next victim was already waiting in the wings. A woman named Linda lived in an old house where the walls were covered with cracks and the floor creaked underfoot. She was in her 30s, with thin arms covered with scratches from gardening and a leg encased in plaster after falling down the stairs a couple months ago. She lived alone in a 2-story building with narrow corridors and an attic hatch that rarely opened due to rusty hinges. The house was her hiding place, but also her curse. It was too old, with peeling paint and pipes that hummed as if someone was breathing inside them. Linda loved silence, but it became her enemy, because in this silence she began to hear sounds that she could not explain. Her day began with morning coffee, black and bitter, in a rusty mug she found in a box in the attic. She was sitting on the couch, looking out the window at an empty street where neighbors rarely appeared and cars drove by once an hour. Her leg in a cast made it difficult for her to move, and she moved on crutches, leaving scratches on the floor from metal tips. Linda worked remotely, translating documents, but in recent weeks her work has stalled. Too often she was distracted by strange sounds, creaks, rustles, thuds that came from the walls or ceiling. One night, as she lay on an old mattress covered in sweat stains, she heard a whisper. Not outside, but inside the house, from the wall behind her bed. At first she thought it was the wind, but the sound was too clear, a low, masculine voice that was saying something indistinct, as if reciting a prayer backwards. Linda turned on the light, but the room was empty. Only the shadows from the furniture trembled on the walls. She knocked on the wall. The sound was muffled, as if there was something dense behind the drywall, maybe pipes or a void. But the whisper did not subside, it became louder, and it seemed to her that he said her name, Linda. The next day, she decided to explore. With crutches in her hands, she climbed the stairs to the second floor, where the walls were covered with old wallpaper, which had fallen off in places, and the gray drywall was exposed. She took the hammer she was using to fix the floor and knocked on the bedroom wall. The sound was strange. Somewhere it was empty, somewhere it was muffled, as if there was a hidden room or passage behind the wall. Linda made an incision, and the drywall crumbled, exposing wires and a layer of dust. But there was nothing inside, just a musty smell and cobwebs. However, the whisper returned that night, closer now, from the wall in the living room, and with it, a light knock, as if someone was scratching the drywall from the inside. Linda bought a night vision camera, a small one with a motion sensor, and installed it in the bedroom, pointing it at the wall. The next morning, after checking the recording, she saw a shadow, vague but moving, like a human figure gliding along the wall. It couldn't be the shadow of the furniture, The camera was recording movement that wasn't in the room. She assumed it was a neighbor who had climbed in through the ventilation or a tramp, but all the windows and doors were locked and there were no footprints on the floor. She began to suspect that someone was following her, but she didn't know how that was possible. One day, while checking her mailbox, she found a note embedded between the bills. The paper was wrinkled and smelled of tobacco, and the text was handwritten in black ink. "Linda, I can hear you breathing. Don't resist." Her heart started pounding, but she didn't drop the note. She hid it in a drawer, deciding that it was someone's malicious joke. But the whispering in the walls became more frequent, and now footsteps mingled with it, heavy like an adult man's, but always from behind walls where there were no passageways. Linda installed new locks, checked every crack, but the sound did not subside. She began to be afraid to fall asleep, holding a hammer and a phone next to her, but the network often disappeared, and help did not come. One night, the whisper became a scream, short, sharp, as if someone was calling her from the wall. Linda took a camera and a hammer, went to the wall in the living room, and made a new incision. There was nothing inside, but at the bottom there was a new note taped to the wire. "Linda, I'm here. Open the door." She looked at the door. It was locked, but the sound of footsteps was now coming from a hallway. Linda turned on the light, but there was no one there, just the creak of floorboards under her crutches. She returned to the bedroom, but the sound of footsteps grew louder, and she noticed scratches on the wall, fresh, deep, like from a knife. Her fear turned into panic, but she didn't know how to get out of this nightmare. You said next, which I interpret as yes, the continuation of the story. The title remains Whispers in the Walls, The Silent Stalker. Translation: Whispers in the Walls, The Silent Stalker. I'll take your requirements into account. No mysticism, just reality, American style, a 7,000-character main plot, full of tin, variety, and tension, like in a movie. I write in Russian, in full text, without chapters. Linda stood in the bedroom, clutching a hammer in one hand and a night vision camera in the other, her leg in a cast throbbing with pain as she leaned on crutches. The scratches on the wall were fresh and deep, stretching down as if someone had scratched them with a knife, leaving white marks on the gray drywall. The footsteps in the hallway grew louder, heavy as a grown man's, but when she looked out, it was empty, just the creak of floorboards under her weight. Her heart was pounding so hard that she could hear it echoing in her ears, but she couldn't let fear get the better of her. She turned on the camera, pointing it at the wall, and noticed movement, a shadow, vague but human, sliding along the wall, although there was no one in the room. Linda took a step back, and her crutch caught on the carpet, causing her to fall to her knees. The cast cracked, sending a sharp pain up her leg, but she didn't scream. She was afraid that the sound would betray her. The footsteps drew closer, now from behind the wall in the living room, and a low, masculine whisper mingled with them, repeating her name. "Linda? Linda." She got up, leaning on the hammer, and headed for the living room, where the light from the lamp cast long shadows on the walls. There on the floor was a new note, crumpled, with a smell of tobacco and dampness, like the previous ones. Linda unfolded it, and her fingers trembled. "Linda, I can see how scared you are. Open the window, or I'll come in." She looked at the window. It was closed with rusty bolts, which she had checked in the morning. But the sound of footsteps grew closer, now outside the bedroom door, and Linda heard the handle turn, even though the lock was on 2 turns. She rushed to the door, but it swung open, and a man stood in the doorway, tall, with broad shoulders, in a dirty work jacket, with a face covered with scars and dried blood. He was holding a knife in his hands, a kitchen knife, but sharp, with a jagged blade covered with something sticky. "You've been resisting for too long," he said hoarsely, stepping forward. Linda hit him on the arm with a hammer, and the knife fell out, plunging into the floor. The man growled and grabbed her by the hair, but she twisted away, falling to the floor. Her cast cracked harder, and pain shot through her leg, but she managed to hit his knee. The bone cracked and the man fell, but instead of screaming, he laughed, a low, creepy laugh, as if it were a game. Linda rushed to the window, but he grabbed her ankle, pulling her back. She screamed, hitting him in the face with her crutch, breaking his nose, and blood splattered on the walls, drenching the wallpaper. The man released her but immediately got up, clutching a crowbar found on the floor, and hit her on the back. Linda fell, gasping, but managed to grab a knife and plunge it into his thigh. Blood gushed out, flooding the floor, but he did not stop, continuing to beat with a crowbar. She broke free, crawling out into the corridor, but she heard footsteps outside, heavy, like those of several people. Linda looked out the window and saw two men and a woman in work jackets with tools. One was holding an axe, the other a canister of gasoline, the third a camera aimed at the house. They took their time, as if they knew she wasn't going anywhere. Linda locked the door, but the axe pierced through the wood, leaving splinters on the floor. She hid in the basement, which smelled of damp and old pipes, but the sound of footsteps grew louder, and she noticed a camera on the wall, a small one with a red indicator, installed without her knowledge. Someone was watching her, recording her every step. In the basement, she found an old cabinet full of tools and boards, and hid inside, pressing herself against the cold metal. But the whisper came back, now from the pipes, low, hoarse, repeating her name. Linda took out her phone to call for help, but the network was gone and the battery was flashing red. Then she noticed a new note on the shelf, taped to the pipe. "Linda, you're ours. Don't hide." Her fingers trembled, but she heard the basement hatch open and heavy footsteps descended. She held her breath, but the axe hit the cabinet, splitting the wood. Linda jumped out, hitting the man with the axe with a hammer, and his fingers cracked, blood splattered on the walls. He screamed, but the woman with the camera laughed, filming her escape. Linda ran out the back door of the basement, but the field behind the house was empty, just dry grass and bushes. Her leg hurt so much that she could barely move, but she heard the shots, not close, but enough to know they wouldn't stop. She hid behind a tree, but a drone, small, with a camera and a spotlight, hovered over her, illuminating her face. A voice came from a speaker. "Linda, you can't hide. We're recording your every move." She threw a rock at the drone, and it fell, but immediately a new one appeared, with a brighter light. Linda pressed herself against the tree, feeling the dry bark scratching her back and the cast on her leg pressing down, sending a sharp pain up her body. The drone hovering above her illuminated her face with a bright spotlight, and the same hoarse voice came from the speaker. "Linda, you can't hide. We're recording your every move." Her heart was beating so hard that she could hear its echo in her ears, but she couldn't move. Her leg refused to obey, and the crutches were left in the basement. She noticed three people coming out of the darkness of the field: a man with an axe, a woman with a camera, and another tall, bald-headed man holding a pistol. Their faces were blank, covered with dirt and scars, like those she had seen in the house, but their movements were precise, like those of hunters. The man with the axe stepped closer, his blade gleaming in the spotlight, and the woman filmed each step, pointing the camera at Linda as if she were a victim in a reality show. Linda ran away, limping, but a bullet from a pistol plunged into the ground next to her, raising a fountain of dust. She fell, hitting her knee, and felt the plaster crack completely, exposing torn skin and bone. Blood flowed, drenching the grass, but she crawled, clinging to the bushes, until the axe crashed into the tree above her head, splitting the bark. Linda screamed, but immediately fell silent when she heard a whisper, not from the pipes now, but from behind her, low as a breath on her neck. She turned around, but saw no one, only the shadows of the trees and the drone, which approached, illuminating her bloody face. Laughter came from the speaker, low and eerie, as if someone was enjoying her fear. "You're our star," the voice said, and Linda noticed how the man with the gun raised his weapon, aiming at her leg. The shot rang out, the bullet tore through the meat, and Linda fell, screaming in pain. Blood gushed out, flooding the ground, and the bone cracked, exposing a white splinter under the skin. She tried to crawl, but the woman with the camera came closer, filming her face, eyes full of tears, mouth screaming in pain. "It's beautiful," the woman said, and Linda felt the axe sink into her shoulder, ripping through the muscles. Blood splattered, flooding the grass and the camera, but the woman did not pull away, continuing to shoot until the man with the gun fired again, hitting her hand. The bullet shattered the flesh, and Linda screamed, but her voice was drowned out in a new whisper, now from the bushes low, repeating her name. "Linda, Linda." Linda realized that it wasn't just harassment, it was a show where her pain was spectacle. She noticed the phone on the ground, which had fallen from her pocket, and tried to reach out, but the drone hovered over her, and the spotlight blinded her. A voice came from a speaker. "Don't call, Linda. We know your every number." She pressed call anyway, but the network was gone, and the phone flashed red before turning off. The man with the axe raised the blade, and Linda closed her eyes, but the blow landed on a nearby tree, leaving a deep furrow. She opened her eyes and saw a woman with a camera holding a microphone up to her face, recording her breathing, hoarse, ragged with pain. Linda hit the woman with a rock found in the grass, breaking her nose. Blood splattered, flooding the lens, but the man with the gun fired, hitting her thigh. Her leg shattered, the meat was torn apart, and the bone was sticking out of the wound like a white dagger. Blood gushed out like a river, soaking the grass, and Linda screamed, but her voice was cut off when an axe plunged into her back, splitting her spine. She fell down, gasping, but the drone continued to shoot, and laughter came from a speaker. "You are our masterpiece." They didn't stop. The man with the axe chopped off her hand. Blood splattered on the grass, the meat tore, and the bone cracked under the blade. The woman with the camera laughed, recording how the flesh tore, how the skin sagged, how the bones fell to the ground. Linda was still breathing, wheezing, but her consciousness was fading from pain and blood loss. The second man splashed gasoline on her body, and the smell of fuel mixed with blood. The woman flicked a lighter, and the fire broke out, devouring her skin, hair, and clothes. Flames licked at her face, charring her eyes, nose, mouth, until she stopped screaming, leaving only the sizzle of burnt flesh. But that wasn't all. The drone, still hovering, recorded how her body burned, and 3 more men in work jackets, with tools and cameras, came out of the forest. One was holding a new axe, the other a canister, and the third a microphone. They surrounded her remains, removing every detail: charred bones, tattered skin, blood mixed with ashes. One of them said into the microphone, "Linda is our number 5. The next act begins." They packed her charred remains into a suitcase, the same as the ones in the basement, and attached a note: "Linda, you are the star of our show." The drone flew away, broadcasting the recording on screens somewhere in a dark room where people were sitting, watching every death, every scream, every shot. The next day, someone found a suitcase in a field, a young guy with a backpack and a flashlight. He opened it, saw ashes, bones, blood, and his face turned pale. Inside was a new note written in blood: "You're next if you're watching." He dropped his suitcase and ran, but the drone hovering over him turned on the spotlight, and a voice from a speaker said, "Welcome to the game." The network watched him through drones, cameras, recordings, making money on every new act, on every victim, turning fear into a business where Linda became part of their endless show. The young guy, whose name was Tony, rushed to run across the field. His breathing was ragged, and his heart was pounding so hard that he could feel it pounding in his throat. The suitcase with Linda's charred remains, ashes, and blood was left behind, but the fear wouldn't let go. The drone hovering over it illuminated his every move with a bright spotlight, and the same low, hoarse voice came from a speaker: "Welcome to the game, Tony. We know where you live." His backpack was hitting his back, and the flashlight in his hand was shaking, picking out dry grass and bushes from the darkness. He stumbled, falling to his knees, and felt the thorns dig into his palms, leaving bloody scratches. Tony got up, but the drone got closer, its camera focused on his face, sweaty, pale with wide eyes. Laughter came from the speaker, mixed with a whisper repeating his name: "Tony? Tony." He ran towards the forest, hoping to hide among the trees, but the footsteps behind him, heavy, confident, like hunters, made him freeze. 3 men came out of the darkness: a man in a work jacket with an axe, a woman with a camera, and another tall with a bald head and a snake tattoo on his neck, holding a pistol. Their faces were covered with dirt and scars, and their eyes were empty, like those who had long lost their humanity, but their movements were as precise as those of machines. The man with the axe stepped closer, his blade gleaming in the spotlight, and the woman filmed Tony's every step, pointing the camera at his trembling face. Tony rushed to the side, but a bullet from a pistol pierced a tree nearby, showering it with fragments of bark. He fell, hitting his shoulder, and felt his skin tear, blood trickling down his sleeve. He crawled, clinging to the roots, but the axe sank into the ground in front of him, leaving a deep furrow. Tony screamed, but immediately fell silent when he heard a whisper, now from the bushes, low as a breath on his neck, repeating, "Tony, don't run. We'll find you." He noticed a phone on the ground that had fallen from his backpack and tried to reach out, but the drone hovered lower, illuminating his hands. A voice came from the speaker: "Don't call, Tony. We know your every number." He still grabbed the phone, but the network was gone, and the battery flashed red before turning off. The man with the axe raised the blade, and Tony felt his stomach twist with fear. He started to run again, but the bullet hit his leg, tearing the meat. Blood gushed out, drenching the grass, and the bone cracked, exposing a white splinter under the skin. Tony fell, screaming in pain, but his voice was drowned out in a new whisper, now from behind the trees, low, repeating his name. Tony? Tony! A woman with a camera came closer, filming his bloodied face, eyes full of tears, mouth distorted with pain. "It's beautiful," she said, and Tony noticed how the man with the gun raised his weapon, aiming at his chest. He tried to crawl out, but the axe bit into his arm, splitting the bone. Blood splattered, flooding the grass and the camera, but the woman did not pull away, continuing to shoot until the man with the gun fired, hitting the shoulder. The bullet tore through flesh, and Tony screamed, but his voice was cut off when the axe struck again, this time on his leg, tearing through muscles and bones. Tony lay half dead in the grass, blood flowing freely, soaking the ground, and his consciousness faded from pain and blood loss. The drone, still hovering, recorded every detail: the blood, the wounds, his trembling body. Laughter came from the speaker. "You're our new act, Tony. Are you ready for the finals?" They surrounded him, shooting from different angles, like directors on a movie set. The woman bent down, took his phone, checked his notes, and said, "We know everything about you. Your house, your habits, your fears." The man with the axe raised the blade, preparing for another blow, but Tony was still breathing, wheezing, clutching the ground with bloody fingers. Tony was lying in the grass, bloodied, with a torn leg and arm, the skin on which hung in rags, and bones sticking out of the wounds like white daggers. His breathing was hoarse, ragged, and each breath was accompanied by a gurgle of blood in his throat. The drone hovering above him illuminated his face with a bright spotlight, recording every detail: sweat, tears, blood flowing on the grass. Laughter came from the speaker, low, creepy, like those who enjoyed his suffering, mixed with whispers. "Tony? Tony?" His eyes, full of horror, followed the three figures surrounding him: a man with an axe, a woman with a camera, and a man with a gun, whose faces were blank, covered with dirt and scars, like those who had long ceased to be human. A man with an axe tall, with a bald head and a tattoo of a snake on his neck, raised the blade, and the light from the drone reflected on the rusty metal. "You're our finale," he said calmly, as if he were reading a script, and brought the axe down on Tony's leg, where there was already a wound. The blade cut into flesh, splitting bone with a crunch that echoed across the field. Blood splattered, drenching the grass and the man's arms. The meat tore open, exposing the insides of the leg, tendons, muscles, crushed bones. Tony screamed, his voice high-pitched, but was cut off when a bullet from a man's pistol pierced his chest, tearing his lungs. Blood gushed from his mouth, drenching his face, as the drone continued filming, bringing the camera closer to his agonized eyes. The woman with the camera laughed, her voice high-pitched, almost childlike, but cold as ice. "It's beautiful," she repeated, and the man with the axe chopped off Tony's other leg. The meat flew apart, the bones cracked, the blood flooded the field like a red river. Tony was no longer screaming. His throat was clogged with blood, and he wheezed, gasping, as the axe sank into his arm, severing it at the elbow. The flesh tore, the bones split, and the hand fell to the grass, leaving a trail of blood. The woman with the camera approached, filming how blood oozed from the stump, how the skin sagged, how the bones protruded from the wound like white fragments. But it wasn't the end. The man with the gun fired again, hitting Tony in the stomach, and his insides fell out, wet, red, with the smell of iron and rotting. His guts spread out on the grass, throbbing, and Tony was still breathing, wheezing, his eyes staring at the drone, at the camera, at these people who didn't stop. The man with the axe raised the blade above his head and brought it down on Tony's chest, splitting Tony's ribs. Blood gushed out like a fountain, drenching the faces of all three, and the meat tore open, exposing the heart, which was still beating, but weakening with each beat. The woman with the camera recorded how the heart stopped, how the blood flooded the field, how Tony's last convulsions subsided. They didn't leave. A man with an axe began to dismember Tony's body. He cut off his head, the meat exploded, the bone cracked, blood splattered on the grass, flooding the camera. The head fell, the eyes remained open, full of horror, and the mouth froze in a silent scream. The woman laughed as she filmed the flesh tearing, the bones falling to the ground, and the skin charred by the friction of the axe. The second man splashed gasoline on the remains, and the smell of fuel mixed with the blood. He flicked the lighter, and the fire broke out, devouring Tony's body. The skin cracked, the meat sizzled, the bones turned black, until only ashes and bones remained. The drone, still hovering, recorded how the flames devoured the field, and laughter came from the speaker. "Tony is our number 6. The next act begins. They packed the charred remains into a suitcase, the same as the ones in Linda's house, and attached a note written in blood. "Tony, you're the star of our show." A helicopter appeared over the field, lowering the rope, and they flew away, leaving the field on fire, smoke rising into the sky like a distress signal. But the next day, someone found a suitcase in the Woods A girl with a backpack and a flashlight. She opened it, saw ashes, bones, blood, and her face turned pale. Inside was a new note written in blood, "You're next if you're watching." She dropped her suitcase and ran, but the drone hovering over her turned on spotlight, and a voice from a speaker said, "Welcome to the game." The network, which watched everything through drones, cameras, and helicopters, continued to work, turning fear, blood, and death into a business show where every scream, every shot, and every murder were mounted and sold to those who paid for such terrifying moments. Tony became part of their collection, but his death was not the last, and the field where he died became a new stage for their nightmare, where the next victim was already waiting in the wings. In a small suburb, where the houses were packed like matchboxes, there lived a guy named Dan. He was in his 30s tall, with broad shoulders and hands covered with scars from working with tools. He was a carpenter, repairing roofs, windows, doors until his fingers began to bleed from splinters. Dan lived alone in an old house he bought for pennies, a 2-story building with a sagging facade, and an attic that smelled of dust and something musty, like rotting boards. The house was his pride, although the neighbors whispered that it was too old and creaked, as if someone wandered at night. Dan waved it away. He knew it was just the wind and the crumbling beams. His day started early, coffee, black and bitter, in a rusty mug, then work from dawn to dusk. He loved the smell of fresh wood and the sound of hammering, but he rarely rested at home because there were too many things to do. He hardly ever visited the attic, only occasionally to pick up old toolboxes or check for leaks. The stairs to the attic were narrow, with bent steps that creaked under his weight, and the hatch was heavy, with rusty hinges. Upstairs, there were things left by the previous owners, old magazines, yellowed photographs, torn furniture covered with cobwebs. Dan didn't like to go in there. It was too cramped, too stuffy, and the light of the flashlight cast strange shadows on the walls. One evening, after a long day, Dan heard a knock. Not outside, but somewhere overhead in the attic. At first he thought it was squirrels or birds, but the sound was heavy, as if someone was walking in heavy boots. He turned on the radio to muffle the noise, but the knocking was repeated. 3 beats, then a pause, 3 beats. Dan turned off the radio, picked up a flashlight and a hammer, and climbed the stairs, which creaked under his weight. Opening the hatch, he illuminated the attic. Empty, just dust and boxes. But the smell had changed. Now it smelled not only of dust, but also of something metallic, like blood or rust. He walked around, checked the corners, but found nothing except an old suitcase that he hadn't noticed before. The suitcase was locked, with peeling leather and a corroded lock. Dan went downstairs, deciding that he would sort out in the morning, but the knock came again, closer to midnight, and this time it was mixed with some kind of muffled groan. The next day, he returned to the attic with tools, a lockpick and pliers. The suitcase opened with difficulty, creaking as if it didn't want to give away its secrets. Inside were letters, hundreds of them, written in different handwriting, with dates that had been erased by time. One of them, on the top layer, was addressed to Dan, although he had never seen that handwriting. The letter said, "You shouldn't have come here. Now you know too much." Dan froze, his heart pounding. He reread the letter. It was handwritten, the ink was smudged, but the words were clear. He threw the letters in the trash, but the pounding didn't subside. That night, he heard not only footsteps, but also a voice, low, hoarse, as if someone was whispering his name through a crack in the floor. Dan began to suspect that someone had broken into the house. He checked the windows. Everything was locked. The doors were double locked. But the attic remained a mystery. He installed an old lock on the hatch, but the footsteps continued, now in the afternoon, when he was at work. The neighbors, those who were still talking to him, began to whisper that something was wrong in the house, but Dan did not believe in fairy tales. He bought a camera, a small one with night vision, and put it in the attic, pointing it at the suitcase. The next morning, after checking the recording, he saw only shadows, vague, but moving like human figures. Dan didn't know who it was, but he assumed it was thieves or tramps who had climbed through the roof. He armed himself with a hammer and a knife and began to keep watch at night, sitting at the foot of the stairs. One day, when he was dozing in an armchair, he was awakened by a scream. Not his, but a woman's piercing from the attic. Dan rushed up, opened the hatch, and saw the blood. Fresh, on the floor, the drops were reaching for the suitcase. He ran over and opened it. There was a new note inside, this time with blood on the edges. "You're next." Dan ran out, leaving the hammer, but returned an hour later, deciding that it was a joke or a hallucination. But the smell of blood remained, and a new sound appeared in the attic, a wheeze, as if someone was breathing heavily behind the boxes. He found an old jacket soaked in something sticky there, and realized that it wasn't just fear, it was a reality he couldn't escape. Dan stood in the attic, holding a hammer in one hand and flashlight in the other, and looked at the jacket soaked in a sticky substance that smelled of rust and something else. Rot, maybe? His heart was pounding so hard that he could hear it echoing in his own head, and the flashlight's light was shaking, picking out boxes, cobwebs, and bloodstains on the floor. He picked up the jacket, trying to figure out where it had come from, but it felt heavy, as if there was something inside. He threw it on the floor, and a key fell out of his sleeve, an old one with a jagged edge, covered with rust, but clearly suitable for a lock on the suitcase. Dan froze, remembering the letters and the new note with the blood. It was too much. Someone was playing with him, and he didn't know who. He took the key, inserted it into the lock of the suitcase, and it clicked open with a dull creak. There were not only letters inside, but also dozens of photographs of people he had never seen. Some had markings on them. John, 3 days. Mary, 12 hours. Tom did not scream. Dan felt his stomach clench, but before he could do anything, there was a rustling sound from behind, followed by a heavy thump on his back. He fell to his knees, dropping the flashlight, and turned around. There was a man standing in the attic, tall, in dirty work clothes, with a face covered with scars and dried blood. He was holding a metal pipe in his hands, and Dan could tell from his eyes that this was no random tramp. "You're too nosy," the man said hoarsely, lifting the pipe. Dan rolled to the side, and the pipe crashed into the floor, splitting the board. He grabbed a hammer and hit the man on the leg. The crunch of the bone echoed through the attic. The man growled but did not fall, and instead hit Dan on the arm. The hammer fell out, and Dan felt his fingers go numb from the pain. He rushed to the hatch, but the man grabbed his leg, pulling him back. Dan kicked him in the face with his heel, smashing his nose, and escaped by jumping down the stairs. He fell to the floor of the first floor, hitting his shoulder, but did not stop. He ran out into the street, leaving the door wide open. It was dark outside, with only streetlights illuminating the empty road, but Dan could hear footsteps behind him, heavy and confident, as if the man wasn't going to stop. He ran to the neighboring house, knocked on the door, but no one answered. Then he hid behind bushes, trying to catch his breath, and noticed how another person came out of his house, a woman with short hair and a jacket stained with mud. She was holding a flashlight and talking into her phone, but Dan couldn't hear the words. They were working together, and that scared him more than the blow itself. The next morning, Dan returned home armed with a knife and a camera. He knew he couldn't leave the house, but he couldn't stay unprotected either. The attic was empty, but the blood remained, and the suitcase was gone. In its place was a new note attached to the beam with a nail. "You will not escape. We know where you are." Dan realized that it wasn't just random thieves. It was a network, a group of people who were using his house for something terrible. He installed a night vision camera everywhere, in the living room, in the kitchen, in the attic, and waited. That night, the cameras recorded the movement. A man with a pipe appeared in the attic, the one with a bloody nose, but now with a bandage on his face. He brought a suitcase, opened it, and took out tools, pliers, a saw, knives, all covered with stains that Dan didn't want to recognize. A woman came in behind him, the one with the lantern, and they began discussing something in whispers. The camera caught them pulling a body out of a suitcase, a young woman bound, gagged, but alive. She was twitching, but the ropes held her tight. The man picked up the saw, and Dan, watching through the screen, felt his stomach twist. He turned off the camera so he couldn't see, but the woman's scream, muffled by the gag, reached him anyway. Dan couldn't stand it. He grabbed a knife, ran up to the attic, and burst into the room. The man turned around, but Dan had already stabbed him in the shoulder. The woman screamed and rushed to him with a flashlight, but Dan pushed her, and she fell, hitting her head on a beam. Blood flowed across the floor, mixing with the stains left earlier. The man pulled out a knife and tried to stab Dan, but he grabbed a saw and plunged it into his chest. The scream ended, and the man collapsed, wheezing until his eyes froze. Dan untied the woman, Her hands were blue from ropes, and her face was wet with tears. She didn't speak, just trembled, but Dan realized that she was in shock. He took her downstairs, but he heard footsteps outside, heavy as a marching step. He looked out the window. 3 new people in work clothes with tools and a camera were approaching the house. One was holding a canister of gasoline, the other was holding an axe. Dan locked the door, but the glass in the living room shattered, and the axe plunged into the wall. The woman screamed, but Dan covered her mouth, whispering, "Quiet, or we're both going to die." They hid in the basement, which smelled of damp and old pipes. Dan could hear people moving around the house, furniture breaking, and someone shouting his name. He turned on his phone to call for help, but there was no network. Then he noticed another suitcase in the corner of the basement, the same one as in the attic. Opening it, he found the photos, myself working on the roof, sleeping in a room, walking down the street. Each one had a note, "Dan is next." There was a note at the bottom, "We've always been here." Dan pressed the woman against the basement wall, feeling her trembling transmitted through his hand. The stench of dampness and rotting pipes clogged his nose, but he didn't pay attention. The footsteps above grew louder, the trampling like a herd, mixed with the cracking of breaking boards. One of them was shouting his name, a low, hoarse voice that echoed through the concrete walls. Dan covered her mouth, but her eyes, full of horror, followed every sound. He heard the axe hit the wall again, the glass of a living room shattering into splinters, and then a metallic clang, a click that made his hair stand on end. It was a sound he couldn't mistake for anything else, the sound of a machine gun being cocked, possibly an AK-47, cold and ominous, like a death sentence. Dan peeked through the crack in the basement door and saw them. 3 men in work jackets with dirty faces, one holding a canister of gasoline, another an axe, and the third tall with a bald head and a tattoo of a snake on his neck, clutching a machine gun. The gun was pointed upward, and Dan noticed how the man was moving it around the room, as if looking for a target. The woman behind him began to breathe faster, but he shushed her, afraid that her wheezing would betray them. The gunman shouted, "Dan, come out, or we'll burn everything to hell." His voice was calm, almost emotionless, like a man who had done this more than once. Dan knew that the basement wasn't a shelter. He noticed an old cabinet in the corner, full of tools and wooden boards, and pushed the woman there, whispering, "Be quiet, or he will find you." She huddled inside, clutching her arms to her chest, and Dan grabbed a crowbar from the pile of junk and got ready. A minute later, the basement hatch collapsed with a crash, and the gunman descended, holding his weapon at the ready. His companions stayed upstairs, pouring gasoline on the house. The smell of fuel became unbearable, mixing with the smoke that was already seeping through the cracks. The gunman stopped, examining the basement, and Dan, holding his breath, hit him on the back with a crowbar. The metal bit into the flesh with a thud, and the man fell to his knees, dropping the machine gun. Dan rushed to his weapon, but the gunman grabbed his leg, knocking him to the floor. They wrestled, rolling on the dirty concrete, until Dan drove a crowbar into his opponent's shoulder. Blood splattered, flooding the floor, but the machine gunner did not scream. He only wheezed, trying to reach the machine gun. Dan grabbed him first, but at that moment there was a burst from above. Bullets pierced the ceiling. One hit the wall next to him, the other hit the leg of a woman hidden in a closet. She screamed, and Dan, without hesitation, shot up, aiming at the sound. The screams had died down, but he knew it wouldn't be for long. He pulled the woman out of the closet. Her leg was bleeding, the skin was torn, the bone was visible under the meat. She moaned, but Dan gagged her with a cloth he found on the shelf. "Be quiet, or they'll kill us," he hissed, but she couldn't stop herself. He heard footsteps above his head. Someone was coming down, and Dan, with a machine gun in his hands, hid behind the pipes. 2 men entered, one with an axe, the other with a torch lit from gasoline. The flames lit up the basement, and Dan saw their faces, empty with burnt-out eyes, like zombies, but alive, real. He fired, hitting one in the chest, and he collapsed, choking on blood. The second one rushed at Dan with an axe, but missed, and Dan hit him on the head with the butt. The skull cracked, blood spilled onto the floor, and the man fell, twitching in agony. Dan grabbed the woman, dragging her to the exit, but the house was already on fire. Fire licked the walls, smoke filled the basement, making it difficult to breathe. He broke down the back door, running out into the field behind the house, where the grass was dry and prickly. The woman was moaning, and her leg was bleeding more, but Dan didn't stop. He could hear gunshots behind him. Someone was shooting from afar. Bullets were plunging into the ground nearby, raising fountains of dust. Dan realized that this was surveillance. They knew where he was running to. They knew his every move. He looked around and noticed a drone, a small one with a camera, hovering over the field, illuminating them with its headlights. "They're watching," he shouted, but the woman was already fainting. They hid in an old barn, which smelled of hay and rusty iron. Dan laid the woman on the straw, bandaging her leg with his shirt, but the blood did not stop. He noticed a camera on the wall, an old one with wires connected to a battery. Someone filmed them, like in a reality show. He pulled out the wires, but the drone outside hovered closer, and a voice from the speaker said, "Dan, you can't hide. We know where you are." He fired at the drone, and it fell, shattering into pieces, but immediately a second one appeared, with a camera and a light, illuminating the barn from the inside. Dan heard footsteps outside, heavy and confident, like those who are not afraid of death. He raised his machine gun, ready to fire, but the woman, in a weak voice, whispered, "These are not people. It's a car." He didn't understand, but he saw the barn door open, and a new person entered, a woman, not the one in the attic, but another with short hair and scars on her arms. She was holding a pistol in her hands, but she wasn't shooting, and she was looking at it as if it were an exhibit. "You're our main act," she said, and Dan noticed that 3 more people were standing behind her, with cameras filming his every move. One of them was holding a knife, another an axe, and the third a canister of gasoline. They didn't hurry, as if they knew he wasn't going anywhere. Dan fired, hitting the woman in the arm, and she fell, but the others rushed to him. He stabbed one in the stomach, but the other's axe slammed into his shoulder, tearing his muscles. Blood gushed out, drenching the floor, but Dan didn't stop. He fired again, hitting the other man in the leg, but the canister fell, and gasoline spilled over the hay. One of them set it on fire, and the fire broke out, devouring the barn. Dan grabbed the woman he had saved and ran to the exit, but the flames surrounded them, and he felt the skin on his hands begin to melt. She screamed, but her voice was drowned out by the crackle of the fire. Dan dragged the woman across the field as the fire behind him consumed the barn, leaving behind black smoke that rose to the sky like a distress signal. Her leg was bleeding harder, the skin on it was burned, and the skin on his arms was bubbling from the heat, leaving red, wet spots. She was moaning. Her voice was weak, but Dan couldn't stop. Bullets were whistling around, piercing the ground and raising fountains of dust. A new drone with a camera and a bright spotlight followed them, illuminating every step like a spotlight on a stage. A voice came from the speaker, the same low, hoarse voice. "Dan, you're not leaving. We always see you." Dan stumbled, falling to his knees, and the woman slipped out of his arms, moaning in pain. Her leg looked terrible. The bone was sticking out of the wound, the meat was torn, and the blood was mixed with dirt. He lifted her up, but he heard footsteps, heavy as marching steps, approaching from different sides of the field. 3 new people emerged from the darkness, men in work jackets, with faces covered with soot and scars, like those who had not seen the sun for a long time. One was holding an AK-47, the other an axe with a rusty blade, the third a canister of gasoline and a lighter. Their eyes were empty, like dolls, but their movements were precise, like machines. The gunman raised his weapon, and Dan, without hesitation, fired his machine gun, which was still in his hands. The bullet hit the shooter's leg, and he fell, screaming, but not from pain, from anger. Dan rushed to him, pulled out the machine gun, but the other man's axe crashed into his back, opening the skin and muscles. Blood gushed out, drenching his shirt, and Dan fell, gasping in pain. He rolled over, firing again, hitting the second man in the chest. The axe fell out, and he collapsed, wheezing until blood flooded his throat. A third man with a canister stepped closer, splashing gasoline on Dan and the woman. The smell of fuel mixed with blood and smoke, causing nausea. Dan fired, but missed, and the bullet sank into the ground. The man flicked a lighter, and the fire flared up, licking Dan's clothes. He screamed, rolling on the grass to beat out the flames, but the skin on his arms and chest was already charred. The bubbles were bursting, exposing the meat. The woman screamed, her leg twitched, but the fire got to her, devouring her clothes and hair. Her scream was cut off as flames engulfed her face, leaving only a wheeze and the smell of burnt flesh. Dan, half dead, got up, clutching the machine gun, but the drone hovered closer, illuminating his burned face. Laughter came from the speaker, low, pitched, as if someone was enjoying the sight. "You are our masterpiece," said the voice. Dan fired at the drone, and it fell, shattering into pieces, but immediately a new one appeared, with a camera and a spotlight, recording his every step. He noticed 2 more people coming out of the woods, a woman, the one with short hair and scars, and a man with a bald head and a tattoo of a snake, the one he killed in the attic, but now alive, with a bandage on his chest where there was a saw wound. His face was pale, but his eyes were sparkling like a psychopath's. Dan fired, hitting the woman in the shoulder, but the man with the tattoo rushed at him, ripping out the machine gun. They wrestled, rolling on the ground, until Dan hit him with a rock he found in the grass. The skull-cracked blood gushed out, but the man did not die. He wheezed, laughed like a madman, until Dan plunged a stone into his eye. The eye burst with a wet slurp, and blood flooded Dan's face, but he didn't stop. He struck again, smashing his head into a mess of bones and flesh until the man was still. Dan got up, covered in blood and dirt, but he heard a new sound, a helicopter. A small drone with a loudspeaker flew out of the forest, and a helicopter appeared behind it, illuminating the field with a searchlight. A voice came from the speaker. Dan, you're our finale. Take off your mask. He didn't understand, but he noticed that his camera, the one he had installed at home, was now broadcasting his face on the drone's screen. They've been following him from the beginning, through his own recordings, through drones, through a network he couldn't understand. He fired at the helicopter, but the bullets bounced off, and the voice laughed. You won't stop us. Dan ran to the river, dragging the machine gun, but his legs were weak from pain and burns. His skin hung in rags, blood dripped onto the grass, and the drone followed him, recording every step. He hid in the bushes, but he heard footsteps, not heavy, but light like a child's. A girl, about 10 years old, in a dirty dress, with a face covered with bruises and blood, came out of the darkness. She was holding a knife in her hands, a small kitchen knife, but sharp. You have to stay, she said calmly, and Dan noticed that her eyes were empty, like those of those he had killed. She took a step closer, and Dan, without hesitation, fired. The bullet hit her arm, but she did not scream, just smiled and rushed at him with a knife. And looked at the girl standing in front of him with a knife in her hand, and felt his mind crack like a dry branch under his foot. Her face, covered in bruises and blood, was too calm. Her eyes were empty, like a mannequin's, but her movements were precise, like a predator's. The knife in her childish hand was shiny, sharp, with a jagged edge, and Dan noticed how her fingers gripped the handle, leaving red spots on it, her own blood from the wound on her arm, where the bullet had hit. He stepped back, but his legs were buckling from burns and blood. The skin on his arms and chest was charred. The bubbles burst, exposing the meat, and the machine gun in his hands seemed heavy as concrete. The girl took a step closer. Her smile widened, revealing small teeth covered with spots, as if she was chewing something dirty. You have to stay, she repeated, and her voice was thin but sharp, like the scrape of a knife on glass. Dan raised his gun, aiming at her, but his hand was shaking, and his finger on the trigger froze. He couldn't shoot. She was a child, though her gaze was more frightening than any of the people he had killed. She lunged at him, plunging the knife into his thigh. The blade entered smoothly, tearing through the muscles, and blood gushed out, drenching the grass. Dan screamed, hitting her on the head with the butt of his rifle, but she didn't fall. She just giggled as if it were a game, and hit her again, this time in the stomach. Blood flowed like a river, soaking his pants, and Dan fell to his knees, dropping the machine gun. The girl came closer. Her knife was red, and her face was now covered with his blood. She raised the weapon, put the blade to his throat, and said, "You're our finale." Dan tried to push her away, but his strength left him. Burns, wounds, blood, everything mixed into one throbbing pain. She pressed, and the knife sliced through the skin, first finely, as if on paper, then deeper, cutting through the muscles. Blood splashed into her face, but she didn't stop, continuing to cut until Dan's throat turned into a bloody wound from which a fountain gushed out. His scream ended in a rasp, and he choked on his own blood, falling face first into the grass. But it wasn't the end. The drone, still hovering over the field, approached, its camera focusing on Dan's body, recording every detail: blood, charred skin, wounds. Laughter came from the speaker, low, hoarse like everyone he'd met, but louder now, triumphant. The girl wiped the knife on the grass, leaving sticky marks on it, and said to the camera, "Next one." Her voice was calm, but there was an insane joy in it, like a person who had found his calling. The rest came out of the forest, a woman with short hair and scars, a man with a snake tattoo, now with a new headband, and 3 more with cameras, axes, and cans. They surrounded Dan's body, filming him from different angles, like directors on a movie set. The woman bent down, picked up Dan's machine gun, checked the magazine, and fired 3 shots into the air, like a salute. Bullets tore through the silence, echoing over the field, and each shot was accompanied by her laughter. She turned to the girl and said, "Good job, Laura. You're one of us now." They began to dismantle Dan's body. The man with the tattoo took an axe and chopped off his arm. Blood splattered on the grass, and the woman with the camera filmed the meat tearing, bones cracking under the blade. The other 2 splashed gasoline on the remains, and the fire broke out again, devouring what was left of Dan. His charred remains sizzled, his skin cracked, and the smell of burnt flesh mixed with smoke. The girl, Laura, came closer, holding a knife, and began to cut the skin on his face, cutting out pieces like an artist working on a sculpture. She was smiling, her mouth was red with blood, and her eyes were shining like those of a possessed woman. Then they brought a new suitcase, the same one as in the attic, and put Dan's body parts in it, an arm, a leg, a head, everything that was left. A woman with a camera recorded how they closed the suitcase, and a man with a tattoo attached a note to it. Dan, the finale of Act 3. They left, leaving the field on fire, and the drone continued filming until the flames consumed everything, grass, trees, and remains. But the next day, someone found a suitcase in the field, a new man, a young guy, with a backpack and a flashlight. He opened it, saw blood, bones, notes, and his face turned pale. Inside was a new note written in blood, "You're next if you open it." He dropped the suitcase and ran, but the drone hovering over him turned on the spotlight, and a voice from a speaker said, "Welcome to the game." Someone from a network, who was watching everything through drones and cameras, smiled, sitting in a dark room surrounded by screens where new victims were broadcast. It wasn't just hunting, it was a business, a show where every scream, every shot, every murder was recorded, mounted, and sold to those who paid for such eerie moments. Dan became part of their collection, but his death was not the last. They were already looking for the next one, and the field where he died became a new scene for their nightmare.
In a small town where the houses smelled damp and the streets were always empty after sunset, there lived a guy named Caleb. He was about 25, thin, with disheveled hair the color of wet sand and a scar on his neck that he got when he fell from the attic of an old barn as a child. Caleb worked in an auto repair shop, where the smell of gasoline and engine oil permeated his clothes so much that even after a shower he felt like a gas station on wheels. He wasn't one of those people who talked a lot, but when he started, his stories caught on, strange, sharp, with details that sent chills down people's spines. His colleagues in the workshop loved to listen to him, especially when there was little work and the coffee was cooling in plastic cups. Caleb lived alone in a trailer at the edge of a field, where the wind blew weeds and old newspapers across the road. His house was littered with junk, rusty tools, empty beer bottles, yellowed car magazines. His only companion was a dog named Rusty, a shaggy mongrel with one ear who limped after being run over by a tractor. They were similar, both battered, both silent, both survivors. Caleb wasn't looking for problems, but they found him on their own, like flies finding rotten meat. It all started with a woman named Marla. She appeared in the workshop on one of those days when the sky was gray and the air was sticky from the heat. Marla was tall, with short black hair and eyes that looked right through you, as if they saw something behind your back. She was wearing a battered denim jacket, and in her hand she was holding a bag made of worn leather, stuffed so tightly that the zipper barely held. She asked Caleb to look at her car, an old sedan with peeling paint and a cracked windshield. While he was digging under the hood, she was standing next to him, too close, and was silent. Caleb noticed that her nails were broken off and her fingers were covered with small scratches, as if she had been digging with her hands. The car was fine, but Marla didn't leave. She asked if he wanted to go for a ride with her after work, just to watch the sunset. Caleb wasn't a fool. He saw how strangely she was behaving, how her hands were shaking when she took a cigarette out of the pack. But something in her voice, low and hoarse, hooked him. He agreed, closed the workshop, left Rusty with a bowl of water and got into her sedan. They drove in silence until the asphalt gave way to a dirt road leading to an abandoned farm with a sagging house and a barn where the windows were boarded up. Marla parked, got out, and motioned for him to follow her. Caleb went, not knowing why, but feeling that there was no turning back. The inside of the barn smelled of rot and something sour like vinegar. The floor was covered with sawdust mixed with dirt, and there was an old bed with a torn mattress in the corner. Marla threw the bag on the floor, and things fell out of it: a coil of rope, a rusty screwdriver, a pair of gloves stained with something dark. Caleb asked her what she was up to, but she just smiled crookedly, showing tobacco-stained teeth. "You like stories, don't you?" she said. "I'll show you one." She took a folded piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to him. It was a handwritten note, the ink smudged, but the words were legible. He shouldn't have stopped. Now it's his turn. Caleb frowned, but before he could say anything, Marla pulled out a metal box from under the bed and opened it. Inside were photographs, dozens of pictures of people, men and women, with empty eyes and bruises on their necks. Some had notes on them, names, dates, addresses. Caleb felt a chill run down his spine. He asked who these people were, but Marla didn't answer. She started talking, softly, almost in a whisper, about how she met a guy at a gas station who offered her a ride and then tried to strangle her in the car. She broke free, hit him with a wrench and left him to die in a ditch. "That was the first one," she said, looking at the photos. "But not the last one." Caleb realized that she wasn't just talking, she was bragging. He took a step back, but Marla grabbed his sleeve and dragged him to the bed. "You're not leaving until you've finished listening," she said, and there was steel in her voice. The following hours were like a waking nightmare. Marla pulled a knife out of the drawer, a long one with a serrated blade, the kind used for butchering meat. She didn't threaten, just held it in her hands, running her finger along the edge as she talked. Her stories got crazier and crazier, about the woman she tied to a chair and left in the basement with the gas stove on, about the old man she pushed off a bridge into the river, about the teenager who screamed while she broke his fingers with pliers. Caleb listened, unable to move, his feet rooted to the floor. He noticed that there were stains on some of the photos, not dirt, but something sticky and dried, which made his stomach clench. When she finished, it was already dark outside. Marla looked at him, her eyes glittering in the dim light of the lantern she had lit. "Now you know my secret," she said. "What are you going to do?" Caleb did not answer. He rushed to the door, but it was locked with a chain. Marla laughed, short and sharp, like a dog barking at a stranger. She came closer, holding a knife, and said, "You can be a part of it. Or lie in a drawer." Caleb elbowed her in the face. She staggered back, but did not fall. He rushed to the window, knocked out the board and jumped out, leaving behind her scream, not angry, but somehow joyful, as if she had been waiting for this. He ran across the field until he reached the trailer. Rusty greeted him, whining softly, but Caleb couldn't calm down. He locked the door, grabbed a hammer from the toolbox, and sat up all night looking at the road. The next morning, he found a note under the door, the same one that Marla showed him, but with a new line: "You're already on the list." Caleb realized that this was not the end, but the beginning of something from which he would not be able to escape. Caleb woke up to a sound like metal scraping against metal. He was lying on the couch in his trailer, the hammer still in his hand, and Rusty was growling softly, staring at the door. The light of the morning sun filtered through the cracks in the curtains, but it was too quiet outside the window. No birds, no wind, just this strange sound that was getting louder. Caleb got up, went to the window, and pulled back the cloth. The Marla sedan was standing on the road, with the hood open, and a wrench lay next to it, as if someone had thrown it right on the asphalt. The car was empty, but tire tracks trailed toward his trailer, as if it had pulled up at night and waited. He grabbed his phone to call the police, but the screen was black, the battery was dead, although he had definitely charged it before going to bed. Caleb cursed, threw the phone on the table and looked out again. Traces of dirt led from the car to his doorstep, and the note he found yesterday was gone. Rusty started barking, and Caleb noticed movement in the field, not a man, but something low and fast, like an animal. He opened the door, holding the hammer at the ready, but there was no one there, only the wind blowing dust on the ground. However, there was a new piece of paper on the steps, pinned with a rusty nail. The handwriting was the same, "You can't hide." Caleb decided that it was no longer possible to sit in the trailer. He gathered a few things, a hammer, a knife from the kitchen drawer, a supply of water, and put Rusty in his old pickup truck. The car started on the third attempt. The engine coughed like an old man with a cold, but it went. He drove along a dirt road, away from Marla's farm, away from anything that smelled of her madness. Rusty was sitting next to him, sticking out his tongue, and Caleb almost believed that he would be able to escape from this nightmare. But after a couple of miles, he noticed smoke in the rearview mirror, black, thick, rising over the field. He stopped, got out, and saw that his trailer was on fire. Fire licked the walls, glass burst from the heat, and in this mess he saw a silhouette, tall, motionless, like a mannequin. Caleb did not return. He drove on until he reached a gas station at the intersection of two roads. It was empty, except for the old cashier, who was dozing behind the counter, and the coffee machine was humming in the corner. Caleb bought coffee, black and bitter, and sat at a table by the window, trying to figure out what to do. Rusty was lying at his feet, whimpering softly. Half an hour later, the gas station door opened and a guy in his 20s came in, wearing a battered T-shirt and carrying a backpack on his shoulder. He looked ordinary, but Caleb noticed how his hands were shaking as he took the money out of his pocket. The guy ordered water, sat down at the next table and stared at Caleb without blinking. "You're from there, aren't you?" the guy asked quietly, almost in a whisper. Caleb tensed, gripping the mug so tightly that his fingers turned white. "From where?" "What is it?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. The guy nodded towards the road. "From her. I saw you driving. She doesn't like it when people leave." Caleb wanted to get up, but the guy grabbed his sleeve. "Listen," he said quickly. "My name is Danny. I was with her 3 months ago. She made me watch." His eyes darted like those of a hunted animal. "Watch what?" Caleb asked, though his insides tightened with a sense of foreboding. Danny pulled his phone out of his backpack and showed me a photo of the barn, the same one where Marla was, but there was a man lying on the floor, tied to a chair, with his face smashed beyond recognition. Caleb staggered back, but Danny wouldn't let up. "She's not alone," he said. "There are many of them. They find people like us and they do it. I ran away, but they still know where I am." Caleb wanted to say that this was nonsense, but he remembered the photos in Marla's drawer, her knife, her smile. He asked who they were, but Danny just shook his head. "You'll understand when you see it." At that moment, the glass of the gas station shattered. Someone threw a brick, and it fell right between the tables. There was a note taped to the brick. "Danny, you're next. Caleb, don't interfere." Caleb grabbed Rusty and rushed to the pickup truck, but Danny ran after him, shouting, "You're not leaving me." They got into the car, and Caleb stepped on the gas without looking back. Danny kept talking, his voice cracking. "They're watching, they're always watching. She's just the beginning. There is even worse." Caleb drove until the road turned into an abandoned warehouse, a long building with rusty walls and broken windows. He stopped because he was out of gas and there was no spare canister. Danny jumped out of the car and ran to the warehouse, shouting, "You can hide there." Caleb followed him, holding a knife in his hand. It was dark inside the warehouse, and it smelled of mold and something caustic, like a solvent. The floor was littered with trash, empty bottles, torn sacks, newspaper scraps. Danny found a corner behind some old crates and sat down, hugging his knees to his chest. "They will come," he said. "They always come." Caleb wanted to ask who, but he heard a noise, footsteps, heavy, measured, as if someone was in no hurry to catch up with them. He looked out from behind the box and saw Marla. She was walking through the warehouse, a knife in one hand, a canister dripping with something dark in the other. She was followed by 2 men, a man with a bald head and a tattoo on his neck, and a woman in a leather jacket with a scarred face. They didn't speak, just stared ahead like machines programmed to hunt. Caleb grabbed Danny by the shoulder, trying to lead him to another exit, but he pulled away. "It's no use," he said. "They know." Marla came closer, her footsteps crunching on the glass. She stopped a few meters away and threw the canister on the floor. The smell of gasoline hit her nose. "You shouldn't have run, Caleb," she said, her voice calm, almost affectionate. "Now you've ruined the story." She flicked the lighter, and the fire flared up, quickly ran across the floor, cutting them off from the exit. Danny screamed and ran to the side, but the man with the tattoo caught him by the neck and slammed him against the wall, once, twice, until Danny's head went limp. Caleb rushed to the window, knocked out the glass with his elbow and jumped out, leaving Rusty inside. He fell to the ground, feeling the heat from the fire searing his back. The dog jumped out after him, limping, but alive. Caleb ran without looking back until he reached the woods behind the warehouse. He hid behind a tree, panting, and heard gunshots, loud, sharp, one after another. Then silence. He looked out. The warehouse was on fire, smoke was rising into the sky, and there was a pickup truck nearby, not his, but another, with an open body. People came out of it, not Marla, not her companions, but someone new, in masks, with guns in their hands. They were pulling bodies out of the fire: Danny, the man with the tattoo, the woman with the scars. Marla stood nearby, alive, and looked at Caleb through the flames. She smiled and raised her hand as if saying goodbye. Caleb realized that it wasn't just Marla's madness. It was a network, a group that hunted, killed, burned, and all for the sake of some of their stories. He ran deeper into the forest, hearing footsteps behind him, but he didn't stop. Rusty ran beside him, whining softly, and Caleb had only one thought in his head: he would never know why. Caleb ran through the forest until his legs began to give out from fatigue. Branches whipped at his face, leaving red streaks on his skin, and his breathing came out with a rasp like that of a hunted animal. Rusty hobbled along, his fur stained with soot from the fire, and his eyes glittered with fear. The forest was dense, with the smell of dampness and rotting leaves, and Caleb didn't know where he was going, just to get away from the burning warehouse, from Marla and those masked men. He stopped, leaning against a tree, and tried to catch his breath. Gunshots were still ringing in his ears, and her smile was in front of his eyes, crooked, creepy, as if she knew something he would never understand. The silence in the forest was deceptive. After a couple of minutes, he heard a noise, not footsteps, but something heavy scratching on the ground. Caleb tensed, gripped the knife he still held in his hand, and peered out from behind the trunk. In the distance, between the trees, a truck was moving, an old one with a rusty body and headlights that blinked like sore eyes. He drove slowly, as if he was looking for something, and Caleb realized that these were the same people in masks. Rusty growled, but Caleb pinned him to the ground, whispering, "Quiet, boy." The truck stopped, and 3 people got out of it, tall, in dark clothes, with their faces hidden under hoods. One held a rifle, another a canister, and the third a long metal rod, which he dragged along the ground, leaving furrows in the mud. Caleb crawled back, trying not to make any noise, but a branch cracked under his knee, and the sound rang out like a gunshot. One of the men abruptly turned around, raised his rifle and fired in their direction. The bullet crashed into a tree above Caleb's head, showering him with splinters. He grabbed Rusty and ran, not understanding the road, hearing how the truck started up again and moved after him. The forest became sparser, the trees parted, and Caleb jumped out onto an old gravel road. The house stood in front of him, sagging, with peeling paint and broken windows, as if it had been abandoned many years ago. He didn't think, just ran inside, slamming the door behind him. The house smelled musty and sweet, like rotting fruit. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the walls were stained with what could have been anything from water to blood. Caleb pressed himself against the wall, peering through a crack in the boards covering the window. The truck stopped nearby, and the men got out slowly, as if they knew it wasn't going anywhere. One of them, the one with the rod, started hitting the ground with it, knocking out thuds like a metronome. Another threw gasoline from a canister onto the grass and set it on fire, the fire broke out, surrounding the house with a ring. Caleb realized that it wasn't just a chase, it was a trap. He ran to the back of the house, looking for an exit, but the back door was filled with old furniture, a table, chairs, a closet that looked like it had been abandoned in the middle of a move. Rusty whined, nuzzling his legs, and Caleb noticed the stairs leading to the second floor. He got up, stepping over the broken steps, and found himself in a corridor with 3 doors. Something was moving behind one of them, quiet but distinct, like the rustle of cloth. Caleb opened the door, holding the knife in front of him, and froze. There was a woman lying on the floor, not Marla, but someone else, with long, matted hair and a bruised face. Her hands were tied to the radiator with rope, and her mouth was taped shut. She looked at him, her eyes filled with horror, but she didn't scream, just kicked her legs, trying to crawl away. Caleb approached, tore the tape from her mouth, and she immediately began to speak, gasping, "They're coming for me. They're coming for everyone." He asked who she was, but she just shook her head. "My name is Sarah. I was in the car with her. She made me watch them, how they do it." Caleb cut the rope and helped her stand up, but she could barely stand on her feet, her knees were shaking, and there was a burn on her ankle, fresh, with bubbling skin. "They won't stop," she said. "It's their job." Caleb wanted to ask what kind of work, but he heard footsteps downstairs, heavy, confident, as if someone was climbing the stairs. He dragged Sarah to the window on the second floor, broke out the glass and looked out. The fire was already creeping up to the walls of the house, the smoke was eating at the eyes, but there was an old awning covered with rusty iron below. Caleb lowered Rusty first, the dog fell with a thud, but got up, limping. Then he helped Sarah down, holding her hands until she touched the canopy. He jumped last, landing so hard that his knee cracked in pain. They ran away from the house, through the smoke and heat, until they came across an old barn 100 meters from the road. The door was ajar, and Caleb pushed Sarah inside, followed by himself, hugging Rusty to himself. The barn was littered with junk, rusty tools, coils of wire, empty barrels that smelled of chemicals. Sarah collapsed to the floor, gasping, and said, "They don't just kill. They're filming it. I saw the cameras." Caleb looked around and noticed a box in the corner, similar to the one Marla had. He opened it and there were old tapes inside, with labels with names written on them, Danny, Sarah, Tommy, Caleb. His name was the last one, written in fresh ink, still wet. There was a knife nearby, a long one with spots on the blade, and a note, "You're not a hero. You're the material." An engine noise was heard outside. Caleb looked out through a crack in the wall. The truck pulled up to the barn, and the same 3 got out of it, but now there were more of them. 5, 6, they appeared out of the smoke like shadows, but alive, real, with weapons and tools in their hands. One of them was carrying a movie camera, an old one with a hand grip, as if he was shooting a movie. Marla was walking with them, her jacket burned, but her face remained calm. She stopped at the barn and shouted, "Caleb, you promised to listen to the rest. Come out, or we'll go in ourselves." Sarah grabbed his arm, whispering, "They're going to burn us. They always do that." Caleb noticed a barrel in the corner. It had a label saying, "Gasoline," on it, and it was full. He dragged her to the door, opened the lid and splashed fuel on the floor, leaving a path to the center of the barn. "Stay behind," he told Sarah, pulling a lighter from his pocket. The footsteps approached, the door cracked under the blows, and Caleb flicked a lighter. The fire broke out, ran through the gasoline, and the barn turned into hell. He grabbed Sarah and Rusty, yanked them to the back wall, where there was a hole, and pushed them out. They fell into the grass, coughing from the smoke, and the barn behind them burned like a torch. The screams of the people inside mixed with the cracking of the wood, but Caleb did not look back. He ran, dragging Sarah with him, until he came across a river, narrow, with muddy water and slippery banks. They climbed over it, helping each other, and hid in the undergrowth on the other side. The truck was left behind, but 2 men came out of the fire, burned but alive, with weapons in their hands. One of them was the one with the camera, and he was filming even when his clothes were smoldering. Caleb realized that it wasn't just the killers. It was a machine, a network of people who filmed, killed, and collected moments of pain and fear. He looked at Sarah, her face was pale as chalk, and asked, "How many are there?" She shook her head. "Too much. They're everywhere." At that moment, Rusty growled, and Caleb turned around. A man came out of the bushes, not from a truck, but a new one, in a work jacket and with an axe in his hands. He smiled and said, "You're the next act." Caleb looked at the man with the axe standing in the thicket by the river and felt his mind begin to crack at the seams. It wasn't fear. He had already experienced fear when the warehouse was on fire, when he was running from the truck, when he saw Danny breaking his head against the wall. It was something else, as if his thoughts were starting to fall apart, like an old cloth tearing under a weight. The man in the work jacket stepped closer. His smile was wide, abnormal, with teeth covered with brown plaque. There was no malice in his eyes, only emptiness mixed with some kind of sick delight. Rusty growled, but Caleb didn't move. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, and Marla's voice was spinning in his head. "You're part of history." Sarah grabbed his shoulder, her fingers digging into his skin, and whispered, "Run." But Caleb didn't run. He was looking at the axe, at its rusty blade, covered with dried spots, and suddenly he laughed, sharply, loudly, so that the echo reverberated over the river. Sarah recoiled, her face contorted with horror, but Caleb couldn't stop himself. Laughter was bursting out of him like vomit, and he didn't understand why. Maybe because it was too much fire, blood, screams, too many people who wanted to tear him apart. The man with the axe stopped, tilted his head like a curious child, and said, "Are you ready?" Caleb rushed at him without thinking, with a knife in his hand. The blade sank into the man's shoulder, but he did not scream. He just grunted as if he had been bitten by a fly, and hit Caleb in the face with his elbow. Blood gushed from his nose, flooding his mouth, but Caleb did not let go of the knife. He yanked him out and hit him again, in the chest, and this time the man staggered. The axe fell out of his hands, fell into the mud, and Caleb jumped on top of him, pounding him with his fists until his opponent's face turned into a mess of bones and meat. Sarah was shouting something behind him, but Caleb didn't hear. He beat until his hands were numb, until he felt that his fingers were broken. He stood up, panting, and looked at Sarah. Her eyes were huge and full of tears, but she didn't move. Rusty came closer, licked his hand, and Caleb suddenly realized that he did not feel pain, neither from broken fingers, nor from blood flowing down his face. He only felt empty, as if something inside him had died. "They won't stop," Sarah said softly, but Caleb just nodded. He knew that. He knew they would come again, with new faces, new knives, new cameras. They walked along the river without saying a word. Caleb's legs were shaking, but he walked like an automaton, step by step, until he came across an old hut, a small one with a sunken roof and walls covered with moss. The door was hanging on one hinge, and Caleb pushed it open, going inside. There was a table in the corner, littered with junk, rusty cans, scraps of rope, a pair of shoes soaked in something sticky. There was a board on the wall with photographs pinned to it, hundreds of them, some yellowed, some fresh. One of them showed him, Caleb, shot through a trailer window, with a hammer in his hand. Next to her was Sarah, tied to a radiator, and Danny, with a broken head. And in the center is Marla, smiling, with a knife in her hand, like the queen of her crazy kingdom. Caleb went to the table, found a drawer and opened it. Inside were tools, pliers, a screwdriver, a saw, all covered with stains he didn't want to recognize. Next to it was a thick notebook with a battered cover. He opened it, and the pages crunched under his fingers. They were notes, names, dates, descriptions. Danny broke his neck, screamed to the end. Sarah survived longer than expected. Tommy drowned in the river. The camera fell. The last line was about him. Caleb resists, but will break. The handwriting was different. Not only Marla wrote it, but dozens of hands, dozens of minds united by one goal. Sarah came closer, her voice trembling. they're collecting us. This is their life." Caleb did not respond. He took the pliers, squeezed them in his hand, and suddenly began to laugh again, softly, hoarsely, as if something inside him had finally broken. He turned to Sarah and said, "You know they're right." She stepped back, but Caleb took a step toward her, his eyes glittering like those of a man who no longer sees the difference between himself and his enemies. "We're all material," he said, and his voice was alien, empty. There was a noise outside, footsteps, many footsteps, like a whole crowd. Caleb looked out through a crack in the wall and saw them, dozens of people, maybe more. They were walking through the forest, carrying tools, cameras, canisters. Marla was in front, her jacket in tatters, but the knife in her hand shone like new. She was followed by a man with an axe, the one Caleb had killed, or thought he had. His face was smashed, one eye was hanging by a thread, but he was walking, smiling the same sick smile. Caleb realized that this was not just a network, it was a cult where death was not the end, but part of the show. He turned to Sarah, grabbed her by the hair, and pushed her against the wall. "You have to scream," he said, and his voice was trembling with a kind of wild excitement. She struggled, but Caleb was stronger. He took a pair of pliers and squeezed her finger, pulling out the nail by the roots. Sarah screamed, and Caleb laughed, throwing a bloody nail on the floor. "They want to see this," he said, and his mind finally collapsed. He wasn't a victim, he became one of them, not because he wanted to, but because he couldn't help it. The pain, the blood, the screams were the only things that kept him afloat. The door of the hut collapsed, and they entered, Marla, the man with the axe, the masked men, all with cameras trained on him. Marla came closer, her smile widening. "You got it," she said, and Caleb nodded. He let go of Sarah, and she fell, gasping in pain. Marla handed him the camera, an old one with a handle, and said, "Take it off." Caleb took it, pointed it at Sarah, and started turning the knob. The people around clapped like the audience at a show, and someone splashed gasoline on the floor. The fire broke out, but Caleb didn't stop. He filmed Sarah screaming, her skin melting, and her eyes turning glassy. Then they turned the cameras on him. Marla took the axe from the man with the bruised face and stepped closer. "You're ending," she said, and Caleb didn't resist. He stared at the camera, feeling the blade sink into his shoulder, his bones cracking under the blows. He wasn't shouting, he was smiling, because this was his story, his moment. They filmed until he fell, until blood covered the floor, until the fire consumed the hut. The next day, there was nothing left of the house, only ashes and charred bones. The people left, taking their cameras and cassettes, but leaving one note pinned to a tree: "The next act is ready." Somewhere else, in another workshop, another guy was drinking coffee, not knowing that he had already been chosen. And Caleb became a legend, not a hero, not a victim, but a piece of meat that broke down the way they wanted, in a crazy, mentally ill ending that no one will forget. Linda was always the one that people called too cute. She had soft brown hair that she pinned up casually, and a smile that warmed strangers' hearts. She was in her early 30s, and she worked in a small coffee shop where the smell of freshly ground beans mixed with the aroma of cinnamon rolls. Linda loved her job, chatting with customers, memorizing their orders, noticing the little things, who came with whom, who was nervously fiddling with a napkin. But most of all, she loved the evenings when the coffee shop was empty, and she sat at the counter with her phone, flipping through dating apps. After her divorce 2 years ago, Linda decided it was time to start all over again, and first dates became her little adventure. She wasn't naive. Linda knew that the world was full of strange people, and she always took precautions. She only met in crowded places, told her friend where she was going, and kept her phone handy. Her profile was simple: a few photos with a smile, a couple of lines about her love of coffee and old movies. The answers came quickly: truckers, office clerks, even one guy who claimed to breed exotic fish. Linda corresponded with them, joked, made appointments. Most of the dates were boring, awkward pauses, conversations about the weather, and sometimes overly intrusive compliments. But sometimes there were those who left a trail, and not always a good one. Marcus was one of them. He texted her late at night when Linda was finishing her tea after her shift. His message was short but catchy. "You look like a person who knows how to listen. I can tell stories." There was one photo in his profile, a dark-haired man with sharp features, wearing a leather jacket, standing by a motorcycle. Linda replied, and after a couple of days of texting, they agreed to meet at a bar near the coffee shop. When she arrived, Marcus was already sitting at a table in the corner, sipping a beer. He was taller than she had expected, with broad shoulders and arms covered with old scars that he attributed to working in the garage. His voice was low and husky, and he really knew how to talk, about roads, about people, about how he once repaired a motorcycle in the rain. Linda was laughing, relaxing, and didn't even notice how the evening turned into night. But something about Marcus made her uneasy. He looked behind her too often, as if checking the entrance, and his stories became strange, about missing fellow travelers, about abandoned gas stations where he found other people's things. When she asked where so many details came from, he grinned and said, "I'm just being observant." Linda chalked it up to fatigue and drinking wine. They said goodbye at the exit, and he offered to give her a ride on his motorcycle, but she declined, citing the cold. Marcus nodded, shook her hand, his palm was hot and sticky, and walked off into the darkness. Linda returned home feeling slightly uncomfortable, but she couldn't figure out why. A week later, she noticed him again. Not on a date, but outside the window of a coffee shop. Marcus was leaning against a lamppost across the street, looking at her. He didn't wave or smile, just stared. Linda blinked, and he disappeared as if he had never been there. She convinced herself that it was a coincidence, but the next day he sent a message, "You look good behind the counter." Linda did not answer, blocked him, but the feeling that he was somewhere nearby did not go away. She began to notice little things, traces of dirt at the entrance to the coffee shop, although it wasn't raining, an empty beer bottle by the trash can, like the one he drank at the bar. Her friend advised her to change the locks, but Linda waved her off. "It's just a bad date, it's okay." Then there was Eddie. Tall, thin, with a nervous laugh and a habit of fiddling with the sleeves of his sweater. They met in the park, strolled along the pond, where ducks lazily swam among the reeds. Eddie was an amateur photographer, showing her pictures of sunsets and abandoned buildings on his phone. Linda thought he was cute, even if he was a little weird. He kept looking around, as if he was waiting for someone. The conversation was going easily until he mentioned that he likes to shoot live moments. Linda asked what it meant, and he replied, "When people don't know they're being filmed." She laughed, but it came out strained. Eddie left, promising to send her a photo from the walk, and he did send her a picture of her looking at the water, with a shadow in the corner of the frame. Linda didn't remember anyone being there. These dates began to form a mosaic in Linda's head that she didn't want to put together. She kept scrolling through the app, meeting new people, but every time something went wrong. One guy, Tom, turned out to be obsessed with knives. He brought a folding blade to a date and spent the whole evening sharpening it on the edge of the table, telling how he likes to feel in control. Another, Richard, offered to go to his house to see the basement, where he had a collection. Linda refused and left, but their faces stuck in her memory. She began to suspect that the app was not just a place for dating, but a trap where she stumbled upon the worst of the worst. One night, while closing the coffee shop, Linda found an envelope under the door. Inside was a handwritten note, "You're too nosy. It makes you interesting." The handwriting was uneven, the letters trembled, as if the writer was in a hurry. Next to it was a photograph of herself, behind the counter, taken through glass. Linda threw the envelope in the trash, but she couldn't sleep. She started checking the windows, double-locking the doors, and even bought a can of pepper spray. But the feeling that someone was watching didn't go away. The last straw was the call. The number was hidden, and the voice was low, unfamiliar, with a slight rasp. "You look good when you're afraid." Linda hung up, but the phone rang again. And again. She turned it off, but the next morning she found a message from the same number, "See you soon." By this point, Linda realized that first dates weren't just awkward encounters. Linda decided she'd had enough. After the last call, she deleted the dating app, changed her phone number, and even asked the coffee shop manager to put a new camera at the entrance. She didn't want to think about Marcus or Eddie or those weird guys with their bleary eyes and sticky hands anymore. But it wasn't so easy to get rid of the feeling that someone was breathing down her neck. She started carrying pepper spray in her jeans pocket, and at home she checked every corner before going to bed. Her friend Kate, a big woman with a voice like a high school coach, offered to take a dog or at least a baseball bat, but Linda just laughed it off. She didn't want to admit that she was really afraid. A few days after the room change, she noticed that the coffee shop had become quieter. Regular customers came less often, and new faces seemed suspicious to her. They stared too long, sat too quietly. One evening, while wiping the counter, she heard the front door creak. I looked up and saw no one. Only the wind blew the leaves along the sidewalk. But when she went to lock the door, she saw shoe marks on the threshold, large, with deep treads, covered with fresh mud. Linda froze, her heart pounding. She hadn't seen tracks like this before, and it hadn't rained in a week. The next day, Kate insisted that Linda not close the coffee shop alone. They were standing together, chatting about all sorts of nonsense, when the lights in the hall flickered and went out. Kate cursed, grabbed a flashlight from under the counter, but the beam did not pick out empty tables, but a silhouette by the window. He was tall, wearing a leather jacket, and he was standing with his back to the street. Linda recognized him immediately, Marcus. Kate shouted, "Hey, we're closed," but he didn't turn around. Instead, he slowly raised his hand and tapped his finger on the glass, 3 times, steadily, as a signal. Then he left, disappearing into the darkness. Linda grabbed her phone to call the police, but Kate stopped her. "What do you say? That the guy knocked on the window? Let's just get out of here." They left, but the next morning Linda found a new note under the door of the coffee shop. This time it's not an envelope, but just a piece of paper pressed with a stone. The handwriting was the same, shaky, "You can't hide forever." There was a key nearby, an old, rusty one with a jagged edge. Linda threw everything in the trash, but kept the key for herself, not knowing why. She began to suspect that this was not just harassment, but something more organized, like the network she got into by opening that damn profile. 2 days later, everything started spinning. Linda was closing the coffee shop when she heard a noise around the corner, a thud, as if something heavy had fallen. She looked out and saw Eddie, the photographer. He was standing by the trash can, holding a metal pipe in his hands, and a man was lying next to him, Tom, the one with the knives. His face was smashed, blood was flowing from his nose, but he was still breathing, wheezing and trying to crawl away. Eddie turned around, spotted Linda, and smiled the nervous smile she remembered from their date. "He wanted to pick you up first," he said, nodding at Tom. Linda backed away, but Eddie took a step toward her, holding up the pipe. She rushed to the door, managed to slam it shut and turn the lock. Through the glass, she saw Eddie looking at her, and then he hit the frame with the pipe, once, twice, until the glass cracked. Linda ran to the phone, dialed 911, but the line was silent. She heard footsteps from behind. Someone was already inside. She turned around, Marcus. He was standing at the counter, holding a revolver in his hands, an old one with a worn handle. His eyes were empty, like those of a man who had crossed a line long ago. "You should have come with me that night," he said softly. Linda rushed to the back door, but the door was locked from the outside. Marcus took his time, following her, tapping the tables with the barrel. She grabbed a coffee pot from the counter and threw it at him. The glass shattered on his shoulder, but he didn't even flinch. At that moment, the glass of the front door shattered, and Eddie stumbled inside, covered in sweat, with a pipe in his hands. Marcus turned around, and a shot rang out, loud and deafening. Eddie collapsed, clutching his chest, his fingers loosened, and the pipe rolled across the floor. Linda took advantage of the moment, ran out through the broken door and ran down the street. She heard Marcus yell after her, "This isn't over," but she didn't stop until she reached the gas station half a mile from the coffee shop. There, panting, she asked the cashier to call the police. The police arrived quickly, but the coffee shop was already empty. Eddie disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood and broken glass. Tom was found by the trash can. He was dead, his neck was twisted, as if someone had finished the job. Marcus was missing, but there was another note on the counter, "You're next in line." The policeman, an elderly man with tired eyes, told Linda that it looked like a psychopathic showdown, but she knew it wasn't an accident. These people were connected, not by a game, not by shadows, but by something real, tangible, like the smell of gunpowder in the air. Linda quit the coffee shop the next day. She moved in with Kate, barricaded the windows, and started sleeping with a knife under her pillow. But the threat has not disappeared. A week later, Kate found a brown, crumpled, and oil-stained package at the front door. There was a phone inside, an old push-button phone, and when Linda turned it on, a video flashed on the screen. It was shot with a trembling hand, Linda walking through the park with Eddie, Linda laughing at the bar with Marcus, Linda closing the coffee shop. And then the frame changed to Tom, tied to a chair in some basement, gagged, while someone's hand, not visible whose, hits him in the face. The video ended with a scream. Linda realized that these were not just maniacs. It was a group, a network of people who preyed on people like her, lonely, curious, looking for warmth. They didn't hide in the shadows, they didn't play games, they lived among it, ordered coffee, smiled, and then shot, cut, and broke. She remembered the key from the note and decided to check it. He went to the lock of the old closet in Kate's apartment, which she had never opened. Inside were photographs, dozens, hundreds of people, men and women, with dates and names on the back. Her photo was the last one pinned to the inside of the door, with the inscription, "Soon." That night, Linda heard footsteps outside the window. She grabbed a knife and stood by the door, ready to fight. But the footsteps stopped, and instead there was a sound, a gunshot, distant but clear. She looked out. There was a man lying on the street, face down, and next to him was a revolver, the same one that Marcus had. Someone was shooting at him from afar, and Linda realized that this was not a rescue, but a warning. They won't stop. They will come after her, and it will not be a mystical horror, but a real, cold, logical meat grinder, where she is just another victim on their list. Linda stood at the door with a knife in her hands, listening to the silence that followed the shot. Her fingers were shaking, but she gripped the hilt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The body on the street lay motionless, the revolver glittering in the moonlight like an ominous beacon. Kate was asleep in the next room, snoring after drinking whiskey, and Linda didn't wake her up. It was her battle. She slowly walked over to the window, opened the curtain a crack, and peered out into the darkness. The street was empty, except for the wind blowing debris across the asphalt. But something told her that this wasn't the end, but the beginning of something much worse. The next morning, the police took the body. It was Marcus. The bullet had entered the back of his head, neatly, like a professional shot. The detective, a young guy with tired eyes, told Linda that it looked like a showdown, but they had no suspects. He asked about the videos, the notes, the photo cabinet, but she saw boredom in his eyes, another crazy woman with paranoia. Linda didn't mention the key or the photo with her name on it. She knew that the police would not help her. It wasn't just an accident, but a system, a network of people who knew her habits, her weaknesses, and now they were playing with her like cats with a mouse. In the afternoon, Kate went to work, leaving Linda alone. She was sitting in the kitchen, looking at her phone with a video, which she still hadn't turned off. The screen was blinking and the battery was running low, but Linda turned on the recording again. The footage of Tom in the basement was replaced by a new excerpt. The camera showed the coffee shop from the inside, empty at night, but her bag was lying on the counter, the same one she had left the night she ran away from Marcus. Someone filmed it after she left. Then the camera turned, and a face flashed into the frame, Eddie, alive, with the same nervous smile. But his eyes were different, empty, like a doll's. The video ended at the sound of footsteps. Linda realized that Eddie hadn't died in the coffee shop. Marcus's shot had wounded him, but someone had pulled him out, and now he was part of this nightmare. She threw the phone into the sink and filled it with water, but it didn't help. The fear had already taken root. In the evening, she heard a knock on the door. 3 strokes, slow, like the ones Marcus had left on the glass of the coffee shop. Linda grabbed a knife and went to the door, but when she looked through the peephole, she saw an empty hallway. She opened the door and there was a shoe on the threshold, a big one with a dirty tread, like those footprints in the coffee shop. There was a note inside the shoe, "You're not alone in this house." Linda slammed the door, ran to Kate's phone, but the line was dead again. She heard the creak of floorboards in the bedroom. Someone was moving where Kate was sleeping. Linda burst into the room, but Kate wasn't there. The bed was rumpled, the pillow was on the floor, and there was a mirror on the wall that hadn't been there before. In the reflection, Linda saw herself, and the figure behind her, tall and hooded. She turned around and saw no one. But the mirror continued to show this shadow until Linda broke it with a knife. Shards scattered across the floor, and a camera rolled out from under the bed, a small one with a flashing red light. She was writing it down. Linda realized that Kate had been taken away. She grabbed her friend's car keys, ran out to the old pickup truck on the driveway and sped away. She needed to leave, to hide, but the headlights picked out a figure on the road, Eddie. He was standing with a pipe in his hands, his chest was bandaged with dirty bandages, and his smile stretched to his ears. Linda stepped on the gas, aiming directly at him, but he stepped aside, and the pipe hit the hood with a bang. The car stalled. Linda jumped out and ran across the field to the abandoned barn, which was visible in the distance. Eddie followed her, taking his time, like a hunter who knows that the prey is not going anywhere. The barn was old, with a sunken roof and the smell of rotten hay. Linda hid behind the tractor, clutching a knife, but she did not hear footsteps, but voices. Lots of voices. She looked out. There was a long table in the center of the barn, like for a banquet, and people were sitting around it. Tom, with his twisted face and bruises, Richard with his collection, even the woman Linda had seen on the app but hadn't met. They were all alive, but their eyes were empty, like Eddie's. Kate was lying on the table, bound and gagged, her chest heaving. And at the head of the table was a man Linda didn't know, bald, with a snake tattoo on his neck, and holding a pistol. "Welcome to our last date," he said, looking directly at Linda. His voice was as dry as sand. She rushed to the exit, but the doors slammed shut. Someone had boarded them up from outside. The man raised his gun and fired into the air, drowning out Kate's scream. "Did you think they were just maniacs? No, it's a family. We choose who deserves to live and who deserves to become a part of history." He nodded to Eddie, who approached Kate with a pipe. The first blow broke her arm, the second, her knee. Linda screamed and lunged forward, but Richard grabbed her from behind, twisting her wrist. The knife fell to the floor. They tied Linda to a chair across from Kate. The tattooed man came closer, his breath smelling of tobacco and metal. "You were the perfect candidate," he said. "Trusting, but not blind. Curious, but not cautious. We've been watching you since day one." He showed her the folder. Inside were her photos, bank statements, recordings of conversations with Kate. It wasn't a random hunt, but a plan built over months. Linda realized that the dating app was their network, and she was the fish they were hooked on. Eddie started cutting Kate. Not with a knife, but with rusty wire cutters I found in the corner of the barn. He cut off her fingers, one by one, throwing them on the table like poker chips. Kate was wheezing, her eyes rolled back in her head, but she was alive. Linda struggled in the straps, but Tom came up and hit her in the face, so hard that blood flowed from her lip. The man with the tattoo took out his camera and started filming. "This is for the archive," he said. People like to watch others break down. Then the shooting started. Not from the inside, but from the outside. Bullets pierced the walls of the barn. One hit Richard's shoulder, the other hit the leg of the woman from the app. Everyone screamed and scattered, but the man with the tattoo remained calm. He raised his gun and shot Kate, right in the chest, ending her torment. Linda screamed so hard that her throat burst. The barn door collapsed, and masked men rushed in, not the police, but someone else, with machine guns and flashlights. They fired indiscriminately. Eddie fell with a bullet through his head, Tom was shot in the stomach and crawled to the exit, the woman died on the spot. The man with the tattoo grabbed Linda, put a gun to her temple. "Do you think this is salvation?" "Stop it," he hissed. "These are competitors." The masked men opened fire, and a bullet hit him in the arm. He dropped the weapon, but managed to push Linda to the table. She fell on Kate's body, her face covered in her friend's blood. One of the masked men came up, tore off the straps, and yanked her to her feet. "Are you with us or with them?" "What is it?" he asked, taking off his mask. It was the guy from the coffee shop, the one who ordered lattes every morning, quiet, inconspicuous. Linda recognized him, but before she could respond, he hit her on the head with the butt of his rifle. She woke up in the back of a truck. His hands are tied, and his mouth is taped shut. There were bodies nearby, Kate, Eddie, the woman from the app, all dead, stacked like sacks. The truck was shaking over potholes, and voices were heard in the cabin. "She saw too much, let's leave it as a warning." Linda realized that this was not salvation, but a new circle of hell. She reached for a piece of metal in the back and started cutting the ropes, but the truck stopped. The door opened, and the guy with the latte pulled her out. They were standing by a pit, deep, fresh, with the smell of damp earth. "You could have been one of us," he said, pulling out his gun. "But you're too weak." Linda lunged, hit him in the throat with a piece of metal. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He fell, wheezing. She ran, hearing gunshots behind her, but the bullets missed. She ran across the field until she fell into the mud, gasping for breath. A barn was burning in the distance, smoke rising into the sky as a signal of the end of the world. The next day, the farmers found her, dirty, covered in blood, with empty eyes. She didn't speak, just pointed to the pit where the bodies lay. The police unearthed everything: the truck, the bodies, the cameras with the recordings. But Linda knew it wasn't over. They were everywhere, in coffee shops, on the streets, in apps. She survived, but she became different, broken, sick, with a voice in her head that whispered, "You're next." And when she looked in the mirror, she saw not herself, but all of them: Marcus, Eddie, Kate, smiling, waiting for her to break down completely. In a small town where the houses were crowded together and the streets smelled of damp and gasoline, there lived a woman named Evelyn. She was in her 40s, but she looked older. Her face was lined, and her eyes were always red, as if from lack of sleep or tears. She worked at a local eatery, serving greasy burgers and warm cokes while her hands were shaking with fatigue. Evelyn wasn't beautiful, and she wasn't smart either, but she had one thing that set her apart from the rest: she could tell stories. Not the kind of fairy tales that are read to children before bedtime, but creepy, viscous stories that made people's fingers go cold and their mouths go dry. The diner's patrons, truckers and local drunks, loved listening to her, especially late at night, when the lights were dimming and shadows were stretching in the corners. Her stories always began the same way, with a quiet, almost whispering description of everyday life. She could talk about how someone went home after work, how the floorboards in the old house creaked, or how meat smelled in the pan. But then, imperceptibly, Evelyn's voice became tougher and the details sharper. She talked about missing people, about screams that no one had heard, about bloodstains that were found in backyards. No one knew where she got these stories from. Some joked that she was just making things up, retelling movies or newspaper headlines. Others, those who looked into her eyes a little longer, suspected that Evelyn knew more than she was letting on. One evening, a guy named Trevor came into the diner. He was about 25, thin, with disheveled hair and a scar on his chin that he got after falling off a bicycle as a child. Trevor was new to the neighborhood, arrived in an old pickup truck with rusty sides and got a job at a gas station nearby. He was curious, liked to ask questions, and even more, to listen. That night, Evelyn sat at the counter, wiping glasses with a crusty cloth and muttering to herself. Trevor ordered coffee, even though it was after midnight, and grinned. "I heard you're a master of horror stories here. Tell me something that will really make me regret that I heard it." Evelyn looked at him for a long moment, as if weighing whether it was worth it. Then she nodded and started talking. She told about a man who lived in a house on the outskirts, lonely, silent, with his hands always stained with something sticky. Neighbors noticed that he often dug holes in the yard, but no one asked why. One night he disappeared, and the next morning a box of yellowed letters was found in his basement. They described things that made Trevor's hair stand on end, how this man watched people, recorded their habits, calculated when they would be alone. Evelyn spoke slowly, savoring every word, and ended up saying that the letters weren't written in his handwriting. Trevor left the diner pale, clutching the keys to the pickup truck so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He didn't sleep that night, tossing and turning on the sagging mattress in his rented room and thinking that Evelyn might not just be a storyteller. The next day, he returned, ordered the same coffee, and asked for another story. That's how his obsession began. Every night he would come, listen, and then leave, feeling something inside him break. Evelyn didn't mind. She talked as if it was her job, as if she needed to talk herself out. After a couple of weeks, Trevor started noticing oddities. Evelyn never repeated herself, but there were details in her stories that seemed too vivid. She described the smells, rust, sweat, rotting fruit, so that he could smell them in the air. She knew what skin looked like when it was cut, how bones crunched under a heavy shoe. One day, she mentioned the old gas station where Trevor worked, and the man who supposedly hung around there, looking for lone drivers. Trevor shuddered. He'd seen this guy a couple of days ago, hunched over, with a blank stare, but he hadn't told anyone. From that moment on, Trevor's curiosity was replaced by something else. He began to suspect that Evelyn was not making up her stories, but taking them from real life. Maybe she was a witness. Maybe an accomplice. Or worse, she did it all by herself. He began to follow her. He recorded when she left work, where she was going in her old sedan with a cracked window. He even went into her trash can one night and found crumpled pieces of paper with addresses and names, nothing concrete, but enough to make his heart beat faster. Evelyn didn't seem to notice his surveillance. Or pretended to. She kept telling me, and each time the stories got darker. She once described how someone tied a man to a chair, poured gasoline on him and set him on fire, just to see how long he would scream. Trevor couldn't stand it. He asked how she knew that. Evelyn just smiled, showing her yellow teeth, and said, "People tell me their secrets themselves. You just have to listen." Trevor didn't believe it. He decided to find out the truth. That night, he waited until the diner was empty and hid around the corner, watching Evelyn get into the car. He followed her, keeping his distance until her sedan turned onto a dirt road leading to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts. There, among the rusty barrels and overgrown weeds, began something that Trevor would never forget. Trevor turned off the engine of his pickup truck and got out, trying not to slam the door. The night was cold, and the air smelled of earth and something metallic. He saw Evelyn parking her sedan at an abandoned warehouse, a long building with a sunken roof and walls covered with peeling paint. She got out of the car without looking back and disappeared inside through the rusty door, which creaked so loudly that Trevor wanted to cover his ears. He waited a few minutes, listening to the sounds, a dog howling in the distance, the wind rustling dry leaves, but there was no sound from the warehouse. That alerted him. Evelyn didn't seem like a person who just wandered through abandoned places. He took a flashlight out of the glove compartment, an old one with a dim yellow light, and followed. Glass fragments and small stones crunched underfoot, and every step thudded in his chest. The warehouse door was ajar, and Trevor slipped inside, keeping close to the wall. The smell of mold and something pungent, like solvent or gasoline, hit my nose. The beam of the flashlight picked out piles of garbage from the darkness, old tires, torn sacks, scraps of rope. And then he heard Evelyn's voice, low and monotonous, as if she were reading aloud. Trevor moved towards the sound, trying not to breathe too loudly. The warehouse was huge, with partitions made of rotten planks and piles of junk that created a maze. He turned the corner and froze. Evelyn stood with her back to him, illuminated by the faint glow of a kerosene lamp that she had placed on an overturned crate. In front of her was a table, roughly made of darkened wood, stained with what looked like rust. But it wasn't rust. Trevor realized this when he saw what she was doing. There was a man lying on the table. A man in his 30s, with dirty blonde hair and a face distorted by pain. His hands and feet were tied to the table with thick straps, the kind used to secure loads in cars. His mouth was covered with gray duct tape, but muffled wheezing came from under it. Evelyn was holding a knife in her hands, not a kitchen knife, but a long, serrated blade, the kind you take for fishing or hunting. She took her time, running the tip over the man's skin, leaving thin red lines that immediately began to bleed. Trevor felt his stomach clench and his legs turn to jelly. He wanted to retreat, to run away, but something held him in place. Maybe it was fear, or maybe it was the same morbid curiosity that had brought him here. Evelyn spoke again, and now Trevor realized that she wasn't just mumbling. She described everything she did as in her stories. At first you feel the cold of the metal, she said softly, almost tenderly. Then the warmth when it goes deeper. The skin separates easily if you know where to apply pressure. Like that. The knife entered the man's shoulder, and he jerked, letting out a strangled groan. Blood flowed across the table, dripping onto the floor with a thud. Evelyn leaned closer, as if studying his reaction, and then pulled out a knife and made another incision, this time along the ribs. Trevor put his hand over his mouth to keep from giving himself away. He could see the man's fingers moving, as he tried to pull away, but the straps held tight. Evelyn put down the knife and took something else from the drawer, a metal jar with a cloudy liquid. She unscrewed the lid, and the smell of gasoline became stronger. Trevor remembered one of her stories, about a man who was burned alive. He thought it was fiction. Now he realized that it wasn't. She splashed gasoline on the man's legs. He struggled harder, his eyes widened in horror. Evelyn took out a lighter, flicked it, and a small flame lit up her face. Her smile, crooked, with yellow teeth, was the same as in the diner when she finished another story. Trevor couldn't stand it. He took a step back, and his shoe brushed against an empty tin can. The sound reverberated through the warehouse like a gunshot. Evelyn whirled around, her eyes finding him in the dark. Time stood still for a second. Then she took a step towards him, still holding the lighter in one hand and the knife in the other. "Trevor," she said calmly, as if she'd met him at the counter. "You shouldn't have come here." He turned around and ran. My heart was pounding so hard that it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. He stumbled over debris, fell, got up, feeling the air burn his lungs. Evelyn didn't shout at him, didn't chase him, or he just didn't hear her footsteps. He reached the pickup truck, started the engine with trembling hands, and sped away, leaving the warehouse in a cloud of dust. It wasn't until a few miles later that he pulled over to the side of the road, turned off his headlights, and tried to catch his breath. His shirt was soaked with sweat, and the man's wheezing was in his ears. The next day, Trevor did not go to work. He sat in his room, locked the door and checked the lock every half hour. He didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I tell someone? Who would believe that Evelyn, that tired waitress with a hoarse voice, would do such a thing? He tried to convince himself that he was mistaken, that it was a dream or a hallucination from exhaustion. But the smell of gasoline and blood still lingered in his mind. In the evening, he heard a knock on the door. Quiet, but persistent. Trevor froze, staring at the handle, which began to turn slowly. He grabbed the first thing that came to hand, a heavy wrench, and came closer. A draft came through the crack under the door, and with it came a familiar, pungent smell, like that night. Gasoline. The door swung open, and Evelyn stood there. She was holding a plastic bag with something dark and thick dripping from it. She looked at Trevor and said, "You wanted to know where my stories came from. Now you will be a part of one of them." Trevor stepped back, picking up the key, but Evelyn stepped forward faster than he expected. She didn't look strong, but her movements had the confidence of someone who had done it more than once. The bag fell to the floor, and a piece of meat rolled out of it, a human hand, with severed fingers, still fresh, with skin glistening with blood. Trevor screamed, but the sound was cut off when Evelyn hit him with something heavy on the back of the head. He woke up later. He didn't know how much time had passed. "My head ached, and I tasted iron in my mouth." He was lying on something hard, his arms and legs were not moving. Straps. The ones he saw on the table in the warehouse. Evelyn was leaning over him, her face calm, almost bored. She was twirling a knife in her hands, and there was the same can of gasoline next to it. "People love scary stories," she said, looking into his eyes. "But they don't realize how much work they're doing." She started cutting. Slowly at first, over the skin on his chest, then deeper, revealing the muscles. Trevor screamed until his voice cracked, but the warehouse was far away from everyone, and no one heard. Evelyn worked methodically, like a butcher separating meat from bones. She took her time, sometimes stopping to wipe the blood off her hands with a cloth that was already red. After a while, she took out a notebook, an old one with a battered cover, and began writing. Trevor saw her writing, heard the pencil scratching on paper. She described his screams, the smell of his blood, the way his fingers were shaking. That was her next story. He lost consciousness and regained consciousness, each time hoping that this was the end. But Evelyn didn't let him die quickly. She splashed gasoline on his feet, just like that man, and flicked a lighter. The fire flared up with a hiss, and Trevor felt his skin melt, as pain devoured him from the bottom up. He no longer screamed, he had no strength. Evelyn looked at him with her head slightly tilted, as if assessing the result. Then she said, "You were right, Trevor." The fire licked at Trevor's legs, and the pain was such that he could no longer separate the scream from the silence. His body was twitching in the straps, but his mind was clinging to reality like a drowning man to a straw. Evelyn stood next to him, watching him with the same calmness with which she wiped glasses in the diner. The flame went out on its own. She didn't let it flare up too much, splashing just a couple handfuls of gasoline on her feet. It wasn't an accident. She wanted him to stay conscious, to feel everything until the end. The smell of burnt leather mixed with the acrid smoke, and Trevor coughed until his throat bled. Evelyn put down the lighter and picked up the knife again. She came closer, her boots squeaking on the debris-strewn floor. In the dim light of the lamp, Trevor noticed that her hands were covered with old scars, thin, barely noticeable lines, as if someone had once cut her the same way she was cutting him now. She leaned toward him, and he could feel her breath, sour, with a taste of tobacco and coffee. "Do you know why I'm doing this?" "What is it?" she asked, not looking into his eyes. "Because people pay for fear. Not with money, no. They pay attention. And I give them what they want." Trevor didn't answer, he couldn't. His vocal cords had been ripped off, and his mouth was filled with a mixture of saliva and blood. Evelyn didn't wait for an answer. She ran her hand over his arm, opening the skin from the elbow to the wrist, and watched as the blood flowed in thin streams, collecting in a puddle under the table. Then she took a small metal hook, the kind used for butchering fish, and hooked it over the edge of the wound. Trevor jerked, but the straps dug deeper into his wrists, leaving purple marks. She slowly pulled the hook up, tearing the skin from the muscles, and he heard a sound, wet, crisp, like tearing a wet cloth. Her face didn't flinch. She worked with frightening precision, as if she were not a human being, but a piece of meat on a chopping board. At some point, she stopped, wiped her forehead with her sleeve and took out a pack of mints from her pocket. She unwrapped one, put it in her mouth, and began to chew, looking at Trevor. "You're holding up better than most," she said, smacking her lips. They usually shut down faster. Trevor wanted to die. He prayed for it with everything he had left, but his body refused to give up. Evelyn went back to work. She picked up a hammer, a heavy one with a handle darkened by age, and aimed it at his knee. The blow was fast and accurate. The crunch of bone echoed off the warehouse walls, and Trevor felt his leg drop below the knee, as if it no longer belonged to him. The pain exploded in his head, but he didn't lose consciousness. Evelyn knew how far he could go. She went to the drawer where the lamp was and pulled out a plastic container. Inside were tools, pliers, and a pair of rusty nails. Trevor looked at it blearily as she selected the pliers. She went back to him, grabbed his hand, and pinched the nail on her index finger. One sharp movement, and the nail came off with a wet slurp. Blood splattered on her cheek, but she just blinked and continued, moving on to the next finger. Trevor was no longer screaming, he was wheezing, gasping in pain and terror. The warehouse was quiet, only the sounds of her work broke the silence, crunching, slurping, dripping blood on the floor. Evelyn sometimes stopped to write something down in her notebook. She described how his skin darkens from burns, how his muscles contract under the knife, how his eyes glaze over but won't close. It wasn't just cruelty, it was a system. She collected the material like a scientist collects data. After a while, Trevor had lost count of the minutes. She decided to change her approach. She pulled an awl out of the container and held it up to his face. He tried to turn away, but the strap around his neck held his head in place. Evelyn put the point against his lower eyelid and pressed, not hard, but enough so that he could feel the metal touching his skin. "People think that fear is darkness or ghosts," she said, leaning so close that he could see the cracks on her lips. "No. Fear is when you know what's going to happen next and you can't do anything." She pressed harder, and the awl entered the eye socket. Trevor heard a sound like grapes bursting, and then half the world disappeared in a white flash of pain. Evelyn pulled out the awl, and hot liquid gushed out of the wound, trickling down his cheek. He was twitching, tearing at the straps, but this only increased the pain. She watched him with her head slightly tilted, like an artist evaluating his work. Then she went away and brought a bucket of water. A cold, smelly liquid gushed onto his face, washing away the blood and making him suffocate. Evelyn didn't want him to bleed to death. It wasn't the time yet. She took the knife and began a new incision, this time along the abdomen. The skin parted, revealing pink insides, and Trevor felt something warm flowing out of him. Evelyn reached inside, digging into his body as if she was looking for something specific. She pulled out a piece, slick, shiny, and dropped it to the floor with a thud. "It's going to be a good story," she muttered, wiping her hands on her pants. "They will listen with bated breath." Trevor couldn't think anymore. His mind dissolved into pain, but his body continued to live, clinging to the last remnants of air. Evelyn took out a coil of wire and began wrapping it around his neck, not to strangle him, but to keep his head straight. She wanted him to look at her while she worked. At some point, he noticed that she had brought a bag, an old leather one with spots that looked like dried mud. She opened it and pulled out the photos. Dozens of pictures taken on an old Polaroid. There were people on them, men, women, even a teenager with freckles. They all had empty faces, open mouths, and torn bodies. Evelyn spread them out on the table next to Trevor, like a collector showing off his trophies. "These are my first works," she said. "You'll be better. You have a character." She took the knife and continued to cut, taking her time now, savoring every move. Trevor could feel the life draining out of him, but Evelyn wouldn't let him go completely. She splashed more water and slapped him on the cheek to bring him to his senses. She needed live material. The warehouse became his hell. Time stretched into an endless series of pain, blood, and the sound of her voice reading the notes. She described how his fingers were shaking, how his breathing was getting ragged, how his skin was turning into rags. It wasn't just torture, it was a ritual, creating a story that she would later tell in a diner, looking into the eyes of another curious fool. Trevor didn't know how much longer he could take it. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. Evelyn didn't stop. She took out a new tool, a small saw with small teeth, and tried it on his hand. The sound of metal biting into bone was the last thing he heard before consciousness began to slip away. But even then, she didn't let him leave, shaking him and splashing more water. "Stay with me," she said. "The best is yet to come." The saw bit into Trevor's bone with a hideous screech, and he could no longer distinguish the sound from the pain. His hand hung on the thin patches of skin as Evelyn methodically separated it from his body. Blood flowed profusely, drenching the table and the floor, but she didn't pay attention. Her hands were used to this mess. Trevor stopped struggling, his mind shattering like glass under a hammer. He looked at her with one surviving eye, and there was no fear in that gaze anymore, only emptiness mixed with something new that he himself could not understand. Evelyn put down the saw and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a red mark. She looked at Trevor, slightly tilting her head, and said, "You're not shouting anymore. It's good. Now you understand." He didn't understand. Or he understood too much. His mind, exhausted by pain and blood loss, began to sink into a strange state, not fainting, not death, but something in between. Psychiatrists might call it dissociative disorder, when a person splits up to escape from the unbearable. But for Trevor, it was not salvation, but a fall into the abyss, where he became both a victim and a spectator. He saw himself from the outside, the mutilated body on the table, the stump of an arm, the burned legs, the bloody mess his face had turned into. And he saw Evelyn, not as a monster, but as an artist whose work was brutal but meaningful. She noticed the change in his gaze and smiled, the same crooked smile that had once given him goosebumps in the diner. "People think that life is about order," she said, sitting down on a box next to him. Her voice became thoughtful, almost lecturing. "They build houses, start families, and believe that chaos is an exception. But chaos is the foundation. We're all meat, Trevor. Meat that breathes until it is cut. I'm just showing the truth." Trevor didn't answer, he couldn't. His throat was torn by screams, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. But her words cut into him like a knife into flesh. He began to see the meaning in her actions, and that scared him more than the pain. Evelyn took an awl and began to pick out pieces of skin from his chest, continuing to speak. "Suffering is not a punishment. This is liberation. When I cut, I take away the excess. I'm only leaving what's real. You can feel it, right?" He felt it. Not only pain, but also a strange relief. His mind, split apart, clung to her philosophy like a lifeline. Maybe she's right. Maybe life is an illusion that people invented in order not to see the truth. His body was ruined, but something inside him agreed with her. It wasn't just madness, it was a conviction born out of agony. Evelyn got up, picked up a hammer, and went to his head. She took her time, taking her time like a sculptor before the final blow. "You're going to be my best story," she said. "Not because you're strong, but because you broke down right." She struck. 1, 2, 3, the hammer smashed into his skull, cracking the bones with a dull crack. But Trevor didn't die right away. His brain, already damaged by shock and blood loss, clung to life, distorting reality. He saw flashes, the diner, its yellow teeth, his hands clutching the keys to the pickup truck. And then he heard his own voice, not a rasp, but a clear, calm one. He talked with her, repeating her words. "Chaos is the foundation. We are all meat." Evelyn stopped, looking at him in surprise. Blood flowed from his shattered head, flooding his eye socket, but he continued to whisper in sync with her movements. She struck again, and this time the skull gave way completely, exposing the gray mass of the brain. But even then, Trevor didn't shut up. His lips trembled, spitting out the words she put into him. "Suffering is liberation." She dropped the hammer and picked up the knife. The last incision was deep, from the throat to the abdomen, opening it up like a carcass in a slaughterhouse. The entrails spilled onto the table, steam rising from the hot blood in the cold warehouse air. Evelyn looked at it with satisfaction, but something new flashed in her eyes: anxiety. Trevor was still moving his lips, even when his lungs stopped working. His voice, faint as the whisper of the wind, repeated, "I understand. I understand." She grabbed a saw and began to cut his neck, separating his head from his body. Blood splashed into her face, but she didn't stop until her head hit the floor with a thud. Trevor's lips froze, but his one eye stared at her, frozen in a strange, almost grateful emptiness. Evelyn wiped her hands on her pants and took out her notebook. She wrote it all down: his last words, his broken mind, his acceptance of her truth. It wasn't just a story, it was a victory. But when she finished writing, something changed. She looked at Trevor's head lying in a pool of blood, and for the first time in a long time, she felt cold. Not fear, but awareness. She didn't just create a victim, she created a mirror. His words, his look, his agreement with her philosophy, it was not what she expected. She wanted suffering, but she got a disciple who surpassed her even while dying. Evelyn threw her notebook on the table and started gathering up her tools. She was working fast, but her hands were shaking. She put knives, a saw, and an awl in a bag, filled the floor with gasoline, and set it on fire. The fire broke out, devouring Trevor's body, his head, and photographs of her past victims. She left the warehouse without looking back until the flames lit up the night behind her. The next day, she returned to the diner as if nothing had happened. The visitors asked for a story again, and she began to tell, about a man who came for the truth and found it in pain. Her voice was steady, but something was breaking inside. She saw Trevor in every trucker, in every curious face. His whisper sounded in her head, "I understand." Evelyn continued to live, to carve, to tell. But now she knew that the chaos she loved so much had turned against her. Trevor didn't die completely, he stayed in her mind, like a mental splinter, proving that even meat can think. And it was worse than any death she could have imagined.
When I was looking for a place to live, I wasn't very picky. I just needed a normal removable option where I could sleep, work, and not worry about everyday problems. After several weeks of searching, I came across an ad. A room in an apartment, reasonable price, convenient location. The only condition is that the neighbor already lives there, and preference is given to people with irregular work schedules. I thought it was even convenient. I was a freelancer myself, often working nights and sleeping it off during the day. So I didn't want neighbors who start making coffee and rattling pots at 7 in the morning. I quickly contacted the owner, and he said that my potential neighbor is a quiet, inconspicuous person, but with special features. I didn't think much of it at the time. When I came to look at the apartment, I was met by a guy in his 30s. He looked tired, but he was smiling politely. Introduced himself as Mark. The apartment was ordinary: 2 bedrooms, a shared living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. A little old renovation, but overall cozy. Mark gave me a tour, briefly told me about the rules. Do not enter his room without permission, do not touch his things, and do not ask unnecessary questions. The last one made me a little uneasy, but I thought maybe he was just an introvert. Not everyone likes to chat. Do you come home often? I asked more out of politeness. Almost none, he replied. I work at different times, sometimes even at night. Great. This meant that we would rarely cross paths. I agreed to rent a room and moved in 3 days later. At first, everything was fine. We hardly crossed paths, and if we did, we exchanged a few words. Mark was clean, didn't cause any problems, didn't make any noise. The only thing that seemed strange to me was that he never ate in front of me. I spent most of my time at home and sometimes went into the kitchen in the middle of the night. There wasn't much food in the fridge, just some sealed containers. One day, I noticed that the food in them was changing, but Mark himself hadn't touched a single pot in a few days. One evening, I heard him come home. It was late, about 2 in the morning. I heard him go to his room, but after a minute, he came out again. There were soft sounds in the kitchen, as if he had opened the refrigerator. I decided to go out for water and found him there. He stood in front of the open refrigerator, looked inside, but did not take anything. I took a quick look inside. The food was there. "Is everything okay?" I asked. He flinched, as if I'd caught him doing something forbidden, but then he nodded. "Yes, I just forgot what I have." He quickly closed the refrigerator and went to his room. It seemed to me that he was worried about something. A couple of days later, I noticed another oddity. He always locked his room. When I was home alone, I tried to pull the handle. It was locked. The windows of his room were covered with thick curtains. Even during the day, there was almost no light. One night, I woke up to a strange sound. It was like someone was moving furniture. I looked at my watch, 3:14. I listened for a while, but the noise soon stopped. Since then, I started noticing more strange things. His shoes in the hallway were never dusty, even if it was raining. He left the house with an empty backpack and returned with it as if he wasn't carrying anything. One evening, he was sitting in the living room watching TV. I decided to sit down next to him. He switched channels, but he didn't stay anywhere. I was joking. "Can't you find something interesting?" He chuckled a little. "Sometimes you just want to turn on something to create noise." It puzzled me a bit. "So you're not watching?" He shrugged his shoulders. "Sometimes yes, sometimes no." We talked a little more, but the conversation turned out to be strained. I found myself thinking that the longer I lived with him, the more uncomfortable I felt. And then I found the note. It was on the living room table, crumpled up as if it was going to be thrown away. I unfolded it and saw a few lines written in uneven handwriting. "Remember, the main thing is not to lose control. Don't let them get suspicious." My stomach turned cold. I turned around, but I was alone. I didn't sleep that night. I've been looking at this note for a long time. The paper was wrinkled, but not too old, as if it had been crumpled recently. Whose handwriting is this? The brand? Or was there someone else in this apartment? I carefully folded the note and put it in my pocket. My heart was pounding louder than usual. I tried to calm myself down with logic. Maybe it's just something personal, maybe a work note or a reminder. But what did it mean to not lose control? Control over what? I lay back down, but sleep never came. The next morning, Mark behaved as usual. He came out of his room, nodded dryly at me, made coffee without saying a word, and left again. He didn't even seem to notice that I looked tired. I tried to convince myself that this note had nothing to do with me, but the feeling of anxiety wouldn't go away. I decided to find out more about the brand. I searched the internet, but all I found was his social media page, which was empty, with no photos or personal information. A few subscriptions, a couple of old posts, nothing suspicious. It feels like he existed, but he didn't leave anything behind. I continued to watch him. He came and went at different times, but he never said where he was going. Sometimes he stayed in the bathroom for strangely long periods, and one day I noticed that there were small cuts on his hands. I asked, "Are you hurt?" He glanced at his palms, clenched his fingers, and answered briefly, "Nonsense." I didn't ask any further, but inside, everything shrank from a feeling that I was living next to something I didn't understand. And then something happened that completely knocked me out of my rut. I came home earlier than usual. Mark wasn't there. When I passed by his room, I heard sound. It was as if something had slid across the floor. I froze. The room was locked, as always. I knocked softly. There was no response. I took a step back, but inside everything screamed that I needed to know what was there. I took the wire from a kitchen table. I wasn't much good at picking locks, but this door was old. After a minute, it opened softly. I looked inside. The room looked strange. It was almost empty except for a mattress on the floor, a couple of boxes, and a desk with papers. There was a calendar on the wall, but all the dates had been crossed out. I took a step inside. There was a stack of written sheets on the table. I took one and read it. "If they start suspecting something, leave." I felt my stomach turn cold. At that moment, I heard the front door lock click. Mark is back. I froze. My heart thumped in my chest. It flashed through my head. If he sees me here, it's over. The door to the apartment closed. I heard Mark take off his shoes. He was only a few steps away from the room. I carefully put the note back in the pile, closed the door as quietly as possible, and took a step back into the hallway. Mark appeared around the corner. "What are you doing here?" His voice is steady, but there's something wary in his eyes. I wanted to ask, have you ever been involved in something like psychology? The first thing that came to mind. I saw a calendar, strange notes. His gaze lingered on the door of his room. "I'm writing myself reminders," he said shortly. "Why would you?" I shrugged, trying to look nonchalant. "Just curious." He stood there for a moment longer, then nodded. "Okay, I'm tired, I need to rest." I took the hint and went to my room, closing the door behind me. I tried to convince myself that nothing terrible had happened, but everything inside was shrinking. Something about Mark was wrong. That night, I heard the noise again. It was like furniture was being moved, then the creak of floorboards. I wanted to get up, but something made me stay in bed. I was just listening. After a couple minutes, everything went quiet. The following days were stressful. Mark became even more withdrawn. If before he had at least pretended to lead a normal life, now he hardly spoke. Sometimes I caught his gaze, cold, appraising, and then I noticed another detail. There was a crumpled piece of paper in the kitchen trash can. I unwrapped it. They suspect something. Time is running out. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I decided it was time to find out exactly what my strange neighbor was doing. I couldn't just let it go. I needed to know what was going on. Mark was behaving more and more strangely, and I couldn't continue to live with this feeling that something was wrong. The next day, when I noticed that Mark was leaving for the day again, I decided it was time. I waited until his footsteps had died away and exhaled. I could end this. Don't ask unnecessary questions. I had to find out what he was doing. I returned to his room, even more determined this time. The lock was still old, but despite its fragility, it was quite sturdy. On the other hand, I knew that if I didn't do it now, I would feel this terrible impasse again. I knew I couldn't stay calm. I needed to find at least one explanation, at least something that could help me understand what was really going on. Like last time, I used a wire to pry open the door. This time it was a little easier because I already knew how to act, but my heart was still pounding like crazy. The door opened with a slight creak. I entered quietly, trying not to make any sounds. The room was almost empty, just like last time, but now I noticed something that I hadn't noticed before. There was a large box on the floor. It was closed, but the corner of it was slightly ajar. I couldn't resist and pulled the lid, not thinking that Mark might come back. The box was filled with some old papers, notes, journals, and something else. Something heavy was lying below, hidden by other things. I carefully sorted through the papers, and then my fingers came across a hard object. I pulled it out and saw a metal object that looked like a small tool. My hands were shaking as I looked at it. It was like a small screen with a bunch of buttons and some incomprehensible symbols. I had no idea what it was, but I could feel the tension building. I hugged him to me, but at that moment I heard the floor creaking in the hallway. I froze. It was the sound of someone's footsteps. I quickly put the instrument in my pocket and ran back to my room, pretending that nothing had happened. I turned off the light and got into bed, trying not to breathe too loudly. I heard Mark's door close. He's back. It took a few minutes before I could exhale, but my heart was still pounding. In the evening, when I calmed down, I thought about what had happened again. This strange metal object. What was that? Why does Mark keep such things in his room? I couldn't help but think about it, but I didn't know what to do next. The next day, when I decided that I wasn't ready to fully meet Mark yet, I decided to explore the device more closely. When I turned it on, I saw that the screen lit up and showed some random images. They were changing very quickly. Everything was in motion. I didn't understand anything, but suddenly the screen was overshadowed by strange symbols. They started appearing so fast that I didn't have time to read them. The device hummed as if it was transmitting something. At that moment, I realized that it looked like I wasn't the only one who might have been watching something. I sat there looking at that screen, and the more I looked, the more uncomfortable I became. The symbols kept changing, and the device kept humming. I didn't understand what was going on, but the feeling of anxiety wouldn't leave me. I decided I should turn it off and get back to normal, but that's when the screen flashed and everything went black. I felt a strange silence pressing down on me. The room was too quiet. There was no familiar computer sound, not even any noise from outside. Just this thick, heavy air. I tried to turn the device back on, but it wouldn't budge. The screen was gone. I clicked on a few buttons, but the result didn't change. I don't know why, but I became even more anxious. The feeling that I didn't understand something was growing. It was as if I was walking on a dangerous edge and knew that if I took a step sideways, it would be impossible to return. Suddenly, I heard footsteps. It was Mark's footsteps. He was coming back, and with every step, the anxiety inside me grew. I put the device in my pocket and quickly returned to my bed. I knew that if he saw me now, I would be in trouble. As soon as Mark entered the room, I felt his gaze directed in my direction. He didn't say a word, but his silence was so expressive that it made me uneasy. It seemed to me that he knew for sure that I had found something. But what exactly? I did not know. I couldn't keep this horror to myself. That evening, when he left again, I decided to act. I couldn't sit on the sidelines. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I went back to that metal device and tried to turn it on again. And this time, it worked. The screen lit up, and instead of random characters, I saw the whole picture. It was a video. Footage appeared on the screen, which at first seemed completely ordinary to me. It was a camera shot, but later I realized that it was the same corner in the apartment where the camera was. A camera that was pointed right at my door, and another camera pointed at my bed. At that moment, I realized that I was under surveillance. All this time, while I was living with Mark, I was just part of some kind of game. The device continued to show footage, as if under a microscope, I was in the field of view of this device all the time. Everything I did, all my movements, everything was recorded. It wasn't an accident, not some kind of random coincidence. Mark knew my every move. I don't know what shocked me more, the fact that I was under surveillance, or the fact that at some point on this screen, I saw Mark himself. He was standing in a dark corner of my room when I came in and turned on the device. I almost fell over when I realized that he might have seen me the whole time. And then I realized that everything that was happening between us had been thought out in advance, planned in advance. Everything from his strange notes to the unexpected silence that haunted me was no accident. But the scariest thing of all, perhaps, was that at some point Mark got up and came to my bed. He was silent, and his face was absolutely motionless, cold. I sat there unable to move. I thought he was going to say something, but he just watched me in silence. And then I realized that I was not a part of the game, but its main player. Mark knew that I would be looking for answers. He knew that I would try to figure out what was going on, and he was waiting for this moment. I couldn't get enough air. I was ready to go crazy. But he just looked at me and quietly, without any expression, said, "You got it, didn't you? Now it's time to play by my rules." That was the moment that I couldn't believe anymore. I sat there, unable to look away from his cold eyes. Every word he said hit me in the head like a heavy weight, and I couldn't understand what was going on. Everything was mixed up in my head, this horror, this realization that I was probably part of something I didn't even know about. At some point, it seemed to me that I had completely lost my mind. Mark took a step towards me, and I froze. He wasn't in a hurry. His movements were precise, as if he knew I wouldn't dare to resist. I tried to say at least one word, but I couldn't. All I could do was sit there, staring at him in shock. He wasn't just a person. He was part of something that couldn't be explained. "You don't understand," Mark said, and his voice was strangely calm now. "Everything you see, everything you feel is part of the game. You should have seen it. You should have understood." I was on the verge of a breakdown. The brain simply refused to accept this reality. I began to realize that all my actions, all the moments when I thought something was wrong, when I didn't really feel something, it was all a setup. He was always there, always watching, but it never occurred to me that I could be a part of something so terrible. And suddenly, he said something that changed everything. "Do you know what the strangest thing is? You weren't the first. You're not the first one who's been here. There were others before you, and they were also looking for answers. But you're probably the closest to a solution. That's why I'm here, to see how far you can take it." My heart skipped a beat. He said something that opened my eyes. He wasn't just watching me. He did it with others. And those who came before me were the same as me, confused and confused. I stood up, trying to sort my thoughts out, but nothing worked. I felt like everything around me was collapsing. When I started moving, he started talking again. "You've been trying to figure out the device, haven't you? I told you, take your time. All this is preparation. You should have realized that we're not just random people. We are participants in something much bigger. You don't know who you really are." I stood there, shocked by this revelation, but his words continued to torment me. He wasn't human. He was someone else. But who? And what does he mean by saying that I should have understood something? I didn't know what to do anymore. Run, try to find answers, or just give in and accept reality. And suddenly, as if under the influence of some force, I remembered something. This calendar. All those weird notes I've seen. All those moments when I felt that something was wrong, that something was constantly watching me. I couldn't forget how at one point he just watched me without saying a word. He knew. He always knew that I would be looking for answers, but this was no ordinary search. Do you understand what I mean? Mark broke my silence again. "You are the mystery." And then it literally dawned on me. All this time, I was not just an observer. I was a participant. No, not a participant in the game, as I thought before. I was the cause of it. I was the very element they were looking for. These records, these strange symbols, the device. It was all about me. I was connected to this, to his game, to this nightmare. Mark suddenly smiled. But it wasn't just a smile. It was the kind of smile that made me realize that I had lost not only control over what was happening, but also my freedom. Now I was part of the process. And no matter what I do, I won't be able to escape. You were part of the experiment, and this experiment is over. But you're not the only one who's been through this. The question is, can you get through this, to the end? I stood there, unable to say anything, realizing that this moment was fatal. And when Mark looked at me for the last time, I realized that now everything I would do would be part of what I was trying to understand. I wasn't just a player. I was a part of what was happening. And now I have no choice. When Mark said these words, I felt the world around me freeze and gradually sink into an icy silence. I stood there, unable to move, realizing that my life had long since turned into someone else's game, an experiment in which I was a pawn. Suddenly, there was a soft but confident knock on the door. I heard footsteps moving away from a hallway, and I realized that someone else knew about it, and someone had come to check the results. Before I could collect my thoughts, I heard a voice outside the door, a voice full of cold determination and emotionless severity. The door opened, and two strangers in business suits appeared on the threshold, their faces not expressing the slightest sympathy. They quickly, and without further ado, invited me to follow them, and at the same moment, I felt my attempts to resist turning into futility. I was taken to a small, sterile room where a man with an icy gaze sat at a large table, as if he had been specially created to deprive a person of all hope. He introduced himself as the head of a project, an experiment that I was just beginning to suspect, and his voice was even, as if he wasn't delivering terrible news, but routine information. You thought your life was just an accident, he began without looking up, but in fact you were chosen, selected for your character, for your reaction to stress. We've been watching you since you moved in. Every detail, every little thing was recorded. You were part of our exploration of human limits. And now the experiment is over. These words echoed in my head, making me realize the cruelty and coldness of what was happening. I tried to find the words, tried to ask why me, but suddenly I realized that there would be no more questions. I was immobilized, and I felt my last attempts to resist turning into a senseless, rebellious heart, whose beats were getting quieter and fainter. The supervisor continued, "You are not the first to go through this ordeal. There were many people like you before you, people who were promised a normal life. But the truth is that freedom is just an illusion. You were part of the experiment, part of our observation. And when we were sure that we had achieved the desired result, we made a decision. Your participation is over." In that second, I realized that every suspicion I had, every attempt to find answers, was all aimed at assessing my reaction in order to collect data on how a person copes with the realization of a complete loss of control over their life. A chill ran down my spine when I realized I couldn't get out. The doors, windows, even the hallway were all sealed, as if a specially constructed lair for the victim. Time seemed to stop when I heard the click of the mechanism, signaling that the final time had come. The supervisor pressed a button, and at the same moment, human operatives burst into the room, who, without expressing the slightest doubt, began their duties. I tried to scream, tried to convey my pain to them, but the words stuck in my throat. My last moments were filled with a sense of complete loss when I realized that my whole world, all my dreams and hopes, were just an experiment in which I never had the right to choose. And so when the cold hand of reality finally shackled me, I realized that the real horror lies not in the supernatural, not in mysticism, but in the fact that people are able to ruthlessly use others, turning them into objects for their soulless experiments. My scream, my last sigh, all this became just a record, data for analysis, part of a system where freedom never existed. At that last moment, I realized that my life was meaningless, and my fate was just a terrible ending that remained forever etched in the memory of ruthless observers. I've never believed in demons, but I believe that people could become worse than any fictional evil spirits. My father was a priest, and his death, or rather what was left of his body, made me question everything I knew. It all started with cassettes. After the funeral, I was sorting things out in his office and found a box labeled Clinical Materials. 1988, 1992. There were dozens of VHS tapes inside. The first one had a label, Subject 14, Exorcism, Phase 3-inch. I put the tape in an old TV. The screen turned to snow, and I saw my father. A young man about 30 years old in a black cassock. A girl was sitting on a chair in front of him, about 12 years old, in a hospital gown. Her hands were chained to the armrests, and on her head was a device resembling a welding mask. "Repeat after me. My name is Laura Addison." His father's voice sounded mechanical, as if he were reading instructions. The girl screamed, an inhuman roar that shook the speakers. She jerked, and the camera fell. In the last frame, her face is pressed to the floor. The eyes are completely black without whites. I turned off the TV. In the silence, I heard the creak of floorboards upstairs. The next day, I went to the city library to find references to Laura Addison. I found a note in the newspapers in 1991, the arsonist girl. Laura, 12, burned down her house, killing her parents and brother. After the trial, she was transferred to a closed clinic for spiritual rehabilitation. Next to the note is a photo of my father. Signed, Chaplain of the Sanity Project. In the evening, I called the clinic. Dead beeps. Then I went to the address from the article. The building looked like a prison. Bars on the windows, barbed wire. The door was open. Inside there is desolation. Mold on the walls, broken bunks, and in the principal's office. My childhood photo. On the back, subject 14B, successful integration. There was a diary nearby. Father's notes. October 22nd, 1991. Laura won't budge. I had to use a sedative X. After the injection, she named the next victim her brother. October 29th, 1991. Laura's brother has been delivered. The transfer procedure has begun. November 15th, 1991. Subject 14B, Jacob, demonstrates stability. Laura has been eliminated. I dropped the diary. Eliminated. Transfer. Jacob. Warm liquid dripped from the ceiling. I looked up, and there was hair hanging on the ventilation grate. Long blonde hair, like Laura's on the tape. At home, I searched my old mattress. There's a scar under the springs. Horizontal, from the left shoulder to the right hip. Surgical. I called my mother. She was silent for a minute, then said, "Your father wanted to save you. Have you been ill?" "With what?" I shouted. "With my life." She hung up. I found a package in the garage. Inside is a baby jumpsuit with the name Lucas Addison and an audio cassette. The father's voice. Day 47. Jacob doesn't remember Lucas. Consciousness is stable. The body does not show rejection. We'll start the substitution phase tomorrow. I broke the mirror. There was a wall under it. I punched until my hand was swollen. The drywall cracked, revealing a niche. There's a doll inside. My face, stitched with Laura's face. There was a key around the doll's neck. It has an engraving on it, morgue. Storage 14-inch. I'm writing this now in a car parked outside an old clinic. My father's pistol is in the glove compartment. There's a key and a photo of Lucas in my pocket. My brother. If this door opens, I'll know whose body I'm wearing. The door to the morgue creaked like a bone snapped in half. I inserted the key, feeling the tremor in my hands transfer to the cold metal. It smelled of formalin and something sweet inside, like in a dentist's office before drilling. The light of the lantern picked out rows of refrigerator boxes from the darkness. Each one has a number on it. I approached 14, but before I pulled the pen, I noticed a folder on the table. The Sanity Project. The finale. Inside is a photo of my father surrounded by men in black coats. They were standing by the operating table where I was lying. Just me. About 5 years old with an open chest. In place of the heart is a device resembling a gear pump. A note from his father. Lucas' memories were deleted today. Jacob is clean now. If you are reading this, it means that the mechanism has failed. Go back to room 7A. That's your exit. I yanked on the refrigerator handle. The cold steam burned his face. Inside was my father's body. But not what we buried. It was a different him. Younger. Without the appendicitis scar he got when I was 10 years old. A dictaphone was sticking out of the pocket of his robe. I press play. The protocol is completed. Jacob considers himself a human being. Laura is destroyed. But if he finds room 7A, activate the rebirth protocol. The lock clicked behind him. I turned around and there was a man in a black robe standing in the doorway. The face is covered with a welder's mask. He picked up a syringe with a cloudy liquid. "Dad asked me to tell you, you were his best project." I threw the recorder in his face and ran for the exit. He grabbed my jacket and the syringe went into my shoulder. I elbowed him in the throat, broke free, and crashed into the hallway. Room 7A turned out to be a children's room. Toys, a bed with straps, my drawings on the wall. Family, father, mother, me, and a girl with black eyes. Laura. There was a backpack in the corner. Inside there are children's clothes with the name Lucas and a letter. If you're reading this, I'm dead. They implanted a piece of Laura in you. Look for the seam behind the left ear. Tear it up. She knows a way out. I ran my fingers over the skin. The seam. Small, neat. I poked at it with my fingernail, and the threads snapped. The pain hit my temple, and the world turned upside down. Other people's memories floated before my eyes. Laura in a cage, my father with a knife, me, no, Lucas, crying in the corner. Ventilation. Laura's voice sounded in my head. They're coming through the ventilation. I climbed on top of the closet, tore off the grate, and dived into the tunnel. The metal cut my palms, but I crawled until I fell into the back room. On the table are the keys to the truck with the clinic's logo. I ran out into the parking lot. The truck started up with a half turn. The lights of the chase flashed in the mirror. I went to the highway, not knowing where. But Laura knew. Her voice guided me. Turn off here. Stop by the river. I got out of the car. There was a stone on the shore with an inscription, Laura Addison, 1979, 1991. The moonlight fell on the water, and I saw my reflection. For a second, the eyes turned completely black. I clutched my head, trying to force her voice out of my mind. But Laura didn't leave. Her presence was like a toothache, dull, aching, imminent. Go along the river. There's a cave there, it sounded insistently in my skull. The sand crunched underfoot. The wind whistled in my ears, mingling with Laura's whisper. The entrance to the cave was blocked with rocks, but I crawled through the gap. Inside there is a rusty door with an emergency exit sign. I picked the lock with a broken nail. Behind the door was a room plastered with newspapers, clippings about missing children, my school photo, and dozens of vials of pills, San X, Reg Res 9, Stabilizer K14. There was a dictaphone on the table. I pressed play. Day 203. Jacob began to remember Laura. I injected a double dose of stabilizer. If this does not help, you will have to activate the implant. The mother agrees to the replacement procedure. The father's voice. The date is 1 week before his death. Laura stirred in my mind like a parasite under my skin. They implanted my hippocampus in you, the part of the brain where memories are stored. And as long as you breathe, I live, her words echoed in my temples. I broke the vials, trampling the pills into the dust. I noticed a backpack with provisions and a map in the corner. There are marks on it. Laboratory 2, field tests, quarantine zone. Go to the quarantine area, Laura ordered. Why? Your mother is there. And my body. The journey took 3 hours. The zone turned out to be an abandoned village. Houses with boarded-up windows, a playground where swings creaked in the wind. The central building has a red cross and the inscription, Quarantine 1991. It smelled rotten inside. Gas masks, syringes, and empty San-X packages were scattered on the floor. There's a photo report on the wall. Children in identical pajamas, tied to beds. The last picture is of me. They put a needle in my eye. They were erasing us piece by piece, Laura whispered. Memory first, then the face. Then, the slam of the door behind him made me turn around. His mother was standing in the doorway. In his hands is a hunting rifle. You shouldn't have come here, she said, her voice shaking. I was trying to protect you. From what? I stepped forward. From the truth. She shot at the ceiling. Plaster fell on my head. Your father wanted to create perfect soldiers. Children who don't remember pain. But Laura, she ruined everything. Infected the project with emotions. Where is she? The mother pointed the gun at the door marked morgue. There. And your freedom. The refrigerators in the morgue were empty. Except for one thing. Laura Addison. Experiment 1 inch. I pulled the handle. The ice fell off, revealing the girl's face from the tape. Her skin was scarred from stitches, and there was a bullet hole in her forehead. Now you see, Laura's voice sounded from all corners of the room. We're a mistake, and the only way to fix it is, the mother put a new cartridge in the gun. Your father left you a choice. Live with it in your head, or die. The glass of the refrigerator cracked. Laura opened her eyes. Black bottomless. Laura didn't move. Her eyes remained open, glassy like a fish on ice. My mother lowered the gun, and I realized that this was not a resurrection. It's a message. He implanted her retina in your eyes. My mother ran her hand over my face. So you can see what she saw. These black spots, they are not demons. These are holes, places where the memory was erased. She took a flashlight out of her pocket and shone the beam into my pupils. Pain shot through my skull, and I saw. Laura runs down the hallway of the clinic. He holds a bloody scalpel in his hand. She bursts into the operating room, where the father is bent over the child. My clone. No more children, she screams, plunging the blade into her throat. Her death was a protest. The mother turned off the flashlight. But your father didn't get everything out of her yet. She went over to Laura's body and took off the key-shaped pendant from her neck. This access opens the archive. There are files on everyone they fixed. Your friends, your teachers, even that girl you had a crush on in college. They are all products of the project. I grabbed the pendant, but my mother clutched it to her chest. A choice. Burn the archive and live with the lie. Or open it and find out that you're not the first Jacob. The glass of the refrigerator cracked louder. Laura collapsed to the floor, her body crumbling like a doll made of ashes. There was a hatch under it. It leads to the vault. Laura's voice became weak in my head. But if you come in, they'll activate the protocol. The mother raised her gun. Decide. I won't let you destroy our world. I threw the pendant into the hatch and jumped after it. The bullet pierced my shoulder, but I was already falling down the metal stairs. The storage turned out to be a server room. Monitors, buzzing hard drives, boxes of films. There is a list of names on the screen. Jacob Wright, version 3.1. Jacob Wright, version 4.7. Video recording on the central computer. My father injects a black liquid into my vein. I'm convulsing, and he's calmly dictating. Subject 14G is showing aggression. I recommend a replacement. The mother agrees to the procedure. Next to it is a box with discs. Replacement of 14-08/12/2023. I inserted the disc. Our house is on the screen. My mother is in the kitchen chopping vegetables. I walk in the door. Not me. Another. He kisses her on the cheek and then pulls out a knife. It's going to happen in 3 days, Laura barely whispered. They will replace you when the service life ends. There was a phone on the table. The only contact is the curator. I dialed the number. Has the protocol been completed? A man's voice answered. Yes, I imitated my father's voice. 14G recycling is needed. A place. The river. In an hour. I hung up the phone and grabbed the gas tank from a corner. Laura laughed in my head one last time. I doused the servers with gasoline, set fire to a rag, and threw it into a puddle of fuel. Flames hit the ceiling. Tongues of fire licked off the wires, and the screens exploded in sparks. Smoke filled the room, but I didn't run. I stood and watched as the folders with my faces burned, dozens of Jacobs in photos, in documents, on disintegrating films. Laura was silent. She probably burned down with me. I went out through the ventilation to the street. The night was starry. The air smelled of pine, not burning. I was walking towards the river, bleeding from a wound, when the truck's headlights blinded me. Jacob Wright. A man in a black suit got out of the cab. 2 men with suitcases followed him. You passed the final test. What test? I leaned against a tree, clutching the bloody pendant. A loyalty test. He opened the suitcase. Inside are syringes, vials, and a picture of my girlfriend. No, not mine. Her clone. You destroyed the archive to protect the project. My father would have been proud. I grabbed a lighter from my pocket. Don't, the man chuckled. We know that you will throw it in gasoline. This has already happened 17 times. He took out his tablet and started the video. I was in the same clothes, in the same place, throwing a lighter. Explosion. Then there's more footage of me shooting myself, throwing myself under a truck, and drowning in a river. Dozens of versions of my death. You are version 23. The most persistent, he snapped his fingers. The mother got out of the truck. A fresh scar on his temple, where I shot in the vault. She's part of the system, too. Just like you. I pressed the lighter. Spark. But the flame did not flare up. You were created to burn. The man turned to the truck. Until the next cycle. They're gone. I was left standing with a dead lighter in my hand. I'm writing this in my house right now. Mom is cooking breakfast in the kitchen. On the table is a newspaper with the headline, Fire in Abandoned Laboratory, No Deaths. I went to the mirror, put my fingers in my mouth, and pulled down. The skin on his cheek tore, exposing the metal frame. Wires instead of muscles. Cameras instead of eyes. Laura laughed in my head. She didn't leave. She couldn't leave. "Welcome home," she said. I sewed up my face with threads from a first aid kit and sat down at the table. My mother put a plate in front of me. Strawberry jam. My favorite. I looked out the window. There's a truck with black windows in the yard. They're waiting. I finished the jam and went out into the yard. The truck was still parked, the engine purring softly. The driver, the man in the black suit, was leaning against the hood, smoking. Decided. He threw the butt of his cigarette at his feet. I nodded, not because I gave up, because I realized that every step I take, every rebellion, even this thought is part of their algorithm. They predicted me like the weather. "I want to see him," I said. He grinned and opened the truck door. I was sitting in the car behind the glass, the one from the video in the archive, version 4.7. He was smiling at me and holding a photo of my girlfriend. Her girlfriend. "You're going to train him," the man in the suit said. "How your father trained you." I was pushed into a truck. Version 4.7 extended his hand. "Hello, brother." I hit him. I broke my nose. Blood splattered on the glass, but he continued to smile. "Okay," said the man in the suit, writing something down in a notebook. "Aggression is normal. Now I live in a white room with a half-wall mirror. They're on the other side. Sometimes they bring in clients, parents who want to replace deceased children. I'm teaching 4.7 how to pretend to be human, how to cry at a funeral, how to kiss your mother on the cheek, even if you want to strangle her. Today we brought a new version, 5.0. Her face is an exact copy of Laura. Let's start with the basics," I say, turning on the camera. "Repeat after me. I love you, Mom." She repeats. Her voice trembles perfectly. I look in the mirror. There behind the glass, the old me, version 1.0, is convulsing, wiping his face with a file. It has already been replaced, but I didn't spare the gas. Not then. I've never been afraid of the dark. I was afraid of what was visible in the light. For example, rust stains on the nursery wall, which disappeared in the morning as if they had never existed. Or the shadows from the branches outside the window, like fingers scratching the glass. But the real nightmare started when I found an old album under the floor of my closet. I was 7 when we moved into this house. My father called it a lifelong project, a 2-story mansion with peeling paint that we inherited for next to nothing after the death of the previous owners. Mom didn't want to move. She said that the bedroom smelled of sweet rot, but her father laughed. "It's just mice, dear. I'll take out, and that's it." The first strange thing happened a week later. I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the attic. Knock, knock, knock. It was as if someone was walking back and forth, dragging a chain behind them. My father, checking the attic, found only a torn bag of dolls. Their faces were smeared with black tar, and there were buttons with cracked glass instead of eyes. "The toys of the previous owners," he said, throwing the bag into the trash. I threw it away. But 3 days later, the dolls returned. They were lying on my bed, lined up in a row. On the wall above them, the words, "Don't throw away my friends," were written in charcoal. Mom called the police for the first time. The precinct officer, a fat man with a worn badge, looked around the house and grinned. Children often come up with stupid things. Check if it is poisoned by carbon monoxide. My father bought a carbon monoxide detector. He wasn't squeaking. But a month later, Mom found a package in the freezer under the bags of vegetables. Inside was a photo of our family, taken on the day of the move. Our faces were crossed out with a red marker, and on the back it says, "I saw you come in. You're not coming out." After that, my father installed the cameras. Nothing. It wasn't until 3:14 a.m. that the screen blinked, showing a black rectangle, as if someone was covering the lens with their palm. When I was 12, I found an album. I was rummaging through the closet, looking for an old game console, when the floorboard caved in under my knee. Inside was a leather folder with a faded inscription, "My Guests." The first page is a photo of an elderly woman in a 70s dress. Her mouth was sewn shut with coarse threads, and her eyes were wide with horror. The next one shows a teenager chained to a pipe in the basement. I recognize this pipe. She was in our basement. Marginal notes, number 14, resisted for 5 hours. I had to remove the language. Number 23, error. The body was making too much noise in the wall. I ran to my father, but when he looked at the album, he turned pale. "This is someone's sick joke. Forget." but I haven't forgotten. That night, I woke up to the sound of creaking. The door to my room was slowly opening. My father was standing in the doorway. He holds a kitchen knife in one hand. In the other, there was a bundle with a woman's wig sticking out of it. Mother's. Dad. I whispered. He didn't answer. His eyes were empty, like those dolls in the attic. He took a step towards me, raising the knife, but then the alarm went off. The motion sensor roared. The father started as if waking up and dropped the knife. What am I doing? He fell to his knees, clutching his head. Mom ran into the room with a baseball bat. Later at the hospital, doctors said that his father had short-term psychosis. But I saw him looking at the album before that. I'm 30 now. I returned to this house after my father's death. They found him in the garage with his veins cut. In his suicide note, they won't let me leave. The autopsy revealed that he had an implant under the skin of the back of his head. A tiny chip that wasn't listed in any medical reports. The electronics engineer, I showed it to whistled. Military development. They're used for, remote behavior control. Like a doll. I asked. He blushed and left quickly. Yesterday, I dismantled the wall in the basement. There was a niche behind the drywall. There are 8 pairs of shoes inside. Children's and adult. All right shoes. On the soles, dates. 2003, 1997, 2015. And a voice recording on a cassette. A woman's whisper. If you can hear that, they're already in the house. Don't trust anyone, even for myself. I'm writing this now, sitting in a locked bathroom. Something is scratching at the door, repeating in his father's voice. Open it. I'll explain everything. But I remember how his shirt smelled that night. The smell of almonds and metal. Like a chip, the scratching sound was replaced by silence. I pressed my ear to the door trying to catch a rustle, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the tile, leaving a dark stain. It burned in my pocket. I was clutching a chip cut out of my father's body. He was as cold as a nail from the freezer. Jake, the voice outside the door spoke again, but now it was my voice. You don't want to die like Dad, do you? I jerked back, hitting my back against the sink. The mirror above her wavered, and I noticed that its corner was slightly raised. There's a gap under it, filled with dust and an envelope. I used nail scissors to fake the edge of the mirror. It would have fallen with a crash if I hadn't caught it in time. There was a stack of letters behind the panel. All are addressed to the father. Sender, the OWL project. The first letter. Participant number 214, James Rowe. Your report on subject number 14, son, has been accepted. The implant is stable. Proceed to the group exposure monitoring phase. P.S. Do not forget to clean the ventilation shafts. The last corpse has spoiled the air. I threw up in the sink. The acid burned my throat, but I kept reading. The father was not a victim. He was a supervisor. All my childhood, he implanted chips in my vaccinations. And the album with the victims? His file. Guests are those whom he brought into the house for experiments. Then the bathroom light flickered. I turned around and there was a doll from my childhood lying on the floor. Her eye button was now glued crookedly, and a key was sticking out of her mouth. It has an engraving on it, attic. Emergency access. The voice outside the door laughed, now in his mother's voice. He taught me how to play hide and seek Jakey. Remember? I climbed out through the ventilation grate, scraping my knees against the metal. An air duct led to the garage. There, under a pile of old tires, I found my mother's diary. Her last entry. James says I'm sick. That they would come if I told them about the room behind the kitchen. But I saw him leading them out through the basement. Children in black jumpsuits. How he feeds them with something from a syringe. I'll try to follow it today. If I don't come back, Jakey, run. Even if you have to burn down the house. Date, the day before she disappeared. Attic. The key fitted the lock on the hatch. The stairs descended with a dusty creak. Upstairs, it smelled of formalin and fried meat. The flashlight picked out a table with surgical instruments from the darkness. Syringes with black liquid. And the cage. There's a man in it. He looked up, and I recognized the police officer who had laughed at our doll story 20 years ago. His eyes were burned out, and a badge with a number 214, be hung around his neck. They swapped you for a copy, he croaked, pointing at the wall. Photo. Father. Mother. Me. We were smiling at the camera, but our pupils were square like robots. Caption. Generation 3.0. Success. You're not real, the precinct officer grinned. pulling a knife out from under his rags. And I'm your past. The door downstairs flew out with a bang. The policeman's knife flashed in the lamplight. I jumped back, hitting the table. The syringes with the black liquid fell to the floor, and the glass crunched under the boots. He lunged at me, but tripped over a chain chained to the wall. The rotten flesh on his ankle tore, like wet paper, exposing the bone. "You're a doll." He spat out bloody saliva, pointing the knife in my direction. "They implanted your memory. Your mom, your dog, it's all fake." I grabbed a scalpel from the table. My hand was shaking, but I screamed like a wild animal and plunged the blade into his throat. Warm blood splashed on the photos with our family smiles. He wheezed, grabbing my arm. His fingers dug into his wrist, leaving bruises the color of rotten plums. "Go to the room behind the kitchen," he hissed, releasing me. "There's your—" The body went limp. I pulled a bunch of keys out of his pocket. One of them had a tag with the address of our kitchen. The wall behind the refrigerator was fake. The drywall crumbled under the blows of the axe, opening the steel door with a combination lock. The code? I entered the date of my mother's disappearance. Refusal. I tried the date of the move. Refusal. Then, the number from the letter, 214. Click. It smelled of antiseptic and baby powder. Shelves with hundreds of cassettes. Each one has my name and date on it. Jacob, 4 years old. A loyalty test. Jacob, 12 years old. The first murder simulation. I inserted a random tape into the player. The screen turned to snow, and I saw myself in a room with a man nailed to the wall. I was smiling, holding a soldering iron to his eye. "Well done, son," his father's voice said off camera. "Now clear the area." On the record, I took out a knife and I pulled out the plug, but laughter came from the speakers. Real. From behind. I broke off and rushed to the exit, but the door slammed shut. Gas hissed in the ventilation. The sweet smell of almonds filled my lungs. "Congratulations," his father's voice poured out of the speakers. "You passed the final test." The shadows swam before my eyes. The last thing I saw was my hand disappearing into thin air, like smoke. I woke up on a cold concrete floor. My head ached, and my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth like it had been burned by a blowtorch. The light of a flickering lamp somewhere above hit my eyes. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. The arms and legs are held together with nylon ties. Turning my head, I saw a wall covered with scratches. Letters, numbers, curved lines. Someone was trying to count the days or write down a message. There's a rusty bucket with dried stains in the corner. It's like in a cheap thriller, only the pain is real. The door creaked. A woman in a white coat came in with a medical table. Her face. My God, that's our former neighbor, Mrs. Clark. She always brought me cookies on weekends. "Hi, Jacob," she smiled, taking out a syringe with a cloudy liquid. "Dad would be proud of you. You've lasted the longest." "Where?" The voice broke into a cough. "At home, honey. You're always at home." She wiped my neck with an alcohol wipe. The chill made me twitch. We just changed the scenery. The needle entered the vein. A wave of heat filled my body. The room swam. "Why?" I managed to say, to understand how deeply a lie can be implanted. She adjusted her glasses. "Your father was a genius. He proved that it is possible to create a person from fragments of other people's memories. Did you even know that your mom was the 6th understudy?" I lunged for her, but the braces bit into my skin. "Calm down. You'll forget everything soon. We'll insert a new tape. Why don't we make you a firefighter? Or..." She bent down, smelling of red Moscow perfume like her mother's. "Or will we bring back that happy day when we sang Happy Birthday to you?" The murderers. She inserted a second syringe. "Gardeners. We prune the branches so that the tree grows properly." Consciousness began to disintegrate. The last thing I heard was a child's laughter, like my own from the tapes. I woke up in my bed. Sunlight, birdsong. On the bedside table there is a photo of a family. Father, mother, me with a puppy in my arms. Rex. My head was buzzing, but I remembered everything. Implant. Album. My father's knife. I went to the window. Our yard, the apple tree that my father planted, and the fresh grave under it. Without the cross. Without a sign. The shovel was by the barn. I dug until iron clanged against metal. Container. There are passports inside. Mine. 12 pieces. Different names. Different dates of birth. There was an envelope with a film on the bottom. The inscription, Jacob. 8 years old. Memory correction. I put it in an old projector. The screen showed the same room. I am sitting on the bed, and Father is stroking my head. Today we will erase a bad dream. About a woman in a white coat. About steel doors. You'll wake up and be happy. Yes, Dad. The child on the screen smiles. The projector smoked, the film melted. But I was already running to the garage. I found a pistol under the driver's seat of my father's Jeep. Cold, heavy, smelling of grease. They will come in the evening. To prune the branches again. But now I'm ready to become an axe. I locked all the windows, lowered the blinds, and scattered glass balls from old Christmas tree toys on the approaches to the house. They should crunch underfoot. He put the gun on the kitchen table, next to a can of gasoline for the lawnmower. It smelled like when I was a kid, when my father taught me how to burn dry leaves. The first car arrived at sunset. A black van with no license plates. 2 men in blue overalls like plumbers got out of it. But I recognized one of them, Mr. Harrison, our school librarian. He always gave me books about survival in extreme conditions. Jacob. He knocked on the door, smiling like he was at a parent-teacher meeting. Open it, let's talk. I have a letter for you from your father. I pressed myself against the wall, my finger on the trigger. His heart was pounding so hard that it seemed they could hear him through the door. I saw your letters on the wall. I shouted. Go away, or you'll suffocate on gasoline. Mrs. Clark got out of the van, adjusting her medical bag. Honey, you don't want to repeat your mother's fate, do you? Her voice sounded like honey syrup. She was also trying to heat gasoline. Sweat trickled down his back. I remembered how my mom accidentally dropped a lighter in the garage. Explosion. Firefighters said she died instantly. Lie. Last chance. Mrs. Clark took out her phone and turned on the recording. Baby crying. My crying from the tape. Do you want to hear how you called your mother when we erased your memory at the age of 7? I pulled the cord tied to the propane tank on the porch. A deafening bang, and the wall of windows exploded into fragments. They fell to the ground, covering their faces. I ran out the back door, grabbing my gun, but the van was already blocking the exit. Mr. Harrison grabbed me from behind, wrapping his elbow around my neck. It smelled of peppermint gum and gunpowder. Calm down, kid. It's all over now, he whispered. I bit his hand until it bled, broke free, and ran towards the forest. Bullets whistled overhead, cutting down branches. My feet sank into the mud, but I didn't stop. It was burning in my pocket. I was clutching a USB flash drive with data stolen from a steel box. If I get out, it will destroy their project. I hid the boat in my father's old hunting lodge. The river led to the highway. I'll get to the city. I'll find the journalists. But when I ran to the shore, the boat was riddled with bullets. Rex was sitting in the stern. My dog, who was killed by his father. He was wagging his tail, and a chip was sticking out from under the fur on his neck. I fell to my knees, scratching the ground with my nails. The bolts clicked shut behind him. The bullets entered my back before I heard the shots. Hot needles pierced his ribs, and his lung filled with blood. I fell face first into the mud, feeling the flash drive slip out of my fingers. Rex whined, nuzzling my cheek. Well done, said a voice. The boot pressed down on my arm, kneading the bones. Mrs. Clark picked up the flash drive, wiped it with the hem of her robe, and put it in her pocket. I almost ruined decades of work. They turned me over on my back. Mr. Harrison was filming on his phone, grinning. Mrs. Clark took out a syringe filled with black liquid. Don't worry, she inserted the needle into his neck. You will wake up in a new body. Why don't we make you a policeman? Or a teacher? You'll make girls fall in love with you and collect data. It was getting dark. The last thing I saw was Rex chewing on my severed finger. His chip was flashing red. I woke up in a white room. On the table is a passport in the name of Lucas Grant. Photo of a stranger. I saw his face in the mirror opposite. Good morning, Mrs. Clark's voice sounded from the speaker. Today you will start a new life. Your wife is already waiting in your house. Don't disappoint her. There was a knock on the door. A woman with my eyes came in. Darling, breakfast is ready. She kissed me on the forehead. I went to the window. Our yard, an apple tree, and a fresh grave without a name. I stood in the center of the secret room, holding a battered diary in my trembling hands. The smell of mold and old blood stung his nostrils. The pages turned yellow, but the ink remained clear. March 12th. She resisted louder than the others. I had to use a wire. The photographs on the table were worse than any nightmare. Women, men, even children frozen in their last moments of terror. Their eyes. God, those eyes. The crunch of gravel outside the window made me flinch. The neighbor's truck, a rusty Ford from the 70s, was slowly pulling into the yard. The door of the cab creaked, and he got out tall in a greasy cowboy hat with a heavy cloth bag in his hand. I froze, pressed against the wall. My heart was pounding, as if it wanted to burst through my ribs. He walked towards the house, whistling, "Oh, Susanna," a melody that now sounded like a funeral march. I went down to the living room, trying not to creak the floorboards. The thought was throbbing in my head, he knows I'm here. But it was too late to run. The doorknob turned, and cold air rushed into the room with it. "Hey kid," his voice sounded like the creak of unoiled hinges. "I see you found my collection." He dropped the bag on the floor. A bloody axe rolled out of it, followed by a woman's shoe with a broken heel. "Your dad also liked to pry into other people's business." He took off his hat, revealing a scar that crossed his forehead all the way to the bridge of his nose. I had to arrange an accident for him. I was shaking. I remember my father's funeral, a closed coffin, my mother whispering, "It's better not to look." And the doggy. "Rex, isn't it?" He grinned, pulling a studded collar out of his pocket. My Rex. He barked too loudly when I was carrying the calf out of the barn. Nausea rose in my throat. I rushed to the kitchen, but he was faster. His iron-gloved hand clutched at my throat. "Take your time," he hissed, pressing the knife blade against my cheek. "You want to know where I hid the bones, don't you?" He dragged me into the basement, the stairs creaking under the weight of his boots. The ceiling light flickered, illuminating a concrete table with straps, a toolbox, and a wall riddled with notches. Hundreds of dashes, like in a prison cell. "This is where your father has spent the last 5 hours. He ran his finger over a dried spot on the table. "He begged me to let you go with your mother." I lunged, kneed him in the groin. He growled, and the knife fell from his hand. I grabbed it and stabbed it into my neighbor's side. Warm blood splashed onto his face. "You son of a bitch." He fell to his knees, grabbing my leg. I ran upstairs, but the roar of the engine was already rushing into the living room. Headlights flashed outside the window. It was my car. Keys. I left them in the ignition. Jumping out of the window, I fell into the bushes, scratching my hands on the thorns. The neighbor's truck roared out of the yard. I squeezed into my car, pressing the gas to the floor. He chased me down a country road, tossing the truck from side to side. The radio in his cabin crackled, a message about an attack on the duty officer at the entrance to the forest. So the police are already close. At the turn, I turned sharply into a field, hiding behind a pile of old tires. The truck sped past, its headlights disappearing into the darkness. I was gasping for breath trying to dial 911 when a rear impact knocked the car onto its side. He was standing over the windshield with a bloody stomach and an axe in his hands. "Did you think you'd run away?" His laughter turned into a cough. "All roads here lead to me." The glass cracked from a first impact, the axe blade bit into the glass, and fragments rained into the cabin. I covered my face with my hands, feeling the cold air rushing in through the crack. The smell of gasoline mixed with the coppery taste of blood on my lips. "Come out, puppy." The neighbor croaked, pulling out the axe for another blow. His breathing was hoarse, uneven. The knife wound was making itself felt. I reached for the passenger seat, and my fingers found the cold metal under the seat cover. Thurlet. My father always kept it there in case of a breakdown. Ducking down, I yanked on the seat lever, freeing up access. The axe crashed down on the windshield again, and this time the blade pierced through it, stuck in the plastic. The neighbor pulled the axe handle, trying to free the weapon. This was my chance. I raised the tyrlith with both hands and hit his fingers, which were still gripping the hilt. The bone cracked, and he howled, letting go of the axe. I climbed out through the broken window, falling on the gravel, and immediately got hit in the ribs by a boot. "You bastard." He grabbed my hair, lifting my head off the ground. His face, distorted with rage, was bruised from the fall. "Do you think you're the first one who tried to stop me?" The edge of a photograph was sticking out of his jacket pocket. Mom. Her face, outlined in red marker. There is the same horror in the eyes as the victims in the diary. I lunged forward, sinking my teeth into his wrist. He screamed, unclenching his fingers, and I hit him in the kneecap with a turlite. The cartilage snapped like a broken branch. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg. I ran to the truck and jumped into the cab. The keys were in the ignition. He always left them there, confident of his impunity. The engine roared as I released the clutch and shot forward. In the mirror, he was hobbling after me, brandishing a bloody knife. I turned onto the main road, pressing the accelerator pedal to the floor. A country song started playing on the radio, and I turned it off, trying to dial 911 with shaking hands. Beeps. Damn, there's no signal. The road wound between sparse pines, the lanterns were left far behind. Suddenly, something big flashed in the headlights. A bag of trash? No. Body. A woman in a torn dress was lying across the asphalt. I turned the steering wheel sharply, the truck skidded, and I crashed into a bump. His head hit the steering wheel. A warm trickle immediately appeared on his forehead. I staggered out and approached the body. Help. Her voice was barely a whisper. She pressed her hand to her stomach, where blood was oozing out. The eyes rolled back, the lips moved, trying to say something. I leaned closer. He's back, she whispered. And then I heard the roar of an engine. His truck was speeding down the oncoming lane, the lights blinding like the eyes of a predator. I jumped into the ditch, dragging the woman with me. The wheels sped inches away from us, splattering mud. I took off my jacket, pressing it against her wound. I'll call you now, but she was no longer breathing. The truck had turned around, and now it was coming straight at us. I ran towards the forest, stumbling over the roots. Branches whipped at my face, but I didn't stop. The bushes crackled behind him as he followed my trail. I'll find you. His voice echoed through the trees. I'll cut off my fingers first, then my eyes. I came across an old hunting tower, barely visible in the dark. The ladder creaked under my weight, but I clambered up, holding my breath. He came out into the clearing, slowly turning his head. There's a knife in his hand. In the other, there was a lantern, the beam of which crawled along the trunks. His head hit the steering wheel. A warm trickle immediately appeared on his forehead. I staggered. He kicked the bottle on the ground. Or I'll go back to town and find your girl. Cindy, isn't it? A chill ran down my spine. Cindy, the sister who stayed in the college dorm. He knew, so he was watching. All these years. I grabbed a rusty iron bar lying on the floor of the tower and jumped down. The bar hit his shoulder with a thud, and we both fell to the ground. He cursed, trying to grab me by the throat, but I twisted away, kneed him in the stomach. A bunch of keys fell out of his pocket, dozens of identical iron keys with tags. On the nearest one was written in black marker, barn number 3. You will never find them, he wheezed, wiping the blood from his chin. I grabbed the keys and ran in the direction he had come. Branches whipped at his face, and somewhere ahead he could hear the sound of water. The river. If so, this is a chance to wash away the traces. But the forest suddenly stopped. I stopped at the edge of a pool-wide pit. At the bottom, among the garbage and animal bones, there were plastic bundles sticking out. One was torn, and a child's hand was peeking out, fingers clenched into a fist. On her wrist is a pink bracelet with beads. Laura from my class, who disappeared 5 years ago, wore the same ones. Do you like my kindergarten? He was standing 10 paces away, limping. The knife in his hand glittered in the moonlight. Every tree here is soaked in their blood. I stepped back, but the bushes rustled behind me. A dog came out of the darkness. No, my Rex. Or rather, what's left of it. His skin was stripped to the muscles, and his eyes were cloudy, like a fish in a market. He growled, baring his yellow fangs. Do you recognize it? The neighbor chuckled. I left his larynx so I could bark goodbye. Rex lunged at me. I jumped out of the way, and he crashed into his neighbor. They rolled on the ground, the dog's mouth digging into his forearm. Taking advantage of the moment, I ran to the pit, grabbed the first bundle I saw, and pulled out a woman's wallet. Driving license, Martha Gray, 34 years old. The photo matched one of the victims in the diary. Hey, I shouted, waving my wallet. The police are on their way. They're going to dig up this place. He threw Rex into the bushes and stood up, holding his bloody hand. You're right, he suddenly smiled, pulling a remote control out of his pocket. That's why I'm activating the system. There was a buzzing somewhere underground, and the pit began to fill with thick liquid. Gasoline. The party's over, he lit a lighter. I rushed to the river when the flames hit the sky. The blast wave threw me into the water. The cold burned my lungs, but I swam until I grabbed a snag on the opposite shore. When I got out, the forest was burning. His figure flashed in the flames. He walked through the fire like a demon, with burnt skin and torn muscles. You won't leave. His voice sounded like the rasp of metal. I ran along the river and soon saw the lights of a gas station. There at the pay phone was a girl in a pink jacket. Cindy. Oh my God, Jake. She rushed towards me. Some guy called here. He said that, run. I grabbed her by the arm, pushing her into my car, which I'd left by the woods. But when he started the engine, his voice came out of the speakers, recorded on the answering machine. Check the trunk. Cindy burst into tears when I opened it. Our mother was lying there. Her fingers were broken, and there was a Rex collar around her neck. Hi, family. His truck came around the corner, with broken glass and a smoking hood. Let's finish the celebration. The truck was slowly approaching, the creak of brakes blending with the hoarse laughter of a neighbor. His face, burned by the fire, resembled molten wax. I pushed Cindy towards the bushes shouting, "Run to the gas station, call the police." She darted into the darkness, and I rushed to the driver's door, grabbing a tire iron from a back seat. He got out of the truck, dragging a gas tank with a punctured hose. Gasoline flowed onto the asphalt, forming a black puddle. He was smearing blood on his chin, leaving smears like war paint. I wanted to make you my heir. To teach art. What kind of art? Killing the defenseless. I clutched the tire iron, feeling the trembling in my hands give way to rage. He laughed, pulling a worn envelope out of his pocket. Inside is a picture of me, a 7-year-old, sleeping in bed. The picture was taken through a window. I've always liked you. Quiet, observant. He threw the envelope under the wheels of my car. I've been waiting for you to grow up, but your father ruined everything. Found my trophies in the barn. Barn number 3. The keys in my pocket suddenly began to burn my skin. Did you kill him for that? His voice rose to a scream. Killed him. He shook his head, as if correcting a child. I gave him a choice. Join or become part of a landscape. He chose the latter. He nodded at the trunk where Mom was lying. She resisted too, until I showed her what was left of Rex. A lump formed in my throat. I remembered how my mother hadn't left her room for weeks after my father disappeared. A whisper outside the door. He's watching Jake. He sees everything. We thought it was grief that spoke to her. You came to us. After his death. He brought pies. And I was checking to see if you were ready, he grinned. But you're a disappointment. He's become soft like your mother. Sirens in the distance. He turned his head at the sound, and I hit him. The tire iron dug into his shoulder, but as if he didn't feel the pain, he grabbed me by the throat. You're an underachiever, he hissed, pressing the back of my head against a puddle of gasoline. Do you know what burnt flesh smells like? His lighter clicked a centimeter away from my eyes. Shot. His body jerked, and he collapsed onto his side. Cindy was standing 10 meters away, holding a smoking gas station attendant's pistol. Go away, he gurgled, gasping for air. They're coming. Who are they? I rolled onto my back, still smelling gasoline in my nostrils. But he wasn't answering anymore. My eyes glazed over, and my fingers opened, releasing a chain with a dozen keys just like mine. Each one has numbers. Number 7, number 12, number 5. The police took Cindy and her mother to the hospital. I stayed with the detective at the pit, where the criminologists were now working. Are you sure you haven't seen any others? The detective showed me a photo. A man in a black cowboy hat, almost the twin of my neighbor. Is that him? His twin brother. Disappeared after their ranch burned down in the 80s. We thought he was dead. I took out a bunch of keys. What about these numbers? The detective paled. These are the designations of barns, all over the state. The next day, while my mother was in intensive care, I went to the address with key number 3. An abandoned barn is an hour away from the city. Inside, under a layer of hay, I found a box of videotapes. On the label of one of them was written, Jacob, 7 years old, test number 1 inch. I inserted the tape into an old tape recorder in the corner. The screen was covered with snow, and then I saw myself. I was small in blue pajamas, and I was sitting at a table with a bloody knife. Opposite is a bound girl, Laura. Cut it, his voice said off camera, or I'll tell Dad that you burned down the barn. I was crying on the tape, but I put a knife to her throat. I'm writing this in a room with soft walls right now. They say the tapes are fake. That Laura is alive and studying in California. That the neighbor didn't have a brother. But at night, I wake up to the smell of gasoline. And sometimes in the mirror, behind my back, I see him, wearing a black hat, with key number 7 in his hand. I rewound the tape one more time, try to find a catch. Maybe digital editing? But the film was about 30 years old. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end when I saw a detail. On the table behind the little me was a teddy bear, the one that is still gathering dust on my mezzanine. The voiceover clicked his tongue. Don't make me repeat it. On the screen, the child shuddered and drew a blade across Laura's throat. Blood splattered on the camera. I tore out the tape, throwing it at the wall. The plastic cracked, releasing a brown ribbon. The roll of paper fell out of the torn shell. The phone number, and the caption, if you remember. Detective Martinez agreed to meet at a diner near the highway. He was picking at an omelet with a fork when I laid the keys and the pieces of film in front of him. Have you checked bar number 7? I asked while the waitress was pouring coffee. He took a sip, leaving a fingerprint on the cup. And yes, before you ask, no, we haven't found Laura Gray's body. She is alive, married, and has 2 children. What's this? I threw a photo from bar number 3 on the table, Laura in the same clothes as on the tape, tied to a chair. Martinez sighed, pulling a folder out of his briefcase. There are dozens of similar photos inside. All the women, all the children, with the faces of acquaintances. My biology teacher, postman, even the priest from the church across the street. They're all. They're alive, he interrupted. And they don't even suspect that they were cloned for filming. Your neighbor was a genius of psychological torture. He created custom nightmares to break the victims. Why? To control, Martinez took out a dictaphone. Listen to me. A neighbor's voice with a characteristic wheeze. A man will devour any lie if it mirrors his fear. I went to bar number 7 alone. Martinez warned, there's a trap. But I should have known. The building looked like an old school. Desks, a chalkboard with chalk diagrams and mirrors. Everywhere. On the ceiling, walls, even on the floor. In the center is a table with a projector. The tape inside was labeled, Jacob. Test number 7-inch. I turned it on, and the screen showed my house. Night. Mom is crying in the kitchen, and I'm sneaking up with a knife. No. I turned off the projector, but the voice from the speakers continued. You always knew, Jake. Who killed the father? Suddenly the door creaked. Cindy was standing in the doorway, but her face was distorted with a grimace. You should have joined us, she said, sounding like him. Now, I have to start with Cindy. She took out a knife. The mirrors around reflected hundreds of her copies. I rushed to the exit, but the doors slammed shut. Cindy took a step towards me, her movements unnaturally abrupt like a doll's. The knife in her hand was shaking, but the point was pointed precisely at my chest. Mirrors multiplied her image, creating a chaos of reflections. He taught me how to become you. A strange smile curved her lips. Voice, handwriting, even copied the birthmark on my back. I jumped back to the desk, grabbing a metal ruler. Not Cindy. Not happening. But the birthmark. How did he know? You checked the trunk. She circled around, hitting the mirrors with her knife. The crackle of glass blended with her laughter. Have you checked on your sister? I remembered Cindy in the hospital when she was 6. Appendicitis. The scar under her rib. I looked at her stomach, smooth skin. It's a fake, I whispered. But very diligent, she rushed forward. The ruler met the blade. Sparks fell to the floor. I kicked her in the knee, and she fell, dropping the knife. The mirrored floor cracked beneath us, and we fell through. Darkness. The smell of dampness and formalin. I turned on my phone flashlight. Shelves with jars where pieces of bodies floated in the murky liquid. Hands, eyes, tongues with tattoos. There are rows of faces on the shelf. Mom, father, me. Cindy was lying in a pool of blood, her leg pinched by a piece of pipe. The mask on her face cracked, exposing the scars and wires under her skin. He changed me. Her real voice was hoarse, feminine, but not Cindy's. To make you believe. Who are you? I sat down next to her, avoiding looking at her bent knee. Number 14, she sobbed, pulling a photo out of her pocket. A girl with a baby in her arms. He kidnapped us a year ago. Stephanie and Lizzie. Have you found them? I shook my head. She covered her face with her hands. Then they're in bar number 12. There's a nursery. Detective Martinez broke in with the group an hour later. While they were taking out number 14, I rummaged through my neighbor's desk. Blueprints of operations, diaries describing improvements, and an envelope with tickets to Mexico addressed to my father. Look, I said, showing Martinez the stamp on my passport. My father flew to Mexico City a week after his murder. Maybe he ran away. Martinez rubbed the bridge of his nose. Or it's part of the play. We found a flash drive in the pocket of jacket number 14. The video inside left me speechless. My father in a surgical mask, helping a neighbor, sew Cindy's face to number 14. I put my hands on the table. There was a calendar with dates on the wall, in front of me. Last mark, tomorrow. And the caption, final. Everyone to the cinema. The Paradise Cinema has been closed since the 90s. We entered through a gap in the wall. The screen flickered, showing a home video of me, my father, and a neighbor grilling a barbecue on my 10th birthday. Do you remember? The father came out of the shadows, alive. He was wearing the same blood-stained apron. You asked me to teach you to be strong. You're lying. I retreated to the exit, but the doors were blocked. Why do you think you were guarding that room? He approached, holding my childhood diary in his hands. Today Uncle Roy showed me how to cut up rabbits. Dad praised it. The screen changed frames. At the age of 15, I was hiding a bloody baseball cap under my bed. Laura's baseball cap. You've erased my memory. My father put his hand on my shoulder. But everyone remembers the tapes. Join us, or die a hero of lies. Live broadcasts appeared on the screen. Cindy in the hospital room, Mom on a ventilator, and hundreds of people in front of screens all over the city. Choose, his father whispered. Their lives or your truth. I looked at the screen. Cindy was tossing and turning in a hospital bed, and a syringe with a clear liquid was connected to her foreline. Mom lay motionless, only her eyes darted wildly under her eyelids. The father clicked on the remote control, turning up the volume. The screams of people in the cinema poured out of the speakers. You're not capable, he shoved the knife at me. I've been hiding behind my mom's skirt all my life. Prove that you are my son. The blade flashed in the light of the projector. I remembered the tape of Laura. Cut it, or I'll tell Dad. His hand reached for the blade, on its own. My father grinned at me. That's it. I stabbed him in the thigh, grabbed the gun from his belt, and shot at the projector. The screen went blank, but the screams did not subside. They came from speakers throughout the hall. Where are they? I put the gun to his temple. Real viewers. He laughed, clutching at the bleeding wound. Look under the seats. I peeled off the upholstery of the first row. Under our wires camera speakers. No hostages. The entire cinema was a giant recording studio. He leaned against the wall, pulling a detonator out of his pocket. Do you remember how we used to scare Mom with fireworks in the basement? The button on the device was marked with a radiation sign. He stroked the detonator like it was a kitten. The virus. With the air exchange of the cinema, it will disperse around the city in an hour. Do you still want to be a hero? Sirens outside. Martinez was shouting through a megaphone, demanding to surrender. The father raised the detonator. The choice is simple. Kill me, and the city will die. Let me go, I'll leave, and you'll stay. A gunshot shattered the silence. His hand with the detonator shuddered and opened. I caught the device in midair as it sank to the floor, gasping for air. Martinez's bullet hit him squarely in the heart. Stupid, his father croaked. You now. He wheezed, and his eyes glazed over. Now I'm sitting in a prison paddy wagon, listening to Martinez lie to the press. The terrorist attack has been prevented. Only one criminal died. They didn't find the virus. Or they didn't want to, but I found it. There was a flash drive with a single file in the detonator, vaccine.zip. Password, my birthday. There's a video inside. My father is in the laboratory, holding a test tube, labeled placebo 7. If you could see this, I'm dead. He took off his glasses, wiping the lenses. There is no virus, but the fear of him is real. People will destroy each other on their own, thinking they are infected, like rats. The camera showed food warehouses, pharmacies, gas stations already empty. Enjoy the legacy, son. The screen went blank. Sirens wailed outside. They're shouting somewhere, breaking windows. The paddy wagon rocked from the crowd running past. Martinez looked at me through the bars. What's on the flash drive? I opened my fingers. Empty. Nothing. Burned out. He sighed, taking out his keys. Then come out. The city needs a hero. The door opened. I stepped onto the asphalt, where people were fighting over a bottle of water. Someone recognized me by pointing a finger. It's him. The one who started it. The first stone missed the head by a centimeter.